Cola.
No.
One
Yes.
day the video will go live for me. There we go.
One day.
One day. There we go. Mute. Now we can talk. Hello, chat.
Don't gobble on the hot dog, though. Yeah, never gobble your hot dog.
The funniest thing is I still get comments from time to time on that Acer Thorn accidental live stream. It's just people roasting him. It is hilarious.
Yeah. Well, everybody.
Yeah, I have no idea what to start with.
Well,
I've been-
that's easy. We start the same thing we start with every time. Free. What did you do this week?
I existed. I'm working
Wow,
on
that's
videos.
pretty existent.
I'm working on video stuff still. It's taking time because it takes time.
Yes.
I discovered yesterday, after doing the final recording for Part 2, the Fallout 4 Analysis Remake, that Part 2, which was originally 4 hours long, is now going to be 6 hours long because, well, I've just found that many more issues. I have that much more to talk about.
Yeah.
About half of that is completely done. Like, background music, footage, about half of that is completely done. It's looking good. What I'm going to be working on largely tonight is getting footage for the next hour and a half, because I've got up to four and a half hours of audio in the video, and an hour and a half of that doesn't have footage of background music. I'm going to be working on that tonight after I go through part 1 and fully censor it, which I just started doing. I'm about 42 minutes in, and I've made 2 censors because I didn't swear for much in the first 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Free's like a sailor. If you take away his swears, the ship sinks.
Kind of, yeah. Well, that's kind of the problem. I do know I swear too much. I recognize that and understand that. But some sentences just don't work without a good fuck in the middle of it, you know?
Yeah.
Because
Well,
it's like, oh man, the Institute is so stupid, doesn't give you, like, my full feelings, whereas the Institute is fucking stupid does.
Yeah, same thing with, like, he's dead versus he's fucking dead.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's just ridiculous that we even have to censor ourselves to begin with. Like, we don't advertise our channel, or your channel specifically, as for kids, you know?
Kids.
So it's weird that we even have to fucking go through this whole censorship bullshit.
Yeah, it's really annoying. The other part, too, is, and I might have to learn to control my swearing a bit more, but nearly every stream we do gets demonetized, including gaming streams, because I just swear so much. And apparently, like, that's just an issue for... Again, I don't understand what the functional difference is between saying fuck once and saying it 120 times across a 4-hour video. You know?
I don't either. I don't get it either. It's so stupid. Either it should all be okay or none of it. Like, pick one.
Yep.
And not just...
Well, honestly...
Not just that, it's the fact that, like, there's no line in the sand. There's no, like, solid way to see, you know, what is my limit. Oh, so, you know, I could say it 100 times in a 4-hour video. Okay, I won't go past that 100 times then. Nope, there's no such thing like that. Just the vague term of excessive swearing, which is going to be different depending on who's, like... See, I almost said it just there. I almost swore just there, and now I guess I'm trying to not swear as much. But yeah, it depends on who is, like, checking it, which is dumb.
If you get like a hyper Puritan guy, oh, he said swear word 3 times, that's excessive. Bam.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? That's a bit of a thing that'll never happen. It won't be a hyper Puritan guy. It'll be some hyper Puritan Karen.
Not wrong.
Rex in chat putting the fucking hammer and sickle. Our channel. No, it's mine. All mine. $10 from Medico the Tricky. Thank you. Dear Creetosis, please ask your country's new members from India to please stop pooping in the lake. Sorry, bleh. To please stop pooping in Lake Erie. I live on that lake and don't want the Vindaloo Boogaloo when I catch a walleye for my dinner. Alrighty then. I didn't know anyone was pooping in the lake. And Wookie, welcome to Owl membership. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask Peyton the same question, but 1 second. Kuru 2109. Opinions on blocks with switches. Defund the ATF and make them a criminal organization.
Yeah.
So Pagan, what did you do this week?
Nothing of note really, other than watching the Mario movie in your thing again, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and watching it a second time, yeah, just reaffirmed that I don't think it's a very good movie. Like,
Yeah.
it's above average, I'll say that, but it's not great.
Rip.
Yeah. So that was my week. Me and Pagan watched the Super Mario Brothers movie once by ourselves, and then another time for Saturday Showtime, so my community got to see it. I'm very much. It's a 5 out of 10, maybe a 5.5 out of 10. It's somewhere in that ballpark of a movie. Great potential, completely wasted.
Yeah.
Which is really distressing. Oh, and also Shad was fucking right.
Yeah, I don't get how so many people got upset by his review and was saying he was wrong and everything. It's like, I don't know how you can watch the movie and say he was wrong.
Yeah, because she is a total girl boss wanker for sure.
Yeah, she got it, especially on the second viewing when we watched it again. I was like, maybe I was a little too hard. No, watching it again,
you were a little too nice the first time through.
Yeah, she is insufferable. Jesus Christ, she is such a bitch.
Yep. That was incredibly weird music choices. They have fantastic remixes with orchestras of old classic Mario and Donkey Kong music and everything. And then suddenly, right next to it'll be, you've been struck. It's like, why?
Yeah,
Why?
I don't like the music choices. I don't know why they couldn't just use. Yeah, I don't know why they couldn't just use Nintendo music, which they do sometimes, and it's really good. But then it randomly goes to some '80s song, and it's like, this doesn't
really
fit
good,
at all.
really fitting. They even have like little riffs here and there, like when a certain character. Oh, shit, I don't want to do too many spoilers. I'll just say it. When a thing happens to Donkey Kong, they will actually play the little ditty riff from the original Kong arcade machine, and it's a really nice touch.
Oh.
Yeah.
Again, there's just tons of it. It has tons of like potential in it, but Jesus Christ, they just do not live up to that potential.
That's the wrong video link. Oh boy.
Otherwise, I have been fully on Rumble now, and the Rumble streams have been going fantastic. It's been genuinely really, really fun, really, really good. And I actually tried the new System Shock remake. And I have that up on Rumble, so if you want to see that, it's over on my Rumble channel. You can actually watch the VODs. I am liking it a lot. A lot. I think it's a fantastic remake so far. I'm, massive fingers crossed that it's going to actually, carry out to the end. And it's going to be the ending's going to be really good. But so far, it is really, really good.
Yeah, I've been hearing good things about it.
Yeah, and I actually like the puzzles, stuff like that. I like solving puzzles and things. The only time I don't is when stuff is super, super autistic. As an example, I love Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous as well. There's a dungeon called the Enigma, right? And it is tons of ball-aching fucking combat encounters, which I hate, but also has, like, tons and tons of puzzles. And a lot of the puzzles in it are really good. Some of the puzzles, though, can go fuck themselves. For some of them are like, how many times does this symbol appear in the dungeon? And then you need to point all the arrows to make sure they only intersect that symbol the exact number of times that it appears in the dungeon. And I'm like, oh my fucking god. I don't know how many times it appears in the fucking dungeon. I don't have access to the full dungeon.
Oof.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, so...
Oh, Jesus Christ,
all,
I'm doing that fucking slog of a dungeon right now. Rip.
Yeah. Again, it kind of just highlights Owlcat Games' issue, in that on tabletop, the Enigma would have lots of puzzles, right? You'd have puzzle rooms and stuff like that, which is a good thing. And then you would have maybe 7 encounters in the entire dungeon, and then maybe an 8th encounter would be the boss himself. But because of the way the Pathfinder games work on PC, you can actually, well, let's just say, because the computer could calculate everything more accurately and more quickly, they just fucking ramp the number of encounters up through the roof. So you have, instead of 7 encounters and maybe a boss at the end, you have like 36 encounters in that dungeon. It's like, fucking hell! And if you make the mistake of bringing the actual character who the dungeon is designed for into the dungeon, that character will get pissy and will constantly cast fear on neutral NPCs and make you have another fight for literally a nanosecond, and then the fight ends. It's just like, you're just wasting my time. Stop it. Just fucking stop it. You go into another room and she's like, I don't like that answer! Fear! It's like, stop! Just stop!
More Fallout 3? Man, no good creed goes unpunished. Yeah, I've been working very hard on these videos that I'm working on for the past few weeks. And this is probably the most consistent I've worked on a video for, like, sort of a long period of time. Because I usually take a lot of breaks, or, you know, I've worked a little bit on this Saints Row video. I'm gonna play some Stardew Valley or something. I was working on Amnesia Stillbirth video. I'm gonna play something else for a bit. I have just been going on these fucking Fallout 4 analysis videos. And yeah, my reward is apparently more Fallout 3 videos to cover on STAG. The pain never ends.
Oh, Daniel K's right. That's funny. So, slightly backtracking, the System Shock remake is really good, and it still has the special non-standard game over in it. And I couldn't remember how to trigger it, and so I pushed the button, because I'm like, okay, I think it says it's charging. I think I need to hit this and then go activate the shield. It's like, no, that fires off the laser and kills, like, tons and tons of people on Earth. And then Shodan is, like, stunned by how stupid you are and says, well done, thank you, and stuff like that. And it's like, holy fuck! The non-standard game over is still in. Yeah, it's just like, woof.
Watching Creetosis videos made me want to do an autistic-length script on Dying Light 2 and its many issues. Do it if you want to.
Yeah. I have no interest in Dying Light 2. After they threw Chris Avalon under the bus because of a fucking Me Too allegation, I'm gonna tell you right now, chat, if there's ever a Me Too allegation, you need to disbelieve it immediately.
At this point,
until there's
yeah,
some
kinda.
actual fucking evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is utter insanity, this even that the fact that this hashtag believe all women thing even started. It's like, why? Women lie constantly. Why in the fuck do you want to believe all women?
Well, everyone lies constantly. It's just it's a human thing. It's just dumb.
Yeah, but women in particular, when it comes to this issue, lie constantly because there are no repercussions to them whatsoever. And I mean that legally as well. There is no repercussions for them claiming that somebody raped them, and then they try to get a temporary restraining order while the other person can't defend themselves. You cannot defend yourself. The judge just says, I agree. And then they can use the fact that they got a temporary restraining order as evidence that something did happen. Therefore, they could kick you out of your own fucking house. They could take all of your valuables and possessions and leave you with nothing, leave you destitute in the fucking street. And they could turn all your friends against you because, oh, the judge clearly saw on my side because we got a temporary restraining order. Not realizing that the temporary restraining order is meaningless. It is nothing. It is actually designed to destroy men. That is all it is designed to do. Oh, this isn't just a U.S. moment thing. No, this is a fucking global problem. It's just that the U.S., they figured out a way to fucking speed run the methodology to destroy men.
I'd argue it might be worse in the UK because of the way that their laws work and stuff. Where
oh yeah, it's way worse.
You're basically guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah.
Like I saw something the other day, and I was kind of shocked. Like I knew it was bad there. But they were talking about like Russia and how terrible Russia is right now, and one of the interviewers stops and is like, "Oh God!" But that reminds me. They're like, "There's been like 440 arrests in Russia because of social media posts," and they're like, "But now guess how many people have been arrested in the UK?" For things they have said online.
I know the answer roughly.
Yeah, and the other guy's like, I don't know. I have no clue. Well, what's the answer? And he's like over 3,000, like 3,300, I think.
Yeah, it's something like 3,030 something, I think, is the actual answer.
Yeah, and it's like, oof, that's pretty fucking bad when you're like, especially when you're like talking about how awful Russia is, and then you have to be like, oh wait, actually we're worse.
I guess that should actually be the thing too. Enclave Emily brings up good context. In a single year. 3,000 in 1 year.
Yeah, in 1 year.
This is 3,000 over the lifespan of the United Kingdom and its access to the internet. No. This is 3,000 in a single year. Because the UK is that much of a fucking authoritarian fascist state.
Yeah, it's real bad over there.
You said something we didn't like on the internet. Jail! You broke into people's houses and threatened to rape them, and you stole a bunch of things, including a woman's dog. It's a $200 fine. Because you're black.
Yeah, I've been seeing videos from that little shit on Twitter and stuff.
That little shit stain actually, that little shit stain should get self-defense.
Yeah.
It really fucking should. And then it'd be like, well, that's what you get for fucking around. Now you found out, you little piece of shit. You absolute parasite and drain on society.
I just find it ridiculous that he did all that shit, and the thing that finally got the police to go after him and arrest him was he took a Jewish man's hat. Yeah. All the other shit, all the other illegal, super terrible shit he did.
Wait, they didn't even get him over stealing a train?
As far as I know, that was the thing that got him to say that the UK, laws and authority are a joke.
Yeah, It was ridiculous. Like, all that shit he did, and then, he walked by a Jewish man, took his hat off, and put it on and ran away. That's the thing we need to fucking go after him for now. It's like, really? He broke into people's homes, cars, stole a woman's dog, and it wasn't until he took a Jewish man's hat that suddenly, oh no, we gotta do something about this man. A hat? Really? That's what finally makes you get off your fucking lazy ass and do something? Jesus Christ.
The fact he gets lesser punishment than Count Dankula, yeah, that's insanity.
Yeah, and that's also insane too. The fact that he got a lesser punishment than fucking Dankula for making a joke.
Yeah, a joke that he and all parties involved thought was funny.
Yep.
Let's see.
We do have a couple super chats to grab.
Yeah.
$5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Since Pride might be dying this year, hopefully June will stop being the most obnoxious month of the year. My birthday is in 11 days. I will be 23. Oh, well, happy birthday in 11 days.
Yeah. We'll wish you an actual birthday here on the next STAG, because then that'll be almost right at it, so.
Well, didn't you hear Dinosaurs canceled Pride Month this year?
I am super glad. Pride made sense when we were seeking equal treatment under the eyes of the law, right? Once we had it, Pride should have gone away. Because we got what we were working towards. Now Pride is just a parade of pedophiles, degenerates, and mentally ill people.
Yeah, I personally
Pride is
don't like any of
disgusting
these.
and vile thing. It needs to be destroyed.
I don't like any of these fucking like, oh, it's this month for these people. I don't like any of that stuff. I think it's all stupid. Like,
I don't either. I want
like why?
if we're gonna
why
do
have
that,
a month?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm really riled up now.
Yeah, I'm just like, why have a month dedicated to any group of people at all? Really, it's just stupid. Like, why not just have it just be a thing at all times that anyone could talk about at any given time? Why do we need a whole month for this crap? Also, really definitely shouldn't keep pride parades and stuff going, especially after the whole like, oh well, you can keep having your pride parades, just please don't do naked stuff in front of kids. And their response was, oh well, we're just not allowed to have pride parades then. We just won't even have the pride parade. And it's like,
yeah. And it's
really,
like every single
this
person
is the
that said
fucking
that,
hill you're gonna die on? Is like, we can still have our pride parades, but if we can't do it, if we can't get naked in front of children, then we're not even gonna do it.
Sexually groom children, then we're not gonna do pride parades anymore.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well that should tell you everything you need to know right there.
You need to be in fucking jail or in a box 6 feet under.
It's like, just fucking no, just stop with this shit. It's like, we're done. Like, you've clearly you've used up all your goodwill. We're done. Enough with the pride parades. Enough with all this fucking gay like celebration stuff constantly in your face. Especially this trans stuff that's going around now. That's like just constantly in your face and specifically targeting kids. Specifically, like that's the thing that really bugs me. It's like, you know, if you want to get a sex change when you're older, fine, whatever. Do whatever you want with your body. It's your body. You do whatever you want. But why the fuck do you need to make a kid, you know, get some sort of surgery before they've even had the ability to like decide if that's what they want to do?
Yeah, in a time of their life when children are going to be the most uncertain about everything. They don't know what they want to do in their life. They don't want to know what they want to do. They don't know what kind of schooling they want to go for. They don't know what they even like yet. It's like, Jesus Christ. And I love these people that are like, oh no, the surgeries, the bottom surgeries, everything like that doesn't happen on minors. That only happens when they're 18. It's like, yeah, but you pump them full of fucking drugs so you prepare them for that moment, which will permanently and irrevocably change them, you dumb fuck. If anybody thinks trans kids exist, you're a pedophile. If you actually think trans kids exist, you're a pedo. And that is the hill I will die on.
Yeah. All right, so video.
Yeah. Poor Cree's gonna be getting the brunt of all this.
Yep.
So feel free, everybody who wants to yell at Cree, yell at me instead.
Yeah, Cree's not even the one pushing this stuff, so.
Yeah.
Enclave Emily wants to join for the Fallout video.
Sure.
All right. Start up the call in the other chat, then I'll read the super chat.
Okay.
I know we've got one with her. I just gotta find it.
Oh yeah, it's buried now on my Discord because of so many people we talk to.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, same.
It's way down here.
Wow, it actually has been a while since we've had her on.
Yeah. I think the last time was when we were, I don't remember what video we were covering, but we did talk about the new Black Panther movie. I think that was the last time.
Oh yeah, I sent a message in it to pull it back to the top.
Okay, I'll start the call.
The Bethesda acquisition.
Deadpool thing I was talking about, where you can actually skip cutscenes and dialogue by having Deadpool shoot himself in the head.
All right, what were you saying, Enclave Emily?
The Bethesda acquisition and its consequences have had disastrous impacts for
hang on, Emily. Sorry to cut you off. You are super, super quiet.
Yeah, I've maxed you out on volume, and you're still really quiet.
Yeah, I had to turn you way, way up just so I could hear what you were saying. There we go. I think that might be better.
Yeah, sounded like. What do you say about Enclave Emily? There we go. That's better. Oh god, that's funny.
$20 from Enerjack5. Thank you. Do you hate Spartan 3 or how they are just used in Reach? Because in the Ghost of Onyx book, we see Spartan 3 for the first time. That came out in 2006 before Halo 3 release. I love the Spartan 3 in the book and the extended lore.
So, Spartan 3's existing is partly a problem, but as I've been told with Ghosts of Onyx, they don't wear Mjolnir armor. They're just a special, like, Black Ops force. So they're not actually like Spartan 2 Spartans program sort of thing. They're a Black Ops unit that is just highly, highly trained and specialized. That's what I've been told about Ghosts of Onyx. I'd be fine with that. It's the fact that in Reach that they wear Mjolnir armor and all their armor looks like shit. I'm fucking sorry. All their armor looks awful in Halo Reach. But it's not only that, but that they give them a ton of personality. Like, it's not even standardized armor. Every single person in that has their own special custom frou-frou armor, and that's annoying as piss. And it's just everything. Everything that Halo Reach does with the Spartan 3s is bad. And the fact that Spartan 3s exist in Halo Reach at all is a huge problem. If they exist in the background, like as implied by Ghosts of Onyx, that'd be fine. Right? That would be okay. But they don't. They're large and in charge. They're the new Spartan wave. And everybody knows about them, and they're totally badass and cool, and they have their own Mjolnir armor, and it's all customized individually to how they want to look. And it's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Because if Spartan 3s existed by the time of Reach, in that capacity that Halo Reach says they did, the fact that they don't exist in Halo 2, Halo 3, and ODST is a huge fucking problem. It's almost like Reach is a fucking dumpster fire and completely retarded.
Oh man, I recently...
Why was there a duck?
I recently saw something about, like, because I didn't know the, like, history behind some of these characters. What's his name? The one with the skull?
Emo, I think is his name.
Oh my god, that's very ironic if his name is Emil. But,
Stop saying that name!
Yeah, his name is Emil. It's not E-M-I-L, it's E-M-I-L-E. Totally different.
That's too close. Stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found out, like, how he... I thought it was just like, oh, he just put the skull on there because he thought it was interesting. No, it's actually really cringe. Apparently he was, like, fighting, what were they, insurrectionists or whatever? Whatever that group was that they were fighting.
Insurrectionists would be it.
Yeah. And, I think he got, like, blown up or something, and it scratched his helmet, and he basically just kind of, like, with his knife carved around the scratches, and there's some quote that goes with it too, but it's super cringy. It's like fucking emo shit. I fucking hated it. I was like, oh my god, like, this character sucks. So I was like, I fucking hate this character.
Do not call me Enclave Emil, chat, you absolute bunch of retard degenerate. Fucking Enclave Emil, I swear to... Why is there a dog? Is that the noise owls make when they're sick of this shit?
No.
Somebody's got a soundboard.
I love that.
Everybody has a soundboard now.
Discord does now.
I know.
Discord, it's built into Discord.
Yeah, it's built
what?
into Discord.
Yeah.
What? every time Setch makes a joke, it's gonna be.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, Frenchie.
Hey. When Enclave Emily joins the call.
Not wrong. Oh my god, yeah, fucking Kree has access to Vinny's fucking Discord so he can use all of his fucking sound stuff. And we were going through them the other day. There's some fucking gold. There's some gold in there. It's fucking great.
This might genuinely.
That one especially. The fucking pipe drop.
Yes. I need to find whatever one, because you know one of them out there. There's gonna be a Discord server that has the Taco Bell ding, and I definitely want that fucking one.
Yeah, we definitely want that. Do the fucking Vine Boom. Do Vine Boom. Yes.
What's that sound from?
We're getting Inception.
Oh,
It's
is that Inception?
No, it's not.
Oh.
It's just Inception did the thing that was similar to that, and then everybody used it.
yeah, it was that back when Vine was popular. Like every fucking Vine had that goddamn like reaction thing. Like whenever like somebody would like turn their head or something like that and look at something, you know, they would have the Vine Boom sound effect.
Yeah. Oh wow! You know what? I have a server that actually has Vine Boom as one of its things. Right,
nice.
there it is. And then another one that's labeled "I piped your mom." What?
What?
I just wanted to see what this
I almost
was. Sorry.
know.
We don't have fart with reverb. If I could do the soundboard thing on my server, I'll 100% add it.
Fart with reverb in parentheses TikTok edit.
Oh god.
My buddy Ook has some crazy ones, like Cat Snore, Vine Boom, The Gwitty, Ass Blast USA 1 and 2, Baka Most Sus, Ook Nya. Oh no.
I have one that has uwu and emotional damage.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's from that fucking Chinese guy that does
Yeah.
the Asian Parents series.
Oh.
And he's like, oh no, emotional damage!
Here today I am going to teach you how to cause emotional damage on your son, also known as your failure.
Yeah.
Just a guy from Alabama. We are going to get to the super chats. We haven't forgotten them.
Yeah, it's just that somebody triggered the fucking horde. Somebody jumped on the car and Left 4 Dead, and now everybody was pushing fucking buttons.
I take no responsibility for the soundboard tangent, okay?
Yeah, it was entirely your fault.
No, it wasn't.
All right, $2 for just a guy from Alabama. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could Portuguese people be called Proto-Brazilian?
Kill yourself. No, for real though. No, they could not. No, they could not. Brazilians are more African than fucking anything. Do not associate them with us.
Alrighty then.
Wow.
Oh, well, here's one.
No, I'm not joking. 40% of the Brazilian population used to be slaves at some point.
Yeah, but here I'm talking about the next super chat. So $5 from Dark World XL. Thank you very much. A month for sexual orientation you have little control over. I will push exit down on that one. Versus a day for those who die for your freedoms. Yeah.
That's
We
bullshit,
should honestly have more patriotic months and themes, honestly. But I disagree on the whole sexual orientation thing. Because I do not subscribe to any nonsense science that because your ring finger on your left is longer than your ring finger on your right, therefore you're gay, sort of bullshit, pseudoscience, horseshit. No, it's all a matter of factors, especially when you're going through your developmental puberty phase and you start finding attractiveness or horniness, you know, if we want to go into that sort of thing. What you get exposed to can have wildly variant effects. Especially given the age of, the internet, and God knows what you're going to get exposed to.
Yeah, I think the internet has a lot to do with how people turn out nowadays. Like, unrestricted access to the internet definitely creates a very, very specific type of people.
Yeah,
me included.
Semi-bisexual and cat-gendered people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, you're going through an age where you're completely confused. You have no idea which way is up. Your body's going through massive changes that are dumping all kinds of fucking hormones, be it estrogen or testosterone, into your system. You're constantly like getting made fun of because your voice cracks and shit like that. Like you're just not having a good time in that moment of your life. And while you're going through all that, your body is getting itself primed for actually doing its, normal human function of being able to reproduce, to make another generation. So, yeah, you can be shocked what you'll randomly become suddenly engrossed with. It's like those people that, like, get attracted to balloons and popping balloons, stuff like that. It's like, how does that happen? It's like, that's not because, it's something you can't control. It's like, no, they were exposed to something at the right time that just stuck with them.
I am sexually attracted to an M1 Abrams cannon shot.
Based. I was lucky enough to not have my voice crack as like a teenager or anything. And apparently the trade-off is occasionally it'll just crack at random now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got pretty lucky with my puberty. I had some acne, and that was about it. And I didn't even have that much acne, so that was about the only thing.
Yeah, my acne
really,
was pretty calm.
I got a few.
Compared to some people I saw, which turned into fucking pizza face, and it's like, oh geez.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there were some people in my school where it was like, oh my god, what happened to you, Jesus?
Yeah. I know a sound we need to put on the soundboard for the future.
No. Okay, so another text of bull says sexually attracted to the M1 Grand Ping. That's called being normal. Okay. That is a dopamine hit, and if anybody's seen that video, it is fucking great.
I've seen a video of a guy shooting the M1 Garand. He says, "Get ready for the ping," and then it's a Discord ping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Discord. Whoop.
Get ready for the ping.
But no, the best one I've seen was from a channel. I don't know if it's from Hoot himself or if it's a channel very similar in like comedy and stylings. But there's a guy, he fires off the M1 Garand, he's like, oh yeah, and then he reloads another one, fires off a single round, and then it pings again. And a guy standing next to him was like, why? Why do you do that? Why are you loading like clips that only have a single round in them? And it goes, 1, because I'm not slow. 2, it's because it causes a ping. More reloads means more pings. More pings means more dopamine hit, which means I want more reloads, so more pings. So
yeah, I've seen that video.
Just constantly reloading single round stripper clips, the M-Lock clips into the M1 Garand. He's just going chook, 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 and just keeps firing it. And he's just like, oh yeah.
I think that was Russian Badger, wasn't it?
No, it might have been. But
yeah.
Hoot has that similar style and similar like comedy.
Yeah,
I
it's
should
great.
upload an M1 Garand ping video to the fucking Pornhub, I guess.
12-month membership message from Geiger. Thank you very much. Hi. 12 months. Sheesh. Here's to the next year.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Anyways, should we get on with the video? Oh, by the way, we do have to post a watch together in the new chat for Emily.
Yes.
We have to.
Yes.
Well, it'll be hard for her to
do.
It'll be hard for her to comment on it without it. You know what? That duck sound right there just reminded me. Like, I've been using the scientist scream from Half-Life as my censor thing in videos on YouTube. My original plan was to use the Cliff Racer's horrible scream from Morrowind, and it turned out that most of its like screams and screeches were just too loud, because their thing would be like, "Arr!" and that would go on for way longer than fuck does. So it just wouldn't work.
You'd cut it off halfway. Or else
it would sound like shit. I tried it.
Fucking bitch.
I tried it. It doesn't sound good. At least the Half-Life Scientist stream works well if cut off.
Yeah, and it's way more funny.
And then that one was so fucking perfect, though. When he throws, I think it's Shandi in that scene, and it's the
it's fucking perfect.
so good.
Now that I found a way to, not fast track, streamline censoring those videos, I should be able to get the Saints Row one censored fairly quickly. I think I'm just not even going to cover the other content I was planning on, because, like, fuck the dust moot, and the other thing takes an incredible time investment. So I'm just going to censor what I have, except for the added section addressing the Snakerers bit. And then I'm just going to upload that.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Alright, so we're coming in partway through this video, Emily. But
Yeah,
it was pretty shit beforehand. I don't think it's gonna recover before the end, because, you know, the curse of STAG is things get worse as they go.
We actually got a comment on the last stream, which hasn't been uploaded yet. Actually, no. This was before that. Okay. I have two things to talk about quickly. The last video we covered, that horrible, gamers are too negative nowadays or whatever, the guy who made that video commented on the stream, and he was actually pretty chill about it. That's something I can respect. That's pretty decent. There's a comment on the previous part of this stream, covering this video, where someone said that, something to the effect of being so rude was unnecessary or something. Yeah.
It's not about necessity, it's about the fucking principle of it.
Well, look, when someone says something stupid, you just kind of have to go, what the fuck? What are you smoking?
Someone says something stupid, I'm just gonna go. I need to stop. I love soundboards. I get addicted.
I should not have introduced her to the soundboard. $5 from Scorchercast. Thank you. The new Spider-Verse movie was sick, minus a little cringe. Thank God it's only a 1 year wait until part 2. Oh, it's a two-parter. $2 from Dark World XL. Thank you. My last chat was more about actions taken. I think
one?
the one about...
Oh, the sexual orientation month thing.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, still fucked.
Anyways, video. You guys all ready?
Yep.
No, let's go.
Setch?
Yeah, I'm ready. Sorry, I started reading your politics channel.
Don't do that.
Yeah, it's a bad idea.
That's a quarantine channel for a reason.
Yeah, but I like to wait in there with a fucking hazmat suit and a flamethrower at times.
The politics quarantine channel and its consequences have been disastrous for human civilization.
Oh, this is muted on my side.
Rejuvenate. Yeah, and I thought that was...
1 second. I'm gonna pause this. The video, compared to Discord, is really fucking quiet on my end personally. So I need to fix that because I could not hear what they were saying.
Well, that's a good thing because chat couldn't hear what they were saying either because I had this tab muted when I put it in originally.
Crease tabs.
Well, there you go.
Crease tabs.
Yeah.
It is one tab and we need it for the stream. Shut up.
Crease
Yeah,
tabs.
1 of the 1,000.
I can't believe you're being rude to my tabs.
Your tabs aren't real and they don't have feeling.
Really? In front of my miniature Prim Slim? I love that meme. Alright, let's grab...
Me, Netflix started showing the Fairly Odd Parents on Netflix now. So I've gone back and
Black?
No, they're showing the original Fairly Odd Parents. So it's in all of its 4x3 glory, baby. Yeah, which is wild to think about when you're actually trying to watch it. But no, so I can actually go back and like clip out a bunch of the fucking memes and shit like that now.
Oh.
It's fantastic. Like the "Boo lies at the patent office" one. I so want to clip that out and use it in an Acer Thorn video somehow.
Or the what his name was, the green-haired one. I haven't watched Fairly Odd Parents in ages. What was his name?
Cosmo.
Yeah, Cosmo being based and just saying, why do we need a woman? Oh, shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah. There are all kinds of like great little clips and stuff to take out of that for sure. I kind of hope they'll do Ed, Ed and Eddie on there at some point, so I can
Oh, that'd
grab a
be
bunch of stuff
great.
from that too.
I've been watching Neon Genesis Evangelion on Netflix just to check it out. I'm on episode 4 so far.
$5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. I've recently read The Revolt Against Civilization, The Menace of the Underman. It really makes you understand leftism on a fundamental level. Well, alrighty then.
I'll take your word
Leftists
for it.
don't understand leftism on a fundamental level. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, no, I think that might be part of the reason. Might be part of it. Like, it's utter insanity.
Yeah, a woman is someone who identifies as a woman. So what is a woman? It's someone who identifies as a woman.
Yeah,
What?
that's the biggest funny fucking thing. Is like, I love. Again, Matt Walsh has really shit takes when it comes to media and everything like that, and culture in general. But holy fuck, challenge him on trans issues. And like, they tried to ask him, was like, well, how would you define it? And he's like, a biological human female. I'm sorry, a biological adult human female. And it was just like, okay. They're just like all standing there like dumbstruck, like, what? No, you can't do that. It's fantastic. If you've never seen that clip, highly recommend watching that clip. He BTFOs the shit out of this weird paramedic. I think they're a paramed, who is one of those fucking loonies. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah,
And,
it was a
God,
paramedic because
great.
I'm pretty sure one of the things he says is like, so when you're treating, like a male patient or a female patient, like you just give them like the same drugs, right? Like, so, you don't have to do anything different between the two sexes at all. And they're like, actually, it's like,
Yeah, well,
also
the
there is a
one-
difference.
The best one that he had that completely destroyed her was like, so if you show up to a call and a man and he's writhing around on the ground in agony and he says he's having birthing pains, that he's going through like the actual act of birthing, you believe him inherently then, right? And it's just like, and she's trying in her mind, you can see the wheels turning of like, how the fuck do I get out of this question?
Yeah, she couldn't, by the way.
It's like, yeah, because the men don't go into labor. That's not a thing that men can do.
Anime has taught me that anything is possible.
Anyways, video.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I know not Boston, but it's sort of the idea of, oh, we can actually, through hard work, sort of rejuvenate part of this land.
Yeah.
And I thought that that was an interesting way to look at it. I also think that when it comes to the...
What?
If I remember right, they're just talking about like doing Project Purity. Project Purity in itself, it's like, but you don't rejuvenate the land at all with Project Purity.
That isn't
It's
even the
Oasis.
point. That isn't
Yeah.
even the point of Project Purity. The point of Project Purity is purely pure water.
Yeah, clean drinking
Yeah.
water. That's it. That's all Project Purity does. It doesn't rejuvenate or do anything else. It's just clean drinking water for an entire like setting that doesn't need water. Like, it's supposed to be a water crisis, but nobody talks about the water crisis. There is no water crisis.
There's
Whatsoever.
three water beggars, your dad and Dr. Lee.
Yeah, and that's it.
Sometimes a
There is
random
no water
encounter that you might not even get to spawn where people are fighting over a fridge full of water.
Meanwhile, it's Oasis that rejuvenates the wasteland, not Project Purity. And Oasis is an arbitrary choice of, oh, Harold, you should kill yourself. Oh, Harold, you should live. That's it.
It's a tiny bit deeper than that, but not by much.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
There's-
like one extra choice.
So you could kill Harold, you can burn him, which is obviously the evil thing.
Yeah.
You can put a thing on his heart to make it so the plants don't grow too much to keep Oasis small. There's a thing you could put on his heart to make the plants grow even more and spread to the rest of the wasteland.
And then you have the option to cut his heart open with a knife and kill him the merciful way.
Yeah, that's the original kill him way. Depending on which of those three you do, not the burning one, you get a perk.
Yeah.
It's a shame the game doesn't have end slides that detail the long-term effects of your action, because that might actually be a little interesting.
Yeah.
But we can't have anything interesting in a Bethesda Fallout game.
Yeah, I always just kill him with a knife because you get bark skin, which makes you just harder to kill in general. So I'm just like, well, it doesn't matter what I choose because there's no end slides that tell me anything about Oasis or what happens with it. So, like, fuck it. Who cares? Like, who cares if I put salve on him or not? It's like, fuck it. Just kill him, get the perk, move on. That's all this place is. Get a perk and leave.
Yeah. Unironically, though, why doesn't Bethesda want to do end slides? I don't know. I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Well, actually, going through the ML speech again yesterday for Part 2 of the Fallout 4 analysis remake, there is something that kind of illuminates why they might make some of the choices they do. Remember, ML is the lead designer, or the project lead behind many of these games now. He was talking about one of the quests in Fallout 4 very briefly that has some choices in it, and he says it's a shame that most people won't see much of the work that went into this quest, because he doesn't explicitly say this part, but because when you make a choice, then all the other choices are cut off and you're not going to see them. Which is a bit insane to me, considering this is a game series that's always been about choice, and he claims to have played the original games and enjoyed them and stuff.
Yeah, I guarantee it.
Yeah, I
don't think he has either.
He even said he played fucking Fallout Tactics when we watched that other interview with him the other day. It's like, that's a big extra.
Yeah, me and Cree watched that interview where it looks like Emil is like tweaking out. So we watched all of that video, and yeah, I was pushing X out hard when he said that he played Fallout Tactics. I was like, I don't believe you for a fucking second that you played Fallout Tactics.
I mean, he completed the tutorial.
I guess if we did technicality, sure, you played then, right? Because you obviously booted up the game and you did something in the game. You played it, but, you know, it's not... When we say played, it doesn't mean the same thing. It means, when we say played, we mean, like, finished.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, God, that fucking interview was insufferable. Not just because of Emil, but that fucking dude who keeps interjecting between the things. So, I don't know what the hell was going on with that. So, whenever the interviewer, instead of showing the interviewer just saying the question, the dude in the video would cut it and like, oh, well, the interviewer says this next question, and then doesn't show the interviewer saying the question. I'm like, why can't you just show him saying it? Why do you have to fill it in for him? Well, and also, he would put his dumbass opinion in there every once in a while, where he's like calling the fucking people who criticize Fallout stupid and shit like that. He's just like sitting there sucking Emil's dick, like, oh, Emil, oh, you're so right. Those fucking stupid fake fans who don't like Fallout 3, they're so stupid. Oh, as he rubs his nipples, I swear to God, I fucking hate
it's the South Park Cable Company moment.
Yep.
Oddly specific.
Well, that's because of what I was thinking of was the South Park thing, where the dude's like, "Oh yeah, oh, are you sad? Oh,
are you not satisfied with your thing?" And then they literally like pull open little nipple flaps that look like they're supposed to be pockets, but every employee has them, and they just pull them open. You realize that their nipples there, and they're just rubbing them. Like, "Oh yeah, tell us how much you hate our service." Oh yes.
Yep, it's literally that.
Yeah, and then literally just right in front of them, even to the point where they look at him like, the hell are you doing? It's like, oh, don't pay attention to that. Just keep talking about how bad we are.
Yeah, and after we sat through that whole thing, I am pretty convinced that it's not a medical issue and that he was just tweaking. Like he took like a line of coke or something before the interview. The stuttering, especially, like he was doing all the things that like a person who just did a line of coke or crack would do. Like the thing where like he lifts his upper lip and goes, it shows his teeth. Like the only thing he's missing is the like sounds that they do. That was like the only thing missing. Everything else, he was like almost biting his fingers. The constant stuttering. He can't get a fucking word out at all. Where he's just like, well, the thing with the thing
too with him like watching his speech yesterday is there's numerous times where he would start into a sentence and then like kind of trail off or get off track because I don't know, I guess he prepared for it the night before. Like during this section from his stupid TED talk where he's talking about great games are played, not made, he says that phrase, I don't know, like a fucking dozen times, and half of them are in sentences that never get completed because he, on the fly, changes what he's trying to say or what he's thinking. It's really weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, that video was fucking insufferable too, because I cannot for the life of me find the whole original interview. Because it's something Get Out There Yo shared with me. The original site that it was posted on is down. There's an archive of it, but that archive of the video only goes 10 minutes in when it's about 35 minutes long. The only version of it I can find is the one Pagan was talking about that we watched, where there's this other guy covering the video, where, yeah, he plays the video, and then, yeah, he cuts off the interviewer's question, and then a lot of times he just summarizes what ML had said, and barely adds anything else to the video aside from his dumb opinion now and then. It was fucking terrible.
Yeah, it's fucking awful, and you know, it makes us worried that maybe he cut stuff out of the video that he specifically didn't want people to hear, you know?
Can't you
like I could totally see that fucking idiot doing shit like that. Like, oh no, Emil said something that makes us look stupid. I'm gonna cut that out of the video and pretend it didn't exist.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't want to assume. Excuse me. I don't want to assume the worst.
But we are going to assume the worst.
I'm going to assume the worst.
Yeah.
$2 from Dark World XL. Thank you. Leftism is like Vast from Far Cry 3, but less tough. Alright then. $2 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you. Wakanda Forever. The future is black and female. Alrighty then. Such said he had to step away. I don't think he's going to miss much if we just continue the video, though.
God, if the future is anything like that fucking Little Mermaid remake, we're doomed.
Have you seen? There is a video mocking the Little Mermaid remake, and I was bursting out laughing because this guy does not hold any punches. And he basically goes, he points out how, you know, when people, the makers of the movie were like, "There's racism here." The guy, or called Reaper, yeah, the guy's called Reaper. He said the main actress has justified the backlash by mentioning racism. I think that she has a wider field of view than anybody else. If somebody pushed her eyes back into the correct position, then maybe she wouldn't see all of that nonsense.
Yeah, she's definitely got the Innsmouth look.
She's got a higher field of view setting.
God, yeah, it's so fucking bad. And I fucking love that their own fucking, like, the people that they tried to pander towards for this fucking film are now being like, oh, but what about the depictions of slavery? Where's the slavery at? This movie's awful. Where's all the slavery? I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
I agree. Slavery makes every movie better.
According to the left, yeah.
Should be free, End of sentence.
You want slaves to be free. I want slaves to be free. We are not the same.
Oh my god, the emote. Oh my god, it's literally her.
No, Omega Prime, I'm gonna do that better than you. Hold on.
Oh no. There's gonna be
no.
so
He's
much
gonna-
gap.
Yeah, he's gonna super separate the eyes. I can already
Look,
see it.
I really don't intend to be mean to this actress. But
I
for
do.
real, why the hell are her eyes in 2 different fucking postal codes? Or zip codes? Finally, a realistic 170 FOV.
I fucked up. Hold on.
YouTube removed your extra spaces. Get fucked.
YouTube doesn't want to let me tell the truth. Hold on. I know how to fix this. Hold on.
They're censoring you, Enclave Emily.
And this is literally 1984.
I like how it's just fucking broken.
I broke it.
Anyways.
We had something we were watching. What was it?
You can't even refer to them as left and right. They're east and west. All right.
Oh, fuck you.
Look, we have a video to cover. We can't shitpost all day, okay?
Yes, we can.
Shut the fuck up.
The story, though, you can't without talking about the world and how interactive and interesting it is, so that's kind of the next one we're going to move into. Number three.
Oh my god, I forgot how fucking obnoxious that was.
Yeah, that's fucking annoying. Oh my god, will you stop that?
If any of you go to therapy to cure your depression, you're a bunch of fucking useless retards. You should watch Stag instead.
I'm also, like, I just heard what he said, and I'm terrified for this next point. Oh, we're gonna talk about how interactive the world is? Fucking how?
I was drinking my Pepsi and this guy just types number 15 in chat.
Number 15.
Fucking, my hand is full of Pepsi, man.
Oh, you know what? We should bring you on for the next stream where we cover the fucking, the shitty ghost videos on YouTube.
Oh, yes. Let's do that.
I actually have a response to that offer, and that is...
So it's a yes then. Good.
It's a...
So I think this world is a really interesting setting, and actually, it's one of the most...
Okay, the setting of Fallout, I'll agree with you right there. The setting of Fallout is very fascinating. The problem is that Fallout 3 might as well not be in the Fallout universe. Like, Fallout 3 doesn't inherently need to be in the Fallout universe. It was just done for brand recognition. That's it. It doesn't even feel like Fallout 1 and 2.
Yeah. And most of the elements from the original games feel like they're placed here purely for nostalgia, not because of any actual creative intention behind them. Like, one of the best examples is the Super Mutants. In the first 2 games, they were really well handled. They were for the most part, an intelligent race in the world that had their own goals and beliefs, and especially in Fallout 2, they're just people trying to survive. They're not human, sure, but you know, that's the idea behind them. Then in Fallout 3 and 4 and 76, they're just a bunch of angry orcs that want to fucking kill everything. Like,
They're a local feminist convention.
yeah, exactly. And like, why include them if you're not going to do anything interesting with them? If they're just going to be rage monsters?
The mutants promote modern gender diversity initiative. It's like one of the mutants breaks down the door and it's like she, her.
See, that's the thing too, is I don't even have a problem with them adding rage monsters to Fallout. Just don't call them super mutants. Make them something else.
Yeah, make them some other kind of experiment or something that went wrong afterwards,
Yeah.
or something that naturally evolved in a super hostile world. A new being evolved to survive in this world.
Well, that's the thing too. Rather than having another variant of the FEV, which is just dumb and doesn't make sense based on what we know from the first 2 games, why not just invent a new mutagen that turns people into these rage beasts? At least that would make more sense than, hey, here's these recognizable things from the previous games that fucking ruined the lore for no reason.
Yeah, what if there was just something simple? Like, what if there was just a combat drug? It's something that was supposed to massively increase the production of testosterone and adrenaline within the body.
Yeah,
and
but
then
due to
after
radiation, it went bananas.
Yeah, and after it went, maybe it leaked into the water sources and everything like that. Now you have this society that's grown up in this full-on fucking, anger mode, but it's helped them survive because the world is so hostile.
Well, that's the thing. You could even still have the vault that has this mutagen. Again, just call it something different. Just call the result something different.
As Officer Hotpants says, that would actually work too, and that's why the purifier is important. Yeah, what if this combat drug that is just being mass-produced and is just dumping into the water supply? You can't shut it off at the source because there's no way to access said source. So your alternative is to get the purifier up and running so it stops poisoning all these different societies, and it's just causing people to go fucking bananas.
I'm going to add a little bit to this comment. They're putting chemicals in the water to turn the friggin' mutants gay.
You know what kind of annoys me is they made a model specifically just to show failed FEV experiments in Fallout 3, the weird hunchback things. And it's like, how much better would it have been if they had just been their own thing? Instead of a fucked up FEV thing, instead of super mutants, that's what we had instead.
Yeah, exactly. There's even mods. I remember installing a mod years and years ago when I still liked Fallout 3 that turned those things into actual enemies.
Yeah. It's like that could have been so much better. It's like you even went through the process of making the model. All you had to do was fucking attach a rig to it and animate it. And there you go. There's your fucking enemy type. And you could have not fucked up the super mutants by doing that thing instead, and it would have been just as interesting because it's like, look at this thing, it's fucking hideous.
Yeah,
and it would fit perfectly with the centaurs as well. God, those things are fucking hideous too.
That model, the failed FEV subject, is actually really fucking creepy looking too.
Yeah.
Imagine if it was a mix of super mutants and then those extra failed ones that are more berserk. So you'd be like, oh shit, a super mutant. Okay, let me do it like this. You get close and it's the failed super mutant or the mega mutant or whatever the fuck, and it becomes a whole new scenario because you were thinking you were gonna fight a super mutant, instead you fight that thing.
Yeah. I actually thought about this a little bit, if they had kept both that thing and the regular super mutants, and there's the super mutants will shoot at you and some of them will charge at you with sledgehammers and stuff, but this thing it can't use guns or anything, and it's literally just this rabid fucking, I kind of imagine it like the jockey from Left 4 Dead. And it just comes flailing down the fucking hallway at you with that one really long arm just going everywhere.
Yeah, that would be terrifying.
As it runs at you just fucking screaming. I'm like, Jesus Christ, that would be terrifying. Fuck that.
Give it a really, really fucked up scream too, where it's you know how the Half-Life 2 zombie, when you set it on fire, it has that really fucked up scream? Do something like that, but add like an extra layer to it so it sounds even less human.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's crazy about those screams from Half-Life 2 Zombies, right?
Yeah, they're speech backwards.
Yeah, backwards and slightly distorted.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's just like, oh god, people unscramble it, and it's like people screaming about like how much it burns and why does it still hurt and everything like that. And it's like, oh Jesus Christ.
This is my strong hand in a disturbingly high voice.
Emily. No.
Hold on, chat. I'll get this up for you. Enclave Emily found what the problem with the new Little Mermaid was. They needed someone like they needed someone on set to hold on to just push them back together every now and then.
Yeah.
The Little Mermaid 2023.
Yeah, because she says all she sees is racism. She has a higher FOV setting. You have to fix that. Going into the game file.
Eye Wrangler. I can't believe you three are being so rude to such a wonderful movie that isn't terrible at all.
Doesn't the movie have a fucking rap song by the bitch that plays Little Mermaid?
Not by the bitch who plays Little Mermaid, by the fucking seagull who sounds like a fucking 10-pack-a-day cigarette smoker.
Yeah. God, that fucking song is so bad.
Ultra-wide resolution!
You haven't heard it, have you?
Oh no.
Oh, I have to find.
Don't do it.
I'm not gonna play it on stream. I'm gonna link Enclave Emily to Mahler's tweet with the with the fucking sound with the Hold on. Is it still his pinned tweet? Please God, let it still be his pinned tweet. No, he didn't pin it. It's the Multiverse of Madness one. This will take me a minute to find. Oh, maybe not. Hold on. Okay. Enclave Emily. Open up this tweet and take a listen to this small clip from this wonderful song. I can't wait for the reaction. Hello.
I had heard like 3 seconds of it, but that 7 seconds just makes it all the worse.
What are you talking about? That is a goddamn work of art.
Yeah, it's a work, definitely. Like, fucking, like what?
Just struggle to even get through it. Like, Jesus.
Imagine being a kid and you go and listen to fucking remember the swat or whatever the fuck.
Wah. It's so bad. What the fuck were they thinking?
And it's an entire song. It isn't just 6 seconds. How the fuck does anyone sit through that?
Yeah, I don't know. I would kill myself if I had to sit through this fucking movie.
It's funny you should say that, Pagan, because just a guy from Alabama in chat, Creetosis, that seagull rap had me like electric plug bathtub emote.
Yeah, it really does. God, you were talking about like the scream for that creature. And I was like, oh, what is that scream from? Because I know there was like a game, and I don't think this is the one I was thinking of, but it kind of works. I could imagine they would sound like this, but instead of just one scream, it's like, you know, they're like
Constant?
doing it over and over, like yeah, like instead of just doing this one scream, it's just them going like losing their shit, but it sounds sort of like this.
I'm curious as to what this is. Be prepared, chat. I'm gonna play this stream, whatever it is.
Oh my god, that sounds like a leftist looking at a dictionary. What the fuck?
Oh my god, the Father Arundel scream.
Yeah. I love the meme. I love the memes of this fucking of Father Ariadale too. The fucking that one anime where it's like she's trying to feed this dude something that's like I don't know, bread with honey on it, and she's like, say ah, and then it just cuts to this and going, ah.
I don't think Emily's seen this though. I'm gonna send this down.
You could tell this is a really good and interesting video we're covering since we've done about 6 seconds of it.
I've seen that. I've seen that.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic. That is great. Based AI. I hate AI, and this is pretty fucking based.
I need to point out, chat just spelled N-I-N, which stands for 9 Inch Nails, who made Her, who is covered by Johnny Cash, which is an amazing song.
Go outside and touch grass if that's what you instantly think of when you see a bunch of letters.
Here's that here's that meme, by the way.
Anyways, video.
Most bleak to the whole restorative aspect of trying to get the water up. This world is just absolutely ruined. Mm-hmm. This is an extremely isolated game.
Which, again, doesn't make any fucking sense given the timeline. Why is it still ruined? Why is it still isolated? What the fuck is the problem here?
I actually saw a really good comment the other day saying how it's kind of amazing that the West Coast has built itself up so better from the apocalypse. Like, they have functioning nations forming and all that when they had less time, less warning for the bombs dropping than the East Coast did. And the East Coast is still like a complete shithole.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll have to watch that after. I see that file name. That is going to be an amazing edit. Oh my god.
It's only 20 seconds.
It is an amazing edit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Watch it, watch it, watch it.
Okay, you know what? To do this though, I have to drag Discord up so chat can see it too, okay?
The tab. Yep.
My honest reaction to that fucking song.
Alright,
Yeah.
are you ready, chat? I hope we don't get hit for copyright. Oh god.
Hey, have you not heard that?
Just click it.
I'm pausing for copyright. That is a good reaction to that song.
Oh my god.
I do know this October though, Cree. We have to have you play the game. No One Lives Under the Lighthouse.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Oh my god.
That'd be good for Spook Month.
Yeah, that is a good game.
The best thing for Spook Month is looking at my selfie collection.
Wow. And on that bombshell, tune in next week on Top Gear.
You know, I've never watched Top Gear, but the way you guys talk about it sometimes actually kind of makes me want to watch it. I don't even have a fucking interest in cars.
Yeah, that was the beauty of original Top Gear. You didn't need an interest in cars. They were just funny and had great chemistry with each other.
Yeah, I had no interest in cars whatsoever, and I love Top Gear. Like, I kind of tuned all the car stuff out, but the show was just so fucking funny. I always watched it. It was so good. Yeah, you should 100% watch it.
Yeah, like seriously, that episode is still one of the funniest episodes. They get the big fat man. Sorry, Jeremy Clarkson, but you are a big old man. They get him in the Reliant Robin, and he goes he goes down a slight incline from the driveway and tries to take a turn. Immediately flips the car on its side and is trapped. He's like, "Oh dear, help! Help!"
Yeah, every time he tries to turn in that fucking car, it flips over.
Yeah, and they have a great edit of him going, so then I got through the intersection the only plausible way, and then it just, then look at the intersection, and you just see the Robin sliding on its side to the intersection as he's going,
Some of my favorite episodes from Top Gear have got to be the ones where they're like doing the cross country thing, like where they have to cross through Africa or South Korea. Those are the best. Those ones are fucking hilarious. I love those.
I also love it too. Is like, well, we promised not to bring up the war while we were here, like when they were going through Germany. Meanwhile, they're just constantly like they decked out their vehicles in tons of British swag and the keep calm and carry on and everything like that. Like they're intentionally trying to antagonize every motherfucker they see. It's great.
I love when they went to fucking South Korea. And they're talking about like the anti-capitalist sentiment, everything, there and everything, and all this stuff. And then they go to the souvenir stand, and they buy a bunch of the like souvenir gift shops. Like literally just like the most capitalist thing you've ever seen.
Yeah, it's like
it's
the
really funny.
Karl Marx Cemetery.
Yeah.
Gift shop.
Yeah. It's fucking hilarious.
Dude, it's just such a great show. It genuinely is really, really fucking funny. And
I'm sorry. Hold on. Just the guy from Alabama says, "Pagan, what did they do cross Africa trip in an APC?"
Oh, that's the best part. It's just the really shitty fucking like hobbled together cars that constantly break.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
My favorite is when they have to actually build their own vehicle things whenever they do those challenges just to be funny.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're... Or especially when they work as a team and they're like, okay, how do we stop? Oh, well, you stick this... you take that wooden mallet there and you push it against that and that'll slow us down.
Yeah. I like how during the Africa trip one, I forget why they did it, but Hammond, they had to tie like a log to the back of his car as they're going across this dirt road. And I don't remember why they did that exactly, but he's just driving with this thing dragging behind him, and at one point it hits like a bump, it flips through the air and goes right through his back windshield.
In terms of how, you encounter a lot of NPCs, but a lot of them want you dead. A lot of them don't care about you. It's very much an every person for themselves world, which it
shouldn't be.
Yeah, it should. There should
I'm
be
not even
more
sure I
to
fully
it.
agree with that, though.
Yeah, again, he's wrong because it's not, but the fact that it makes people even think that is a fucking problem, right? Because, one, Megaton isn't out for itself. Megaton is a trade hub. Canterbury Commons is a trade hub. Megaton is an obvious center of trade where tons of people are going to come as a crossroads town. Rivet City is obviously trading with the other towns. It's not everybody's out for themselves. There are these clear groups. It's just that when you're playing the game, it feels like, oh, here's generic NPC that won't talk to me and has already started shooting at me.
Yep. The only place that is even remotely kind of standoffish or weary of you is fucking Big Town and Little Lamplight. Those are the only two places that even remotely kind of are go away.
Yeah, because Paradise Falls you could get to accept you pretty easily. Worst case scenario, if you're too good for them, they'll just have you enslave someone and then they'll let you in. Tenpenny Tower, there's no question about letting you in, regardless of doing the Blow Up Megaton quest or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even Andale, the town of fucking cannibals, don't care about who you are or what you do until you start going rummaging around in their fucking cannibal shed and basement.
Yep. So yeah, he's just straight up wrong about that. And it's just so weird, like, seeing how in, like, Fallout 2 and even in some areas of New Vegas, like, they're building new stuff. Like, it's not just fucking shacks everywhere.
Well, even
or
Fallout
living out
1...
in bombed out buildings.
Even Fallout 1
even
has people building new stuff that aren't, like, crap shacks. All of Shady Sands is entirely new.
Yeah, exactly. There's, like, Adobe buildings.
Sandstone and Adobe, yeah.
Yeah, there's, like, Adobe buildings and stuff and all kinds of new infrastructure, and just they're building new things, and they're actually creating, like, a government. And then you go to the East Coast, and it's still fucking ramshackle shacks and no government to speak of whatsoever.
But they also somehow don't have tribals.
Yeah.
Yeah, but somehow they don't have, like, any kind of tribal societies. It's so fucking weird. The only tribal societies that is even remotely in Fallout 3 comes in the DLC for Point Lookout. And those tribals are, like, the shittiest tribals ever. They just attack you on sight, basically.
Well, that's another thing, yeah, as Overlord points out, Shady Sands has farms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also weird how there's that water beggar outside of Megaton. When Megaton has their water purifier, or... Yeah, their water system that you can drink from, and he just doesn't do that. And apparently they're not letting people into the town, even though they have a whole building full of nameless randos. Who, like, the whole point of that building is for the random people who don't have a proper home to go live in.
Yeah. It's really weird. Like, there's no reason the guy outside of Megaton can't just, one, live in that building, and two, drink the water that's already in the town. In fact, it's even more weird considering when you get there, the pipes are leaking. Like, there should be no reason why he shouldn't be able to just drink from those pipes.
Yeah. But as usual...
This video is so interesting. I've just been staring at a gif of Yoshi twerking, like, for the last 60 seconds.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Which is very different to acting like Fallout New Vegas, where it seemed a lot more settled, and there was more structure, or even Fallout 4, where even though there wasn't a ton of structure, there were so many settlements, and a lot of them traded between.
So many settlements? What the fuck are you talking about? There's 3. Good Neighbor, Diamond City, and Bunker Hill. That's it. All the settlements that become, like, places are places you build. That doesn't fucking count.
Yeah. Or even better to this point is, or like Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, where, you know, there were actual societies and governance and factions rising.
At least Fallout 4 even tried to, like, imply that they tried to make a government, and it fell through because of the Institute.
I can't believe we're defending Fallout 4.
I know. It's pretty sad that we have to actually give a point to Fallout 4 for something, because Fallout 3 couldn't even be ours to do it.
Yeah.
In the past?
Anyway, we got these two morons that are talking about how, like, awesome it is. It's like, what the fuck?
In the past few weeks, between working on Part 1 and Part 2 of the Fallout 4 analysis, I have nearly 9 hours of video talking about how shit that game is. And...
yeah, going over that script with you, like, reading your script and everything.
All you read was a small portion of it.
Yeah, I know. I haven't even read that much, but, like, seeing the videos you've done, like the remakes and stuff and all that stuff, just, oh my god, dude, this Fallout 4 fucking sucks. It's so bad. You keep finding more and more problems too.
Yeah. Like, there was a point where I was planning on reading through the list of dialogue for major characters in Fallout 4, and I knew that was going to be a time-consuming thing, but I felt it was going to be worth it because it'll either answer questions or I'll find more problems to talk about. I got partway through 1 before I decided to stop because it raised so many issues on its own.
Hey, Creetosis, you've been working a lot on the video, right?
Yeah.
So how about I give you a new thing that's actually wrong with Fallout 4? Or is your script long enough?
The script is long enough, but I'm actually curious to find out if this is something I already know or not, because
okay.
I have so much knowledge at this point of how shit this game is.
Yeah, okay, so you know the turret section where you kill the giant super mutant by helping the Brotherhood of Steel. You go into
Yeah.
it. Yeah, okay. There is a bug where you cannot enter the thing, the
Vertibird?
Or, yeah, the vertibird. The game will not let you go in. So when I played Fallout 4, I thought that I was supposed to go down and kill them myself. So because the game did not allow me to get into the vertibird, the AI did not turn on. Meaning that when I was walking to the place with all of the instance, not only did a bunch of bandits spawn in the town right next to it and just refuse to acknowledge me, and I know that they refused to acknowledge me because after I beat the mission, then they were active. But when I actually went into the place with the giant super mutant and all the other super mutants, I just stayed in the house and the fucking super mutant bugged out on me and just didn't know what to do, so I just kept shooting it through an opening and it was stuck. You know how in some games NPCs get stuck on walls or whatever? Yeah, imagine that with the big super mutant and me just shooting it with a pipe pistol.
Why the fuck are you using a pipe pistol?
Because I ran out of ammo on all the other guns. Because
No. Why are you even fucking carrying it?
Look, I was new to the game and I was trying to figure out what the fuck to do. The vertibird
That's
did not
excuse,
work.
it's a pipe pistol!
Look, I had like 1 hour in the game at that point, okay?
It's a fucking pipe pistol!
I had to do something. I ran out of ammo on every other gun.
No!
But yeah, basically what happened is that they thought so little of the possibility that you may not go into the turret section that I managed to break the first big section of the game by simply walking down there and just staying near a building and just watching the giant mutant get stuck.
Also, you couldn't have been an hour in if you didn't know what you were doing, because it takes quite a while to get, like, maybe 2 or 3 hours, but not an hour.
Dude, I don't know how long it was until I got to that point, okay? I just mean I didn't play the game much and I was just trying to figure out how to do stuff.
Let me put it this way, if you've been out of the vault for more than 5 minutes and you're using a pipe pistol, you're doing something wrong.
Dude, I ran out of ammo and everything
I don't
else.
care.
What do you want me
I
to
don't
do?
care.
You had a pipe pistol in your inventory still. you get slapped.
Yeah, I deserve that.
Don't shame men? Oh, I will shame!
Shaming needs to come back.
Who am I working for? The President of the United States. Why is your video feed? Why isn't your video feed working?
Well, you just gave away the secret. The Fed boys are after you now. They gotta cut the feed.
Oh shit, they'd be glowing all the way from here to the United States. Fucking hell, if I ever get lost in a forest, I'll just start spouting conspiracy theories and everything will light up and my way will be revealed.
Yes. That's how that works.
Each other, so both of those worlds were pretty intact compared to Fallout 3. Fallout 3
No. It's not just those worlds, and Fallout 1, and Fallout 2, and Fallout Tactics. Basically, we have 5 games versus the 1 game. There might be a problem here when the 1 game stands out as such a huge outlier.
Yeah. Like, even fans of this game will often defend it by saying this game should have taken place 20 years after the war, or something. Which that might fix some issues, but not all of them. At the very least, I can excuse, like, the sort of ramshackle fucking shit towns like Megaton being made out of scrap if it took place 20 years after the war. Because I can imagine humanity holding out a little bit like that before descending into tribalism. Like, actual tribes. You know?
Yeah. And again, you get to see part of that too, that tribalism will still exist in Fallout 2. Because the Brotherhood of Steel is in decline. They are losing. Their ideology, their tribe, so to speak, is collapsing. And to emphasize this, one of the most powerful images is the fact that there's a tribal wearing a power armor helmet with a bunch of tribal symbols on it.
Yeah.
Kind of emphasizing the fact that the Brotherhood of Steel are a faction that will not make it.
I have around 400 hours in Fallout 4. I have never used a pipe weapon, ever. See? You've got it right. Well, I mean, not completely right because you put 400 hours into Fallout 4, but you didn't use a pipe weapon.
Look, when you run out of ammo due to the game being a buggy piece of shit, you kind
No
of have to figure
excuse!
it out. Yeah, I
None!
should've just clicked uninstall then, but then I got all the way to the railroad before I fucking uninstalled.
That's a good
By
point.
the way,
there's many good points to uninstall due to the stupidity. That is one of them. What do you think of the
saved me a
railroad's
lot of
amazing
business
password?
It's like my Club Penguin password.
oh, okay. Well, now I know. Everybody go to Emily and type in Penguin or Club Penguin. You'll get the password. And
There's actually a little bit I'm considering adding to part 1 of the analysis, even though it's pretty much done. And that's talking about an argument Acerthorn brought up where Deacon will say that it's a miracle if anyone could even spell the word railroad. Because you can actually question them about their password. And that doesn't help the game when, like, even dumb raiders who are portrayed to be the worst of the worst, like the dumbest people out there, still, like, type all their stuff and have written notes.
Look, I'm just gonna have my password be a racial slur and nobody will get it.
you want to know what's fascinating?
No.
If you look at like people's level of intelligence versus their ability to write, holy shit! Look back at the days of a Confederate farm boy soldier in the South and read some of his written letters back to home, and it is the most eloquent, well-written, and articulated fucking thing you will ever read. And then read some of our current, modern-day, retarded fucking professors and what they write, and you're like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, society has fallen.
I've seen Instagram posts where people misspell as an A thing. They misspell that with U, and they, instead of the letter A, they use UH.
Wow. But
yeah,
no,
because...
it's one thing. It's not like the spelling isn't the important part about the Confederate letters either. It's just that they are so articulate and they have such verbose like words and dialect and vocabulary. It is crazy. And these are Confederate good old boys who weren't as well educated as the Northern troop.
They were away down south in the land of cotton, where old times there are not forgotten. You know, me and my mom actually find that so catchy from time to time when she's driving me around when I go back to visit her. We actually sing along to that song on her fucking speakers in the car.
Oh my god.
So it's literally just my mom's Jeep cruising down the road, and you just hear, "Oh, way down south in the land of cotton."
I love that song.
Just a guy from Alabama has gone full savage mode. A Frenchie, a Proto-Brazilian, and a pipe weapon user. For shame, Enclave, Emily.
I'm going to commit a war crime on you.
Yeah, I agree, BG. Back when books were the main form of entertainment, so yeah, a lot of reading and writing went hand in hand more so, because you had literature being how you got entertainment. But also $5 for just a guy from Alabama.
Thank you.
I wish there was a Wolfenstein-like game, but you fight Soviets instead of Nazis. I want a communist game under Power Fantasy. There kind of is. I'm trying to think.
The fact that you have to think about it is a problem. There should be more games.
Yeah, I agree.
There should be more games where you're exterminating comedies? Commies.
Yes.
And pinkos.
Yep. I absolutely agree. I think there should be.
I don't remember who said this. It was some Korean War veteran. And there's this fucking quote of where a journalist is asking, so how does it feel to take a human life? And he responds with, I don't know, I've only killed communists.
Oh yeah, I fucking love that.
Yeah, based. Absolutely based.
Communists are not people.
They really are. They're more like a fucking diseased hive mind.
They literally they literally see themselves as a collective. So as long as you don't destroy the entire collective, what's the issue?
That's what I mean. It's a diseased hive mind.
Also,
no. I disagree with that, Scorchercast. That's the whole thing of Ayn Rand specifically calls it out, better dead than red, which is it's a catchy statement, but no, the conservatives and normal rational people shouldn't say that. It should honestly be better to see the Reds dead.
And her point behind that was better dead than red. Gives the idea that death is the only alternative.
Yeah, that it's either death or the way to life is communism. But it is unintentionally endorsing communism, that whole better dead than red. That's why Ayn Rand specifically said the phrase should be better to see the Reds dead.
Oh, by the way, it was a Polish mercenary in Africa, says chat. I had forgotten.
Oh, that was the one thing of internet lingo has ruined speech, and it was talking about an incident where a suicide bomber from the nation of Chad bombed a marketplace.
Oh no.
And it was Chad bomber kills 11 in marketplace.
Yeah, I remember that. I saw that. That was great.
Everybody who's had that article goes, "Oh no, internet lingo has ruined this forever."
Can you feel my heart?
I'm not sure we've ever been more off topic on stream than we are today with this fucking video.
Which is funny, because when I came in, coming into this one, I was fully expecting, I was like, oh yeah, we're probably only going to watch the video and talk about it. We probably won't even have much to talk about this week.
And then I came in.
Yeah,
and
then we brought in the fucking Frenchie.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Cheers, guys!
I do want to get through this video today. I don't want to do a part 3 covering this list of 5 things.
No, we are not doing a part 3. We will eject the video if we can't get through it today.
We'll fucking eject Emily.
Before we continue, I just want to say, chat, there's 116 of you motherfuckers here, but only 42 likes. Come on. You're getting good entertainment. Come on. This is a strategy a Portuguese YouTuber does, and it usually gets him a lot of likes. Are you guys gonna like the video? Does it actually work? I want to try it.
Well, here's something better for chat. In less than 2 weeks, you'll get the remake of the Fallout 4 Analysis Part 1.
So click the like button.
Here's something even better for chat. Kree's about to suffer here very soon because a certain game is being released very soon.
Oh yeah, fucking, oh my god, Amnesia the Bunker. Oh.
I can only hope that it will actually be a good game.
I hope it's a good game too.
But I'm not gonna hold my breath.
The fact that they replaced the writer, well, apparently replaced the writer. We've heard they replaced the writer. I don't know if that's true or not. But if they did, that gives some hope for sure. Because, Jesus Christ, Amnesia Stillbirth was fucking garbage.
It was a stillbirth, you could say.
Yes, that's why I called it Stillbirth.
Isn't that actually the title of the game?
No, it's Amnesia Rebirth.
Ah, so you call it Stillbirth. Oh, that's very smart.
I don't even know what the fucking Rebirth even means in the title. The subtitle of the thing is supposed to mean something. What does Rebirth have to do with fucking anything in Amnesia Rebirth? Nothing at all. Nothing gets reborn. The most that happens is your character turns into a fucking monster.
You turn into a goblin.
I love that it's being called Stillbirth enough that people actually think that's what the fucking title is.
Yes.
Wait, you mean Fear Flash is the game? Oh, fucking Fear Flashes.
Yeah.
Amnesia the Bunker is immediately going to be a 0 out of 10 if there's a fucking Fear Flash in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna go past a corner. You've been in the dark for a bit, and it starts. The screen starts to tremble. The audio starts picking up, and then you're worried that you'll get jump scared, and then out of nowhere.
I know we talked about it last time,
I'm losing my.
but I still just find it so funny that they tried to fucking coin that fucking phrase, the Fear Flash thing. It's like, oh yes, the very original concept of early 2000s jump scare, like PNG on screen
with a scream.
With a scream,
well,
yeah.
They had to do that because they're the company known for making really good fucking horror games, particularly The Dark Descent, which doesn't have cheap jump scares in it. And being that's what they were known for, they couldn't be like, they're saying jump scares. They're not jump scares, they're fear flashes, yeah. It's fucking dumb, I hate it so much.
Yeah, it's so fucking lame.
Video.
It has to be the most nuclear devastated, destroyed setting that I can think of in a video game. And I know games like Metro, they come a little close in terms of just a post-apocalyptic.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna tell you on comparison, Metro is way more devastated. They can't go to the fucking surface without protective gear.
They can't go in a lot of places in the underground without protective gear. And when you go onto the outside, there's even certain areas where, even with all of your protective gear, you're fucked.
There are fucking demons in the Metro series. That's what they call them. They call them demons because they're basically like winged fucking gargoyles that come around and pick people off that dare to walk on the surface.
In Metro Exodus, you go into Novosibirsk, which is so irradiated that staying outside for more than 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes, it makes you collapse and die.
Oh.
Yeah, there's also a reason why in Exodus it was such a big like revelation that there are even people living on the surface outside of the city. Like they didn't even think that was possible. So when they hear like, "Oh my God, you're from this village that's, you know, like this far away," we didn't even think that was possible.
Yeah, and honestly, it makes. I haven't played Exodus, by the way. I'm still boycotting them. No, I will keep the boycott forever.
It's not very good, honestly.
Fuck you, Peg. You're just wrong.
No, it's not very good. I've seen multiple playthroughs of it. It's meh. It's not bad. I do like the ending. I don't like the rest of the game though.
Yeah, that's because you're watching playthroughs and you're watching bitch. The game is very atmospheric. Like the whole point is having you.
I don't care. I'm not talking about atmosphere. I'm talking about the story and the writing. I don't need to play it. I don't actually need to play it myself to know if the writing is good. And for the most part, it's not.
Are you sure? Because there's multiple outcomes. It's kind of like Fallout New Vegas, even.
Yeah, I know it has multiple outcomes. I just said I like the endings. I don't care for the rest of the game, though.
No, I'm telling you, it's not the endings, even. The game will go very differently for you based on how you play and what you do, and none of the options are put on your face. It's just how you play. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, I'm still not going to buy the game because of the shit they pulled, so it doesn't matter anyway. But yeah, I disagree. I don't think it's that good.
But back to the point of the destruction. There are literally monsters which carry around radiation. It's fucking insane. And this guy says, "Oh no, Metro's a bit better." Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but have you considered there's a bit of rubble on the ground in Fallout 3?
Yeah.
No, like Jim Sterling when he says you get stuck on rubble on the ground, and he shows a clip of him moving around perfectly.
No, Bezin, I'm not I'm not gonna do that method. So Bez says you can play the game without buying it. No, I'm not gonna do that method. I don't want to give them any screen time for it. Again, it's a boycott. I don't want to give them anything at all. I'm honestly to the point I want the company to actually go under. I don't want them to continue in the games industry.
Fallout 3 has glowing ones? Yeah, but they're rare and they're not that big of a threat. In Metro, you're just walking through a tunnel, right? There's not many places you can go. It's just forwards. And you'll just randomly come across a fucking place that almost murders you in terms of radiation. That's how fucked the game is. Even underground, in the Russian metros, you just walk in underground and then suddenly, boom, burst of radiation. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, the radiation in the Metro games is a lot more dangerous.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that if you go outside, you have to wear a gas mask, right? And if you get hit, like even less than when you're on underground, if you get hit a few times and it breaks your mask, you're fucked.
Yeah, I do like that you have to keep your mask repaired and get the filters. You have to find filters and replace yours every once in a while you're on the surface, or you'll die.
Craft them as well.
There was a fantastic choice that wasn't an obvious choice, and I liked it in Last Light, where you could save the guy who was your friend turned enemy. You could actually save him. And again, it's not spelled out that you can do anything to him, but if you go up to him while he's struggling to breathe, you can actually swap out his mask and everything like that and give him one that actually works.
I love that. You can do that. Yeah, there's a lot of things in Metro that I really like. I liked Last Light quite a bit. I had a few issues with it, but I still really liked it. I fucking love the bugs. Anytime you do one of those those sequences where you have to move through this area with the bugs and shine the light on them and stuff, I love that stuff.
Oh, the spiders. Fuck off, I hate the spiders.
I love the spiders. That is so creepy and it's so well done.
I hate spiders. They're fucking terrifying.
The sounds, the crawling sounds too. The fucking as they come towards you. I'm like, ah!
And the echo of them far away. It's like, fuck.
Yeah.
When I play in a spider section in any of the Metro games, what I do is I try to bait them out and keep them at a distance, or I go into a corner where 90 degrees and I just put my flashlight on the ground, like 45 degrees down, and then the spiders can't get close to you, and I'm like, I'm safe here. I'm safe here. I'm safe here.
The thing that I don't like in the Metro series is the fact that there are communists and Nazis in it, full faction communists and Nazis, to the point where the Nazis even speak German and have Germanic equipment and everything, and it's just like Panzer tanks and stuff. That's pretty fucking silly.
Yeah, and they even do the same fucking we're gonna measure their skulls and stuff like that, and if they're not the perfect size, we execute them and throw them down a chute.
Yeah, that's weird as fuck. I can understand fascism rising, because again, if you're gonna have socialism rise, fascism is gonna naturally spawn off of that. That's the two go hand in hand, for God's sakes. So it just makes sense. But the fact that they're actually full Wehrmacht hair, Schutzstaffel equipment and everything, with actual Panzer IVs on the metro lines and things like that, is so fucking dumb.
Yeah, it's really weird.
On the metro line? Or was
remember when you're doing the thing where you have to sneak through the Nazi encampment in Last Light? You have to pretend to go through all the checkpoints and everything like that. You can actually see some of the tanks, air quote, and they're just basically like metro cars like you have, but it's an actual Panzer IV that's been fucking put on the track.
Was it a Panzer IV? I could have sworn it was just some random T-34 looking piece of shit that was in there. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I said the two go hand in hand, because fascism is a form of socialism. It is. It spawns off of socialism.
It literally did spawn as a form of socialism. It's literally in the text.
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
National
they go hand
Socialist
in hand.
Party.
It's like the people will be like, "Oh look, Antifa! It's in the name, anti-fascist." Okay, so National Socialist then.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's just it's just it's such a weird thing. Like, I can understand communism coming back and in that thing where, because now you're gonna have a controlled population and everything like that. I can understand communism coming back. When it comes to Nazism coming back, I don't get it, because you don't have an actual state governance sort of thing. So you can't have everything for the state, including the workers for the state sort of thing. But you also, like, why would you have people like going full Nazi eugenics either?
It kind of makes sense though, because you have the leader, the Führer, which is gonna get you through this crisis and all that shit. But then the eugenics part makes sense because it's a radioactive world and you don't want to be with people that could get you sick or irradiated or whatever, or mutants. So I can sort of see a world where that would be taken to an extreme. I mean, I don't have to see it. Look at it in our world. The COVID-19 happens. Some people show, and they're like, and they basically treat
No. Okay, so
people as second
this is
class.
more what I was getting at. So Get Out There Yo explains, like, it's explained that these factions were artificially set up in the deeper lore.
Oh yeah, by the fucking what were they called? The secret government that was all over the metro and was hiding the fact that there was an outside world. What were they called?
I don't remember.
Ah, fuck, forgot his...
But yeah, if stuff came about naturally, I could see communists coming back naturally. Right? I can't see fascists coming back naturally, and I could see monarchists coming back naturally. Honestly, I think that would be interesting. That would be more of an interesting conflict. The Reds and Whites versus each other again.
Yeah, the Unknown Watchers. That's what they're called. The Unknown Watchers. They set this up.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to the video.
Hellscape Fallout. It was a very interesting setting because you're pretty much dropping people into a first-person shooter VATS game, very different than the previous.
I hate when people do this. Is like they realize that what they said is completely not original, so they have to keep adding on qualifiers.
Yeah.
Just more and more and more. And it's like, okay, everything you just said is still there. VATS game. It's like, okay, there's the super hyper specific thing.
I'm sorry, what did he say completely? Because you kind of paused it halfway. Let me just...
Fallout. It was a very interesting setting because you're pretty much dropping people into a first-person shooter VATS game, very different than the previous games.
Oh my god!
Wow, yeah. And it'll be very different from the next games coming out as well. Interesting.
Let me go look in the Steam category for first-person shooter VATS game. Different from all the games, which didn't have VATS.
Also, there's a super chat from Get Out There Yo for $3. Thank you. 5 copes for Fallout 3. Oh.
That's kind of what this is turning into.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're going even route of, like, everything's dead, good luck.
And I thought the world itself, it makes sense why it was so destroyed, because it's literally the capital of the United States. Like, that would be target number 1 for enemies.
Right.
But...
honestly, it wouldn't, actually. Like, this is the misconception. Sure, you do want to target it. It will be a target, for sure. But your primary target is going to be stuff like the Pentagon, stuff like Fort Hood, stuff like Fort Knox. You're going to go after military. Yeah. So Fort Henderson here in Indiana is going to be a prime target, especially Fort Henderson, because it's the second biggest military installation in the entire United States. So that one's definitely getting targeted. But it's just like that. Those would be your targets. Like that's your primary. Once your primary is established, your secondary would be infrastructure. So you would go after places that would hold crops, supplies, go after like railway hubs and things like that. You want to destroy the entire infrastructure of your enemy And then your tertiary target, sure, would be your capital, right? It'd be down the list. It'd be a target for sure, but you want to cripple your enemy. Taking out the capital first doesn't cripple your enemy. It instead turns it into a martyr situation.
Also, the fact that Washington was targeted only explains the initial damage to the city. It doesn't explain why no one has rebuilt anything in 200 years.
It doesn't explain how vegetation hasn't grown back. Look at fucking Chernobyl. That was a full nuclear meltdown, and there is grass.
Yep.
Well, it didn't... There was no, like, hellfire. It was just radiation leak. Like, it did kill some of the plants and everything, but it didn't, like, burn them away.
Like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The stuff has also come back.
Yeah, those are better examples. I'm just saying, like, Chernobyl isn't a great example.
Yeah.
Like, you'd think there would at least be grass that people could touch. Maybe then they'd come up with a better fucking plot line.
Yeah, there definitely would be vegetation regrowing by this point. There would definitely be some.
I remember they explained this. Like, originally this was supposed to only take place a few years after the bombs fell, and then they changed it somewhere in production. That was a stupid change.
Yeah,
this level of destruction makes way more sense if it's only a few years after the destruction happened.
Yeah, if this was like 10 or 15 years after the bombs fell, I could understand, but no, it's like or actually, is it exactly 200 years in Fallout 3?
Yes, it is. Because the bombs were dropped in 2077. Fallout 3 takes place in 2277.
Right. Okay, yeah, I thought it was exactly 200 years. So yeah, that makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, Emil,
is a
during
shit
one
writer?
of the not only that, but during one of the behind-the-scenes things, they talked about when it was going to be set. Same thing with why they shifted it to Washington, D.C., because Emil's an idiot, and he's like, who can blow up Washington, D.C. better than we can?
Yeah.
God, he's fucking insufferable.
Oh, no.
£5 from Threadnought. Thank you. Woke Saints Row, Halo Reach, Fallout 4, Skyrim, and Diablo 4. Have fun, furries, Frenchie. I'm not a furry. And also, that's not enough to start tangenting. You're just listing things.
Yeah, I just look at chat, and the first thing I see is just in all capital, gerbling. Why? Why would you put that? What the fuck? What?
Gerbil.
I didn't realize fucking Richard Gere was in here.
$3. Oh, go ahead.
Free Australian from Get Out There, yo. Thank you. Who can blow up Fallout lore better than we can?
I mean, they certainly have done a good job of fucking shitting all over Fallout's lore. They do such a good job shitting over Fallout's lore that they even shit over their own lore additions to Fallout.
Yes.
Yep. All the time.
And remember, these are the same idiots that were trying to figure out a way to put magic in the Fallout universe and calling it radiation magic.
Yeah. Oh,
I shit you not. That is actually a thing they are trying to do and tried to do.
Yeah, that's something that was in ML's stupid TED Talk that I watched yesterday for scripting the end of the Part 2 analysis remake. And I've included that into the script, of course. He says it's the Museum of Witchcraft that he's talking about. And one of the ideas they had was, we were thinking of putting some witches in there that instead of using magic, they use radiation like magic. And we could have used Skyrim's system for it if we hadn't torn it out. But since we had already taken it out, he mentions it was in there originally, the magic system, because it's the same engine. But then it was taken out at some point, so they couldn't do that idea anymore. And he said, we weren't going to put that back in for, like, a couple of characters. And it's like, oh my god. Whoever tore that system out of the engine is a goddamn saint for preventing that.
Yeah.
They're an actual hero, an unsung hero.
it's just crazy to me that like they could somehow make Fallout even more
retarded.
But well, I don't even want to say that because it's like the original Fallouts had psychers, but then somehow Bethesda wants to make it even worse. Like they like even more than that. It's just like why psychers are already kind of a thing for Fallout. It's like the fact that the idea that you'd want to go more than that, even it's just like that's weird.
Yeah.
ML Pagliarillo did another presentation aside talks from story. What's it called exactly, and is it more or less cringeworthy than TFS? That's the one I'm talking about. I'm just calling it a TED Talk, because I don't feel like listing talks from story or whatever the entire thing is called every time. Everyone knows what I mean when I say TED Talk. He did do an interview with a site called Pixel TV, and we were talking about this earlier. That site has gone down, and I can't find a full copy of the original interview. The best you can get is someone commentating it on YouTube that cuts out about half the... I should say half the video, but large chunks of the video. And... Yeah.
And I really don't trust it. Like,
it's a really bad coverage of that video.
It is. The fact that he basically cuts out the interviewer's questions entirely and just repeats them himself. But then also, like, because he does it so much... Yeah, and he summarizes things. The fact that he does it so much, it's just like, I can't not assume he didn't cut something out that he didn't want people to hear.
Sorry. We do have it. It's on the Wayback Machine. We do have a full backup. It's there. I sent it to you in DMs. I tried watching that thing. It keeps stopping at the 10-minute and 36-second mark. I tried downloading it using the archive link, and the video downloader program I have, and it stops about halfway through. I cannot get the whole thing, because I tried playing it to record it, and again, it stopped at the 10-minute and 36-second mark. I even tried a previous backup of it on the Wayback Machine, and same problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was... I mean, I have my problems with the world personally, and we can get into those in a different video. But the idea of just playing in Washington, D.C., I think is...
No, why not get into them here? I wish you would get into them here. I really do wish you would get into them here.
But we can't talk about them here, Such, because this is 5 things Fallout 3 did right.
Yeah.
And we can't talk about the negatives in this. You just have to say that whatever you mentioned, hunky-dory and has no problems whatsoever. GG. Best game, 10 out of 10.
Also, I don't think we got the... Did we get the $5 from Just Guy from Alabama? Because I think we tangented off of Get Out There Yo's comment.
Right. Well, we read the Threadnought one. $5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Halo Reach is actually a good game. The Spartan 3... The Spartan 3 makes sense. The tech is consistent, and the Covenant are portrayed perfectly. The tangents must flow. No.
I'm not gonna get a tangent about it on here. No, if you want to give me the tangent, give me some money over on Rumble. I'll tangent about it. I'll tangent about it all fucking day.
See, that is how you grift.
Exactly. You want me to tangent about it? I'll fucking talk about it. Go to my stuff and give me my money. Give it to me. Give me.
The Thartan Spree? More like the fucking Shartan 3.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting ideas that Fallout could ever introduce.
All right, hang on. I need to get this whole context here. I think we're getting into a weird one.
You know, I have my problems with the world personally, and we can get into those in a different video. But the idea of just playing in Washington, D.C., I think is one of the most interesting ideas that Fallout could ever introduce.
Okay, I just need to say this. Fucking no, retard! What the fuck are you talking? It's a setting. How is that an idea? Yeah. Oh, let's have the next Fallout game take place in New York. Let's have the next Fallout game take place in Dallas, Texas. Like, how the fuck is that an interesting idea? It's
not very interesting of a city at all.
An interesting,
it's pretty fucking boring.
An interesting idea
is he's talking about it. So the idea itself would have to inherently be that it's in Washington D.C. itself, right? Like that's the only
that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
It's an interesting idea.
Yes,
big place, destroy it, shock value.
It's not even an interest, like, because again, it's a setting, it's a place.
Yeah.
That in itself isn't an idea. An idea is what you do, like what you center the fucking story around.
Yeah.
What would have been more interesting is if it had just been in a giant metro system. Like, what if it had been... Ooh. What if you had a Fallout game that entirely took place in the Atlanta airport? Right? Because the Atlanta airport, for anyone that doesn't know, the Atlanta airport is fucking enormous. That could be interesting. Ooh, because then you would have, like, progression could be made by unlocking and clearing up the various tunnel ways to use the cars. Because you actually have a train system in the airport itself. That's how fucking big Atlanta is. Its airport. Is you have train systems in the airport itself, so you can actually get to other entire sections of the airport to get to your plane. So, ooh. That would be interesting.
Yeah, but that's a lot more unique than, hey, let's set it in this random city. Let's set it in that random city. I mean.
It's unique and interesting, and you'd have a natural progression thing where, like, you unlock areas, like you have to go there on foot, but then you can clear back way through the transit systems to bring them back online, so you can get between locations faster. But I want to copyright that. I
radiated and too many mutants, so you need to use the trains, and like getting the trains online is like this big fucking thing, you know?
Yeah. By the way, if you've never been to the Atlanta airport, like, well, one, you'd have to be flying anyways. But if you ever go to the Atlanta airport, the funniest thing that will ever happen is when you get on one of these little trams, right? Because there are these trains, and they're pretty nice trains. Is what they are. And they're just to shuttle you between the various massive, like, sub-clusters. Well, I got on one of these trains, and it's like, the train will depart in 5 seconds. And I see everybody else who's, like, obviously been there for a while, they start grabbing on the rails really tight. And I was like, what's going on? And so they just, like, flying. Because it goes from, like, 0 to 60 in, like, 2 seconds. It just takes off. It's like, no, you got places to be. We're getting out of here. Whoosh.
Also, I like how, like, the majority of the times we've come up with an idea for Fallout, it's involved trains in some way.
Well, don't you know that the TISM people are inherently interested in trains?
I guess. Like, my idea, like, because, you know, the whole cross-country thing also involved trains and railroad systems and everything.
Yeah.
I really like trains. They're cool.
Lots and lots of trains. Order now!
And get an image of just, like, part of it. I want to get an image of, like, part of the complex to just show you guys just how fucking big this complex.
Well, such as doing that. $2 from Emperor Ambrose O'Leary. Thank you. Fallout Black Mesa. Oh.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Well,
it's just...
That tangentially reminds me. Welcome to another tangent. Steam Next Fest is coming up here in a few days, and Abiotic Factor will be a playable demo for Steam Next Fest. Yeah, and you can actually play that in multiplayer, too.
Oh, yeah, Bethesda's having their fucking Starfield conference thing on Saturday or Sunday, I believe. I work those days, but should we cover that on STAG following that?
Hmm. I don't know if I could wait. I kind of want to see it live and get that, live taste. But
Oh. If that's the case, then I'll cover it on my own on stream then, when I have a day off.
yeah, you know what? We can do it. We can do it.
What did I miss?
Retardation from this video. I don't even know when you left. $5 from Peace was never an option. Thank you. I made the mistake of not taking one of the trains when I got off a flight in Atlanta. I regretted it so much.
Yeah, you're gonna have a hell of a walk. Man, there you go. And keep in mind that it's all underground as well. Like, those are just the above parts. And you see those tiny little things. Those are 747 jumbo jets.
Hold on. I'm getting it up on screen.
Oh my... Those are jumbo jets?
Yeah, this is a fucking huge airport.
This is a fucking huge image.
Yep.
That's America, like America in one image. What the
Access.
Yeah, so each one of those are where they all park at. So you can see they get about 30 planes at each one of those little I beams there. And again, this they have the entire thing underground of it is like all malls and restaurants and the trainway systems and everything. It is a big fucking place.
Big.
And sometimes you do gotta hurry. Like, sometimes you do need to make those trains, otherwise you will not get to your flight.
Jesus. $2 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Fallout Alaska still has Brotherhood of Steel and Super Mutants. Fucking Fallout Hawaii will have the goddamn Brotherhood and Super Mutants and Enclave and fucking whatever else. Followers of the Apocalypse.
Fallout London will have them. Because they're that
Frankenfurt, Germany will have the fucking Brotherhood of Steel and Lederhosens.
Fallout Japan is still gonna have Brotherhood of Steel and Enclave and Super Mutants and...
yeah, but with cat ears.
No.
What, too much?
Fallout Africa. Yeah, the entire planet. Fallout the fucking moon is gonna have those factions on them.
They unironically would. They would. I could see them honestly having like some dumbass take of like, oh yeah, well the Brotherhood obviously had access to the rocket, so they would have gotten to the moon, and they would set up a moon base up there. That's something they would do.
Not just that, Pig, and you step out of some fucking moon base, and you just see the Brotherhood's airship. We are the Brotherhood of Steel.
Yeah. In fact, I could honestly see them doing some dumb shit where they're like, oh yeah, and the Brotherhood are set up on the light side of the moon, and the Enclave are set up on the dark side of the moon because they're evil.
That is some psychic fucking damage right there.
You know they would, though. They fucking would.
They would have the Brotherhood of Steel on an alien planet. There's one DayZ map where you teleport to an alien planet. Now that we started this trend, I can just imagine, like, going to the alien planet and there's the Brotherhood of Steel walks.
Yeah, they'd probably be like, oh yeah, there was a portal. Like we were investigating some technology that we had heard about, and we went to this place and we got sucked into this portal, and now we're trapped on this planet and shit. Like they would find some way to put them there, like they always fucking would, and they'd basically turn them into like Warhammer fucking Space Marines.
We made a teleporter to a different planet on a new galaxy with the parts from this ruined aircraft carrier. You see.
Yeah, I could unironically see them doing that.
We made a starship. Yeah. God. Oh, that reminds me. Starship Troopers Extermination now has its roadmap up, and one of the ones I'm most excited about on the roadmap is, well, two of them. One is that we're getting Marauders. Hell yes. For anyone that doesn't know, Marauders are basically power armor suits. fuck yes, and those will be designed to fight the boss bug enemies, so like tanker bugs and stuff. But also, we the big one I'm excited for is more gore is a label on one of the roadmap things. I'm like, yes, I want fucking limbs flying off, and I want bug limbs flying, and oh yes, more gore.
Yeah, being able to see a fucking bug pick someone up and split them in half.
Yes, or if you get hit directly by plasma, you turn into those like molten skeleton things that like splatter and fall apart and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, please.
Nice.
I just love that was an actual like point on the thing on the roadmap. It's just like also more gore.
£5 from Threadnought. Thank you. In Fallout Japan, super mutants are tentacle monsters. Oh god. The Brotherhood command giant mechs, and the followers of the apocalypse are Super Saiyans. Oh no.
Oh my god,
Brotherhood of Steel powering up its new weapon that they built from a broken down SUV like Kamehame.
Super mutants would literally just be replaced with centaurs, and it would just be like a fucking hentai.
Jesus.
No,
a tentacle hentai.
No.
Alright.
Like in the United States of America, probably the most important city in the United States is Washington, D.C.
You're fucking wrong. I'm gonna tell you, citizens of the United States, the vast majority of citizens think Washington, D.C. is an overrated hell pit just filled with the most disgusting abominations known to man, aka politicians. So, no, they, like, normal citizens don't give two fucks about Washington, D.C. What they will care about is their state capital way more than the nation's capital.
Now, to be fair, back in the day, there weren't as many people aware of how awful Washington, D.C. is. And
well,
maybe back then... Well, I don't mean like these two. I just mean like the general sentiment of the game setting. Back then might have been more...
This video was made 3 weeks ago.
No, yeah, I get what Pagan's getting at. Fallout 3 wasn't made 3 weeks ago, though.
It was made in 08.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I feel like even in 08, like, it could just be an Indiana thing, but I doubt it. But everybody in Indiana didn't really give two shits about Washington, D.C. We cared about Indianapolis. Like, that was the city. Or Terre Haute, a.k.a. Terrible Haute. For anyone that doesn't know Indiana, Terre Haute has a stink to it. There's an odor in the air that is unpleasant as fuck.
I thought that was
liberal in the city.
The entire city smells like a used tampon factory.
I thought that was Gary.
No, Gary is just a hell pit. Gary's literally like the discharge runoff of Chicago.
Oh.
Yeah.
But no, Terre Haute, and that's why it's called Terrible Haute, is that it just stinks. It's a prevailing stench just throughout the entire city.
Do they know why?
I don't know. I don't think anybody's figured out why Terre Haute stinks.
Like maybe they were built on like a sulfur area or something.
Maybe. But it's just so weird. It just reeks. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck that would.
Even to the point of I'm like, okay, I know you get used to the smell, but when you initially got here, what made you say, yeah, no, I want to live here?
Isn't Indiana the place that also has that place that's like perpetually on fire underground?
Yes.
It's Silent Hill.
Coal fire.
Yeah, the place that Silent Hill was based off of.
Yeah, it's a coal fire.
Yeah.
So that's what happens when coal catches fire underground. It'll keep burning forever. Well, until obviously the coal vein is done, but yeah, no, it's just burning. Like, I think it still has a couple hundred years before it'll run out of fuel.
Yeah. It's just this place where if you go there, there's just smoke rising out of the ground and shit, and you can...
out of the pavement and some of the buildings, things like that.
Yeah,
It's just
and apparently you have to be
forever.
careful because you can actually fall into places where the coal vein has been like burned out, and you could just fall into a burning chasm and burn to death.
Yes,
Oh,
like literally
Jesus.
the stuff will give way and you'll fall into a pit of hell, basically.
Yeah, it's literally just like hell dragging people down.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not the only place in the world that has a coal fire underground. It's just this particular vein was actually fucking enormous. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember when it started burning. Was it like in the 60s? 70s?
I will find.
I don't even remember what the place is called.
Centralia.
Ah. Oh, right. Yeah, it is called Centralia. God, what a neat name, too. What a shame.
$5 from the Wayfarer. Thank you. The only things that matter in DC are the monuments and documents that founded our nation, especially the Constitution. Everything else is irrelevant. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly.
There was another thing that was relevant in DC.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
The missing $3 trillion that disappeared on September 10th, 2001. Unfortunately, those have been lost to time.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened a day later.
Yeah. Oh, and amazing that it hit the very same room, too.
Centralia is the coal fire in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. What'd you say, Such? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, sorry.
No. I'm sorry. I was talking with the chat.
But it's amazing that it just so happened to hit that exact spot that very, like, the day after. Damn, dude.
Well, yeah. You want to know what else was very, very interesting about hitting a very specific spot? There was this little thing that happened. It was a little thing that the world doesn't really know about. It was there's an assassination attempt, a successful one on a U.S. president, and they had all of the evidence in a CIA lockup, including the evidence that the congressional committee saw that made them say that the CIA absolutely did it. Suddenly went missing the next day from a CIA lockup.
I'm sure that was just a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, no, nothing happened there. No, it's just all of the damning evidence that proved the CIA did it.
Like in
just
Tiananmen Square.
Yeah, but it was one of those. It was one of those things that, like, in hindsight, you look at it as like, you have evidence. All right, you have evidence that the CIA killed a sitting president. And you are going to allow the CIA to store all of the damning evidence in one of their lockups. No, nothing ever happens.
How to tell if someone is European? I don't know. I heard something happened on the 9th of November, though. 9/11 or something.
No.
Oh my god.
The first name Block says, as a fellow Hoosier, I can't disagree more. Fuck Indy. No. I'm not saying... I'm saying you care more about Indy than you would about Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Like, I care about Indy more than Washington, D.C., and I definitely agree. Fuck Indy. It's a fucking leftist shithole. There's a reason Indianapolis is a shithole, but the greater Indy area, which is all Republican, is much better off than the actual Indianapolis itself.
Yeah, and we're getting some pretty based laws, too, recently.
Yes! We are getting some amazing laws coming through. I still want House Bill, House Bill 1117, which is the one that will make it illegal for any Indiana Institute governance or, law enforcement branch to work with the federal government to violate the Second Amendment rights of its citizens.
Yeah, I really want that one to go through.
Fucking yes! Holy shit! Pass that bill right now.
This video is so lame. We've just been... Like, how many tangents has this been?
At least 90% of the stream has not been talking about the video.
I'm sorry, the stream has
Which
been
I
going
didn't
on for
expect.
2 hours.
I honestly thought that this time when we'd be covering the video, it would be mostly just us watching the video and talking about it, and it has not been somehow.
2 hours and we advanced 2 minutes. So 2 minutes per 1 minute per hour.
Oh my
Okay,
God,
okay.
we're never gonna finish!
Okay, hold on. Here's what we need to start doing. We need to start letting the video play more, and we need to just really start addressing stuff that's like really fucking like obviously like holy shit, that's a shit take. Instead of just pointing out every single little thing.
Well, not just that, we also have to stop getting distracted.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
I wonder how that started.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen unless we kick a certain person from the call.
Yeah, who begins with a C and ends in Osis.
Oh no.
Pull Hassan to speed it up. We are not doing a Hassan. Fuck that.
No, we are not doing a Hassan.
Fuck no.
See,
everyone in California pitchforks.
I know.
California is the only thing that matters.
I know. That's the.
It's not that it's the only thing that matters. It's that that's what's established already and where we know everything about already. You can set the games elsewhere, but then don't fuck it up and don't fuck up the existing lore and don't include factions who shouldn't be on the other side of the fucking country.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
It's not
Enclave
difficult.
should not exist in DC. The Brotherhood of Steel should not exist in DC. The Super Mutants should not exist in DC.
Yep,
Like, holy shit, man. This isn't fucking hard.
exactly.
I mean,
Also-
apparently it is.
Also,
Yeah.
New Vegas isn't set in California; it's set in Nevada, and look how good that game is, and how little complaints people have about that.
No, shut up. It's California.
Yeah,
It
apparently.
doesn't have to be set in California. It's the fact that it's set in established lore and actually doesn't contradict all the established lore.
Yeah, I'm just out here playing Fallout New Vegas like, why am I receiving a virtual tour of California?
No, not Freeman says the Enclave can exist in DC. It's their home base. Fucking no, it isn't. The Enclave specifically said they obviously didn't stay in DC because it was going to be a fucking target. That's why they have the oil rig in Navarro to begin with. Because they're not idiots. They know the Chinese are going to bomb DC. It would be fucking stupid to stay in DC.
Yeah, that is expressly stated in
Fallout 2.
Yeah, I was about to say in Fallout 2. Yeah, it's expressly stated that they did not stay in DC because they knew it would be bombed. It's why the whole Navarro thing exists.
Yeah, and it's why the oil rig. They've specified the oil rig. What would be safer for the continuation of the government than to be on the opposite side of the country in the ocean?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Ah, the famous Californian city of Las Vegas. Look,
Yeah.
motherfucker,
Here's the problem, not
geo-
Freeman.
Look, American geography is about as relevant as Chinese history. Don't fucking diss me, alright? I don't know any of this.
Fuck you.
No, here's the fucking problem. The fact that Raven Rock is a real military base means it would be target number 1. It makes even less sense.
I'm not gonna lie, I fucking love the soundboard.
So do
I
I.
do too, but it's such a shitposty thing that drags things on.
elitist attitude of California.
Oh, hold on. I heard
Wait,
a word
what?
I
What
really
did you
hate.
say?
Everyone in
Yeah,
California
something outside of California. Hold on.
I know.
California
they're
is the
mad.
only thing that matters.
I know. That's the elitist attitude of California. But anyways,
Okay, the least attitude of California. I thought he was talking about... A lot of people will call critics of Bethesda Fallout elitists, when no, we just want good fucking games.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know what he was talking about. I thought he was talking about, like, fans who criticize Fallout 3, but apparently he's just talking about Californians, which, yeah, I completely agree with them. Fuck Californians, they suck.
Yeah. Hey, now, don't you do
I think DC city there is in the United States of America, so it makes sense why you would have a Fallout game set in DC.
Right.
And it's just really cool to be able to go there.
Again, DC is not one of the most important cities in America. Absolutely not. Atlanta, Georgia would be way more important than DC, just for infrastructure alone. New York City is way more important than DC, just for size of population alone. Same thing with Indianapolis, honestly, because the population density in Indianapolis is fucking insane. Like, again, all these other places are way more important than DC. DC getting nuked would create martyrs. It wouldn't be like, oh no, they've hurt us in any way, shape, or form. Actually, they really helped us.
Yeah, this argument is just really lame.
California and see the cabin, see the White House, or what's left of it. See all these different things in.
Again, that's the lame problem. It was just a sightseeing tour. There wasn't any real rationale or thought put in any of this. It's just oh, you want to see the Washington Monument slightly damaged. Oh, you want to see the Capitol building slightly damaged.
I also find it hilarious that they're talking about how great, Fallout 3 is at setting the game in Washington. And he's talking about the White House when it's a crater. There's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck do you
But he
mean?
did at least emphasize what's left of it. So.
But there's nothing left of it. That's
I know,
the point.
But he said, at least he said what's left of it, right?
Okay. If you have a let's say a person, right? And then you burn them into ash, and that ash scatters in the wind. Are you going to be able to look at what's left of them?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like he's trying to cover it, but it's such a stupid way, right? But yeah, guys, I don't know how to untime out somebody. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I don't either.
300 seconds.
I tried to untime him out, but I can't.
Emily, how much time is 300 seconds?
300 seconds is like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Don't do that again.
That's way too much.
Why can't I do it for less, for fuck's sake?
Especially on a message that was that.
What was the message?
Oh, he said
the message is just,
Uncle
Emily, and Portugal is a region of Spain.
Oh.
That's it.
Yeah, it's not what the mod tools are for.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to make a meme.
Oh, obviously you don't know.
Sorry.
Yeah, guys, I have no idea how to undo that.
Neither do I. The option isn't there.
Yeah, I don't think you can. I think it's meant to just be like, once you do it, you just have to wait.
But that's dumb. It shouldn't be like...
I know, it is dumb, but that's how YouTube does it, because they're fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Washington, D.C. It's really cool. It's really interesting. And
there's quests around the history, too.
Yeah.
Like the Declaration of Independence.
What a dumb fucking quest. They just saw fucking, what's that movie? National Treasure. They saw National Treasure and wanted to do the Nicolas Cage thing. Oh, I'm gonna steal the Declaration of Independence. Like, it's such a lame fucking quest.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, stuff like this is just stupid. It's obvious fucking just... This is...
filler.
What's a better term for... It's not nostalgia bait. It's just, tourist bait? I get tourist bait, I think, would be most accurate. It's nothing.
Yeah.
They didn't think any of this through. There's nothing that actually is related to history with any of Fallout 3. It's just, oh, see the pretty sights. That's it.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's literally just, oh, remember this place? Isn't it so cool? Isn't it so great you get to see it in the game? Yeah. It's like, no, that's fucking nothing. It's why I'm so glad New Vegas doesn't do that. Like, even with Las Vegas itself, it doesn't do that.
Yeah.
As Gray says in chat, the Capitol building is just a fight between Talon Company and Super Mutants. It's such a waste of a landmark. Yeah, you could have done something interesting there, and instead you put generic enemies fighting generic enemies. Thank you, Bethesda.
Again,
and like it also goes to show how lame the world is, because like, and the game design is, because you have to be forced via a quest to go to this place. Like, why would you end up here anyway in any other situation unless you're purposefully looking for stuff to do?
What place?
Yeah. The White House and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, the quest doesn't. There's no quest that sends you to the Capitol building.
Yeah, no, it just sends you to it sends you nearby to the National Archives, which is like in view of the White House. But it's like I mentioned before, where it's like it's DC. Okay, it's the place that people are going to think of when it comes to the American government and stuff like that. And the fact that the Enclave are here, but they're not like set up in the DC ruins and they're not trying to rebuild the government is just so weird. Yeah. Mainly because of the fact that they did add the Enclave to the game, but then decided to not make them a major faction until later in the story, and even then it's not done in a way that makes sense.
Yeah, you'd think with all of their technology they would have just created a perimeter around important buildings.
Yeah, like we talked about this the last time we covered this video. I said it would have been just a much better in-depth thing if... Actually, I might have been talking to Cree about this in private. Oh yeah, we were, because we were
watching that stupid interview.
Yeah, and then we got to thinking about like what they could have done that would have been way better. Yeah, okay, so I haven't even mentioned this on stream. Yeah, so we were talking, and I basically said, like, how much more interesting would it have been if the Enclave were set up in the DC ruins, and they were trying to form a government, and then you had the Brotherhood... instead of the Outcasts being the main Brotherhood, or being the tangent of the Brotherhood that split off, have the Outcasts be Elder Lion's group instead, and have the regular Brotherhood be who the Outcasts are in the game. They can still be set up in the that building, but have more of them. Have more Brotherhood members than there are Outcast members, and have it so that you can interact more with the actual Brotherhood, and have the Outcasts be their own thing where they're not even Brotherhood anymore. Like, they don't even associate with the Brotherhood. They're just their own faction called the Outcasts. They could be in direct opposition to the Enclave in like a power struggle. So you could have some settlements that are aligned with the Enclave, and there could be like Enclave guards and stuff protecting the towns. But then you could also have like other towns that are aligned with the Outcasts, because the Outcasts are more like, like, again, you could introduce the slavery thing more, because that's something this game wanted to do. They wanted to have elements of slavery and freeing slaves and stuff, but they do it in such a shit way.
Just so they could have a reference at the fucking Lincoln Memorial.
Exactly. It's so stupid. But if they had done it where the Enclave are basically trying to set up a proper government, but they're not, but they are also willing to use slaves. But then you can have the Outcasts who are in direct, opposition to that, where they free slaves. They're against that. And you could have some settlements that agree with them and some settlements that agree with the Enclave. And depending on which faction you choose, you can, take ground. You can get these other settlements to become a part of your faction.
Yeah.
And that would be so much better, and it would just make sense for the Enclave to be set up in the DC ruins with a perimeter. And that's where they would be running their pseudo-government from.
Yeah, because as it is in-game right now, the Enclave is in a really, really weird position as far as, like, a lore and story goes, where they show up, like, halfway through the main story, and then, like, 2 quests later, and the game is over. It is really weird.
Yeah. And one thing I should mention is we were talking about in terms of, like, if we were to remake Fallout 3, how would we do it? But we also had to keep... Like, we have to keep the Brotherhood. We have to keep the Enclave. We have to keep the Super Mutants. We're not allowed to get rid of that stuff. Like, how would we do it? And we basically came up with this idea that I still think is way better than what they did. But honestly, if we could just remake Fallout 3 in our own vision without limitations, we wouldn't even have the Brotherhood or the Enclave or Super Mutants in it. But if we absolutely had to have them, if Bethesda was like, you don't get to make a remake unless you keep these things, that's how, like, that is one of the things that we would probably change. Like, that's how we would do it.
Yeah.
I would just Control A and then backspace.
Well, I mean, that's if we were allowed to be complete free reign, I would completely get rid of the way Fallout 3 is right now.
Yeah, exactly. If we had our own free reign, we would do something completely different than what Fallout 3 actually did. But if Bethesda was very stingy and was like, well, you have to keep these things because it's our brand, we have to have that. So you could remake it, but you have to keep these factions. That's how we would do it. We would have the Enclave like come back. Like we would specify that they weren't here and that they waited a long time before coming back out here to retake DC, and that they're setting up a government here. Like they want to rebuild America and they want to do it from here.
Yeah.
Because it just makes the most sense that this is where they would want to come and like rebuild everything and restructure everything, and then they could move and take the West, which is more built up and stuff. Once they get there, once they've built up more on the East Coast.
If I was allowed to do anything with Fallout 3, this was an idea I had, because there was a person that was making their own Fallout game in Mahler's Discord, and it was super cringy, fan servicey nonsense. Like the Brotherhood was there and everything. The Institute were fucking there, and this took place in South Dakota. Okay, so the Institute were somehow in fucking South Dakota. But I then took that idea and was like, well, if we set in South Dakota, I would make Mount Rushmore a central location for one of the factions, and I would make a faction that grew up under the shadow of Mount Rushmore in the national park and everything. And they would have, like, because of misunderstandings and everything like that, come to worship them as, like, they were gods or deities. So you'd have this new religious faction that, came to worship the heads, not knowing any of the context or anything behind the heads. So I just think that's interesting things like that. Like, maybe there would be a base underneath Mount Rushmore you would have to get into, so you'd have to interact with this, like, group of religious fanatics. But I just think stuff like that is interesting, where the factions form based off of the area they're in, so their ideology and thought processes change, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So that's what I would do if I was allowed to do anything. And again, I took this really... And by the way, the reason they said the Institute were in their shitty fucking Fallout game was because the Institute is fun to fight. That's it. That was their entire reasoning. That's how fucking stupid we're talking.
Jesus
Christ.
Yeah. What?
So,
yeah. Insufferable.
This person is insufferable in that Discord, for sure. But yeah, and it's funny because I get called out for being so harsh on them, and I'm like, I'm harsh on them because they're a fucking idiot. But, holy shit, yeah, but it's like, if I was going to set in South Dakota, I would absolutely, like, have a Mount Rushmore, like, religious community built up. Because, why, if you are 200 years after the bombs fell, the people that remember exactly what Mount Rushmore aren't going to be around anymore. And that slowly will have warped over time from people just trying to survive in the wastelands, and then you grow up underneath the shadow of these gigantic heads on a fucking mountain. Yeah, I could see people, like, coming to worship them, to come and think of them as some, like, spiritual thing, not understanding any of the original context behind it.
Yeah.
$3 from Get Out There, yo. Thank you. Fallout 3's DC ghouls should be glowing ones. Plot hole? Not really.
No, it's
yeah, I get it. I derped. £5 from Threadnought. Thank you. Just a guy from Alabama is wrong anyway. Portugal's a city in France. Take that, Frenchie. Try timing this out.
Timed out for 700 hours.
Yeah.
Can I do that?
No.
No, I'm not going to. I could time him out, but I'm not doing it. I thought I could put it for less.
I believe, kind of, or working for Abraham Washington, Lincoln's repeater, and actually even, with the world, I felt like in this game, there's a lot of really cool stuff you come across in terms of settlements. I love Fallout 4, and the point of this video isn't to say, like...
I can already see a problem here.
Yeah, again, you're just looking at stuff. Look at shiny thing. Clap for shiny thing.
Yeah, that's what this largely comes across as. Abraham Washington, that's a character in Fallout 3, and I fucking hate that that's his name.
Mm.
Yeah, it's the dude who wants you to go get, like, the Bill of Rights and stuff from the, or the Declaration of Independence from the National Archives. He's the, I forget what he's called. He's the guy in Rivet City.
Yeah, the historical
the
thing.
The museum. Yeah, he's like the historical practitioner or something. I don't remember what he's called.
Hey, you know what's a really good place to store a fucking historical document from the 1700s? A fucking leaky shit ship.
That's sinking. Water. Yeah.
It's honestly safer where it is in Fallout 3. You're genuinely, the good ending to that quest is to not fucking do it at all.
Yeah. Especially when you have a fucking robot that, like, can live forever, basically.
I don't
like the robot either, but I'm just saying as, like, a general rule, like, it would be better off just staying there.
What I'm trying to say is I don't like that there's a karma reaction depending on how you treat the robot.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. It's a fucking robot. Like, what the fuck?
Well, as I talk about in the remake of Part 2 of the Fallout 4 analysis, Fallout has a problem with the Star Warsification of the robots.
Yeah, like where they keep making them more and more human.
Yeah.
And, like, independent. Yeah, it's really weird how it just keeps happening.
Fallout 4. So that's not what I'm doing. But with this game and New Vegas,
but it does.
I felt very much like, oh, the next thing around the corner is going to be interesting and tie into the world. With Fallout 4...
What?
What?
How did Fallout 3 make you think that the next thing is going to be interesting and tie into the world? Like, what are you even trying to say there?
Yeah, nothing ties into the world with Fallout 3, though. It's just there because, oh, my sights.
Yeah. Oh, my tourism. Oh, my patriotism. That's it.
Yeah,
nothing actually is right.
Yeah, nothing is actually done with any of these places. Like, the world doesn't shape the characters. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, nothing makes sense.
I fucking hate Bethesda.
And 70, you end up finding is things like bases for super mutants.
Yeah.
Or, like, little mini dungeons. It's a little more Skyrim-y, where you're coming across more enemy strongholds than I think you are across things that really tie into and affect the world.
He's talking about Fallout 3, right?
I think so. I think what he's saying is Fallout 4 is a lot more like Skyrim with all its dungeons, but Fallout 3 is the same.
That's what I'm saying. Is he talking about Fallout 3 being this, or is he talking about Fallout 4? Because Fallout 3 feels more... Well, actually, Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 are both, like, are exactly like that, where it feels like there's way more dungeons and, like, random places with enemies than there are actual, like, people to talk to. So if he's saying, like, Fallout 4 is this, but Fallout 3 isn't, he's just fucking wrong, because Fallout 3 is basically that entirely. Fallout 3 is literally a handful of settlements with some people in it, and then the rest of the world is just, oh, well, here's things you gotta kill. Here's bad super mutants, here's raiders. Everywhere.
No. $5 from just the guy from Alabama. Thank you. Cutting out someone's tongue doesn't show that they are wrong. It only proves you are afraid of what they have to say. My persecution proves me right.
I
Oh.
just learned a lesson on censorship. Actually, good donation there. Yeah. That's true.
Oh,
Hmm?
I guess there's a minor tangent there. So YouTube is finally going to let people talk about.
People are
2020?
talking about how they think it's a trap.
It is. Yeah, I absolutely think it's a trap. So I'm not. That's why I'm not saying specifically what it is, because this screams it's fucking bait.
I think so.
I don't know what it is you're referring to, but I have some ideas, and yeah, I think if you talk about it,
national incident on of importance in 2020.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, and he just confirmed it in Discord. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's definitely a trap, 100%. They're gonna fucking take that shit and be like, aha, here's one.
Yeah.
Ban them.
Yeah, this screams trap.
How would they justify the ban afterwards? Or do you think they're putting the?
Oh, they just say like, oh well, they broke our terms and services in other ways.
Yeah,
and
they'll just vagary the fuck out of it.
Yeah, they'll just come up with some bullshit to like say like, oh well, he was doing this behind the scenes and stuff, and we found out about it, so we banned them. It has nothing to do with their opinion on this thing. We allow that now. It's something completely unrelated that we banned them for. We swear.
Senator Ambistrong, can you send me that proof in DM on Discord?
Despite me loving those games still, I still really even enjoy 76, but I don't think it has the same impact of world design that this game had. You know, coming across something like Tenpenny Tower, I know I mentioned it before, or Megaton, or Arafu.
The same impact of world design, and your reference is Tenpenny Tower, a generic apartment building, and Megaton, a piece of shit building that doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever. Like, dude, what the fuck is your standard?
I don't even have a problem with, like, the design of Tenpenny Tower. It's everything else to do with it that's a problem.
Yeah, but he's talking about how these, like, set a bar for world design. It's like, how?
How?
Tenpenny Tower seems very generic to me. It's one building in the middle of nowhere, and it's not... That building is not unique. There's, at least one building in the middle of DC that looks like that, too.
Yep. And again, where are they getting their food? Where are they getting their water? None of this is explained. They don't have a farm. They might have a water pump in the basement. I don't remember. But it's like, okay, but where are you getting your food?
From the 3 mole rats.
I'm sure somebody's going to come into the chat and be like, well, actually, there's 3 wild Brahmin roaming the area. They clearly get their food from that. And it's like, okay, dipshit.
Yeah.
They get their food from traders. I am so sick of seeing that fucking argument. I'm so sick of it.
Because then it's like, okay, next step. Where are the traders getting their food from?
Yeah, exactly. Like, where are they getting this food from? Because there's not enough settlements growing food for them to even ship to other places. So how do they magically have food? And none of the traders ever talk about leaving the wasteland and going to places where there is a lot of food and bringing it here. So where are they getting this food from? Or how are the traders conjuring it into their inventory to then sell to everyone else?
Once I discussed this with a fan, and they told me that the point of Tenpenny Tower is that they're rich people who do nothing. That makes no sense, though.
Yeah, how do they survive, then?
Like, you can't get rich... Okay, you can get rich by doing nothing if you buy a lottery ticket and happen to win. But in the world we're talking about, Fallout, such things don't exist. You can't get rich by doing literally nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense because... Well, let's take the clothing store as an example, where the dude sells clothes and he's like super obsessed with fashion. And apparently this is all he does is sell clothes. Okay, well, where is he getting the resources to get these clothes or to make new clothes? Is it literally just, oh, well, the traders come by and I buy stuff? Okay, well, Is it literally just you sold some clothes, got enough money to buy materials from traders, and then just kept making new clothes? You'd just be breaking even constantly.
Does he
You wouldn't
even
be
make
rich
the
from
clothes?
that.
Part of the problem with him being all about fashion too is, like, fashion is dead. It died when the entire world dropped, or
Yeah,
when the entire world died.
yeah. People are going to be more.
Sorry, I can't tell if this person is shitposting or if they're being serious. It's a video game. Not every single base is covered. You need some suspension of disbelief. It's not real. Lol.
But that's the problem. That's most of the game, though. They don't explain anything throughout most of the game.
Nothing in Fallout 3 works.
Here's the thing, understand. You can explain all those things and have a world that makes sense. We're not asking for, like, big monumental things that are going to take fucking 4 months to implement. We're talking about some props in a room and a line of dialogue or two to fucking have that connecting tissue for everything to make sense.
Look at New Vegas versus
one line
Fallout
of dialogue.
3.
Yeah, exactly. Like one line of dialogue or something. And I can understand what you're saying if it was like, like not everything needs to be explained like everything else is. If it was actually that kind of example where most of the stuff is explained, but there's a few things that isn't, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But Fallout 3 is not that. That's the thing.
Let's take an actual example. Space games. Do you need to explain exactly how the warp engines work? No. But as long as the warp engines are consistent throughout the whole thing, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. If Fallout 3 was more put together, if there was more connecting threads and things made sense throughout, it would be fine that some of these things aren't explained. But that's the problem. Fallout 3 is literally like nothing is explained. Nothing makes sense.
Yeah.
And we're literally just asking for the bare minimum. And it seems like every time we come across something and we think about it, it's like, oh, well, that's not explained. That's not explained. This has no reason to exist. This doesn't make any sense. It's like that for everything. That's the problem. They don't even do the bare minimum.
So he says, fair point. I suppose their priorities were elsewhere. I agree that consistency is important. The problem is their priorities are fucked. They said that one of their priorities was to make Fallout 3 be one of the best shooters, to be up there with Halo and Call of Duty. That was one of their express priorities, to the point they stated they made a build that was nothing but guns. Now, let me ask you, how fucked is the shooting in Fallout 3?
Yeah, that's hilarious that they put the shooting before the world, and then the shooting ended up being like one of the things that everyone says is like the bad part of Fallout. It's just, it's kind of funny, but it's also so fucking sad. And it's just so annoying. And again, I can just reference New Vegas. New Vegas only had 18 months, and that's if we're being like generous and assuming that like they were able to work on the game every single one of those months, and they weren't just sitting there waiting. Of those days,
which we know isn't true because you have the Gold Master stuff, because there's going to be a physical release as well. So you at least have we'll give a super rush timeline. So you have 2 months there where you cannot work on the game itself, and the rest of that now will have to be patches or minor stuff.
Yeah. So
again, that's Vegas. Super tight, to the point where you're designing the boxes and need to set up the production lines and everything like that. That is a super tight window for Gold Master.
Yeah. So if we just take New Vegas, which, 18 months if we're being generous, and what did they manage to do? Okay, well, every single settlement is either growing food or it's explained where they get their food from, and it is shown in-game. Or, at the very least, we get actually quite a bit of discussion about Brahmin Barons, and that a lot of the food in the area comes from these people that we don't even see. We don't see the Brahmin Barons other than one guy in the Ultralux who talks about, like, he is the biggest Brahmin Baron of the area, but he's currently pushing the others out to try and take over. But yeah, basically it's explained that if he pulls his support for New Vegas and no longer sends them food, he could essentially starve out New Vegas because there just isn't enough food in the area to feed both the NCR and New Vegas, and Mr. House's New Vegas proper. There's just no way. They need the Brahmin Baron, so it's explained where this food is coming from at the very least.
Yeah, and it's also, you have quests tied directly into it, like clearing the fucking road so that the caravans could get through.
Yes.
Because the caravans are getting stopped at the border between the Mojave and California itself. Like, that's part of the barrier there. That's the whole, the outpost that has the statue, the custom-made statue of the NCR Ranger, the Rangers and the NCR Trooper that are shaking hands.
Yeah, the Desert Rangers and the NCR Rangers.
Yeah, I keep wanting to say the NCR Rangers.
And even when we get into stuff where, you know, it's not the main factions, and we're talking about like a town that decided to become independent, like West Side, who are completely independent. They don't support NCR, Mr. House, any of that stuff. They get their food from the co-op. They grow their own food and they sell it at the co-op. And ever since Anderson, a member of the Followers of the Apocalypse, showed up, they have been growing their food so well that they've actually been able to make a profit of it instead of just breaking even. Klamath talks about it. You know, Etienne, the guy who is in control of the co-op and everything, talks about it. And there's actually a mission tied into this where we find out that Anderson, the Followers of the Apocalypse guy, has actually been basically stealing water. He has he has fixed the pipes in such a way that a portion of the water that normally goes to the sharecropper farms now comes to West Side so that they can water their crops. Yeah. And this is all tied into a quest where, you know, the farmers are saying that they're not getting enough. Well, actually, you're supposed to be looking for a Corporal White who has disappeared. And through this investigation, you find out that the farmers are saying like they're not getting their allotted amount of water that they need for the sharecropper farms. And you have to go into like New Vegas and go to one of the casinos to find out where this guy went to. And he's last seen in West Side. And we find out that Anderson actually killed Corporal White because it was Corporal White's job to look into all this stuff. And he found out that Anderson was stealing water. So in order to protect West Side, Anderson killed Corporal White and covered it up. And you could decide.
The basic thing we can say here is that all of this is actually taken in depth and incredibly intricately well thought out.
Yes, it's all taken into account.
So again, they say, I played the game some while I was in Iraq a few months after it came out. I'm no expert on it. I just didn't understand the focus on their groceries. Clearly, y'all go in depth. You don't even need to go in depth with this. So let's do a very, very basic thing. What is the point of Project Purity? It's to purify water. Why do they want to purify water so badly? Because there's a water crisis going on. Okay, is there though? Who in the entire game talks about needing water? Who in the entire game is dying of thirst? Who in the entire game is having water shortage issues that isn't allowing them to do plants or crops? Nothing. There is no water crisis in Fallout 3. The water crisis does not exist except in the main storyline, and when the extent of the main storyline is, it is one group of scientists, your father, and 3 water beggars. That's it. That is the extent of the entire water crisis in the entire game. It's not a water crisis. It doesn't exist. There is no evidence that there is an actual water crisis in the game. In fact, there's evidence that there is no water crisis in the game because people aren't dying of thirst. Water isn't super expensive and rare, and people are complaining about the fact that, hey, our water purifier might break down, but oh well, you know, we still have water.
Yeah.
It would have been an easy fix as well. Like, you wouldn't have to do this on a massive scale, but you could just have a few NPCs in front of, like, a small patch of crops, like some dead crops maybe, and have them say a few voice lines like, don't got enough water to fix this.
Exactly.
Damn,
if there was just
only
a
I could
few things.
It's just that. And just put like 3 or 4 somewhere, and that's it. Even
that would be better than nothing.
Yeah, even if they're copy-paste, it would have at least shown the impact of it.
Mr. Carstairs says, water crisis. I don't remember water crisis. That's the point.
Yeah, that's the problem.
The entire storyline of Fallout 3 is it's supposed to be a water crisis that has been going on for at least 20 years. Bare minimum 20 years.
This is why the game starts off with Liam Neeson, your character's father, talking about the waters of life during the baby section in the intro. And this is why the whole game is about starting up a water purifier. It is fucking absurd that the whole point of the main story is providing like clean water to people because there's a water crisis, and like that is so barely touched upon that most people don't even know that.
Mm-hmm.
And
way, also,
can you bitches boil water?
Apparently no.
Like seriously,
but
get some water from the fucking ocean and
one
boil
thing
it.
I do want to like wrap up on with my point about New Vegas is in this thing where they're connecting all this stuff together, where, you know, like even just to explain West Side's independence and that they grow their own food, and the fact that they went through the, you know, the thought to actually include this of how they can be independent and everything. They don't just say they are and then provide nothing to it. The fact that there's a whole quest line tied to this, that alone is already impressive. But then you also take into consideration that how you complete this quest is actually a good example of gray morality, because there's multiple solutions to the quest where you can either turn in Anderson to the NCR and he will be arrested and thrown in prison. You can tell the NCR that the water's being stolen and they can redivert it. You can not tell them but still have him be arrested. You can just straight up side with Anderson and be like, well, you know, like, we're not stealing all, because he tells you we're not stealing all their water. We're just taking enough of the water that should be available to everybody. It's not just the NCRs. We live here too. We should be allowed to divert some of that water to ourselves and keep Westside independent and healthy. And, you know, so don't tell the NCR, and you can even choose to not even turn him in. You can just completely side with him and agree with him that what he did was correct because he's saving lives and he's creating communities that are not directly under the thumb of the NCR. Yeah. There's a lot of moral choice here, which is something you don't get much in Fallout 3 at all.
But Pagan, I thought New Vegas only had two moral quests with moral questions, whether you kill Caesar or not, and the people trapped in the vault, and either saving them or poisoning the water.
Yeah, no, I don't. How to tell people haven't actually played fucking Fallout New Vegas speedrun.
Or if they did, they were on fucking NPC sheet path the entire way through.
Yeah, that too.
It's Thorn mode.
It's insane to me that Many a True Nerd said that in his video. Like,
yeah,
Jesus
that's
Christ.
laughably untrue.
Oh.
Yeah, because I was recently playing New Vegas again, and I got to Westside, and I was like going through all the dialogue again, and I was like, God, I forgot how much like this place really goes in depth. Like, a lot of people don't even think about Westside in the game, but it's like, man, when you really like pay attention and like listen to everything, it's crazy how much like depth this place has. It's crazy.
It's also surprisingly kind of easy to miss Westside too, though.
Yeah, it is.
He said
but
that,
it's also kind of.
He said that in his. I'm pretty sure it was Fallout 3 is better than you think video, because he was talking about like the whole moral decision thing, and he gave those two examples. He said he went through the entire game, and those were the only two quests he found that had any real moral implications. And the moral implication behind killing Caesar is that things would be worse with Lanius in control. And then he gives the example of the town of Nelson, and, you know, it doesn't matter what you do here for the people of Nelson, because Nelson has no people. It's controlled by, it's a military outpost that is now controlled by the Legion.
Yeah, it's so stupid, because he's literally just pointing at, like, he's ignoring the rest of the game and being like, well, see, this place doesn't even have people, it's just Legion. It's like, okay, yeah, that's one town. Congratulations.
Hard Luck Blues
pointed
is the
at one town.
Hard Luck Blues is the one where the NCR's water source is irradiated and they're looking for a solution, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, then that's one of the two he referenced. That and killing Caesar.
Yeah, God, I remember you. I remember him saying this now. God, that's so annoying. I hate that shit.
I do too.
And also, he asked.
I wish I had known more about Westside too, because that's an area I've never really interacted with in New Vegas. And knowing that in advance would have made my video stronger in response to that part.
Yeah.
He has really found out about Westside when I was doing the Enclave mission, because I didn't even realize it was there, because it's so easy to miss.
Yeah.
Because you have to go out of your way to find it.
Well, not just that.
It shouldn't.
It's shockingly easy to miss because it's just south of Freeside. Like you exit through the southernmost gate of Freeside, and you're out in the open world area. It's not far, like just a little south and to the left is the door to Westside, and a lot of people, including myself, miss it.
Yeah, and it's like tucked away, like it's actually behind like a bunch of cars and stuff, and there's a bit of a turn, so you can't even see the door when looking directly at where the entrance would be. So it makes sense that a lot of people would miss it, but that's also kind of the point of Westside, is that it's out of the way. It's close enough to New Vegas that it's still a major point, but it's not like directly where people are going to be super focused on and, you know, doing stuff to them like the NCR constantly does to everyone else. That's kind of the point of their independence and stuff, is that they don't want to be under the thumb, so they're kind of tucked away behind Vegas. Yeah, he asks, so is Fallout 3 and 4 both bad? I haven't played part 4.
Yes, both bad.
They are both
for
bad,
different
and
reasons, but holy shit, they're both bad.
Yeah,
well, I guess for the same underlying reason of it's, you know, Bethesda's shitty writing, but yeah, they're both bad.
Yeah, I would argue that 4 is worse than 3, but they're both pretty bad.
It's hard to tell sometimes because they're so bad in their own unique ways. Mr. Carstairs, let me put it this way. If you have a spare 9 hours this month to watch YouTube videos, then I'm releasing part 1 of my Fallout 4 analysis. This is actually a remake. I'm releasing part 1 on the 16th, I believe. Yeah, the 16th. Just under 2 weeks from now. And that's going to be about 3 hours long. Just under 3 hours long. Part 4 is going to be released on the 30th of this month, and that's going to be about 6 hours long. And those are just mainly the problems with the main story and the main factions and stuff.
Yeah.
There's a little other bits and bobs in there, like some of the retcons and stuff, but you get the idea.
There is enjoyment you can find out of Fallout 3, that's the thing. Like, in some of the DLCs, like, well, what's that DLC where you go on a boat? It's been a while since I played 3.
That's Point Lookout.
Yeah, Point Lookout. I enjoyed Point Lookout. I admit I did enjoy finding Oasis. I did enjoy looking around. I did enjoy some parts of 3.
That's part of the thing,
is
too.
Expensive. It's like, I had to make a rant video, because I was like, alright, let me play a bit of Fallout
You had to
4
make a rant video? You're preaching to the fucking choir here!
Yeah. But like, oh my god, Creetosis, you have made a bigger and better script than all of Disney remakes recently.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if I fucking shit on a piece of paper, that would be a better script than anything Disney has done in the past fucking decade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very accurate.
Not in the last decade. They had one good movie, the one with the frog. The whole Savages. Oh, I forgot the movie's name. I am.
The
so
Savages
sad.
one? That's Pocahontas. That's from the fucking
Yeah, that's from
90s or
Pocahontas.
something.
Ancient.
Is it? Am I mistaking the movie? Oh god,
Yes.
I'm so lost.
Princess and the Frog does not have the song
does not
Savages.
2015 or 2016? What movie am I thinking? What the fuck?
Was it the
The
Princess
frog one would have to be Princess and the Frog.
Yeah,
It
it
would-
has to
yeah.
be Princess and the Frog.
But-
it's not the frog. The fuck, what's that one that came out in 2016? Damn it.
But that is a good movie, though. I will say, Princess and the Frog is a pretty good film. I love the music in that fucking movie.
Are you talking about the 3D animated one that takes place in Hawaii?
Moana, motherfucker. No.
Okay, yeah, ignore that. Ignore that one.
Moana?
Everything else.
There's another
Oh!
one though that's pissing me off.
Are you talking about
Fuck.
Moana?
Oh my god, Inside Out. Why did I think it had a frog? What the fuck?
No, because
What the fuck?
Because Emily said 3D. That's why. Yeah.
Why did I think it had a frog? What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. I never watched Inside Out. It didn't really interest me, so I just skipped that one.
I liked it. I related to
it. Okay, we're gonna move on.
You are showing signs of early dementia at Enclave, Emily. Yes.
Oh.
Tranquility Lane. I think those were all pretty powerful moments. You know.
Tranquility Lane was a powerful moment?
What?
Oh no!
You have to remember what he just said before this too, though. He was listing off locations like Tenpenny Tower
and Megaton. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Was a powerful moment.
I don't know. Tranquility Lane just seemed kind of fucking gay to me.
It was just goofy shit for the sake of like, oh, but you got to go into a VR world and deal with a scientist who role plays as a little girl. Oh, it's so stupid.
Tranquility Lane is bad for an entirely different reason. You see, when the Chinese soldiers show up, they speak in a made-up language, and that's racist.
I can't believe that chick said that. Oh my god, I can't believe she said that. Yes. Speaking actual Mandarin is racist because it's a made-up language.
Yeah.
Paste.
What an idiot. Jesus Christ. Although it is funny that, like, that is the good ending. Like, that is the best way to deal with Tranquility Lane is to just summon fucking Chinese soldiers to shoot and kill everybody. Because it ends everyone's suffering.
Yeah, get out there, you asks who said that. In one previous STAG,
it was Huggable Hipster.
Yeah, Huggable Hipster said that.
Yeah, Huggable Hipster said that Fallout 3 was racist because in Tranquility Lane, the Chinese soldiers are actually speaking a made-up language, and we looked it up, and it was actual Mandarin that was being spoken.
She pulled, She pulled the same thing with another game, New Vegas, and I forget what she was referring to there.
The sneering imperialist.
Right, and she also did the knuckle dragger thing too.
Yeah, yeah. She also commented that fucking Mr. Burke calling Lucas Sims a knuckle dragger is a racist slur.
That's the thing, though, is he didn't call Lucas Sims a knuckle dragger. It was everyone in Megaton.
Yeah, because he says you knuckle draggers, not you knuckle draggers. So he's literally referring to everyone in Megaton, but somehow she's like, oh yeah, that's a racial slur against Lucas Sims because he's black, because everyone knows knuckle dragger is a racial slur for black people, which no, it's not. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's utter insanity.
And I don't really... Fallout New Vegas has kind of the same powerful moments, just different. And I think that this game...
kind of powerful moments,
I don't understand why they moved away from this, actually. You know, where like it felt like the world was very tied together and there was secrets everywhere.
What?
It doesn't feel quite as much that way in 4 to me.
How in the fuck
How do you
does
think the world is tied together?
Yeah, in Fallout 3...
He's talking about Fallout 4, isn't he?
No, he's talking about 3.
He talking about
4 is where it's less tied together.
What?
Well, which I don't understand how he can even come to that conclusion.
You gotta be fucking delusional. The
like,
world
as
of
much
Fallout
as I
3 doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like, even though I personally argue that 4 is worse than 3, like, I still have to keep saying it, where I'm like, at least 4 made an effort to do some connecting tissue and some things where they actually have, you know, crops. They're like, farms are actually growing crops. It's actually shown that they grow food now. They have water purifiers. It's where they get their water. Like, they take some level of consideration for the world, even if it's not much, because God knows the world in 4 is still completely fucked, but they at least tried to do something. 3 didn't do any of that.
Let me give a little example. You have the option to blow up Megaton, this big central location in the world. Now go to any city or town in the game and check to see how many people talk about it in Arafu, or Big Town, or Tenpenny Tower, aside from the 2 characters related to the quest there. Rivet City, Republic of Dave, Canterbury Commons, Paradise Falls. How many characters reference the fact that, not even that you blew up Megaton, but just the fact that it's gone?
One, I think?
No,
as
none.
far as I know, the only person who references Megaton being blown up at all is, well, there's actually two, is Three Dog on the radio, where he directly accuses you of doing it.
Yeah, there's
and
Three Dog.
And
your father.
And your father, yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Nobody else
once you get into Project Purity,
there-
he will reference it.
Yeah. But those aren't characters in towns that I'm talking about.
No, they're not characters in town.
Yeah,
they're independent like things. Like if you go to any town, they don't give a shit.
There is also one more character, a nameless trader who can who can randomly spawn in some smaller locations. I'm not sure his spawning mechanics. I could fairly reliably get him to spawn in either the gas station or the convenience store next to Tenpenny Tower, and he'll say something about, oh my god, I was about to head over to Megaton and it just got blown off the map. And that's the extent of it.
Yeah, I remember I've ran into him a couple of times before.
Yeah, I could fairly reliably get him to spawn if I want.
Yeah. That's still pretty bad though, those are the only examples that we could think of.
Yeah, and those being independent examples, Three Dog is omniscient and knows everything you do anyway, so he technically doesn't really count. As for all the other towns, they should absolutely be talking about this. It should be a concern to them. It should be a major point of discussion, even if it's something as small and insignificant as gossip or rumor, just people talking amongst themselves. But no, no one seems to even perceive that it's happened.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. Let's apply this to New Vegas. Imagine if Goodsprings, this way out of the way town that almost nobody visits anymore, got nuked. A fucking nuke hit it and wiped it out. Everyone would be talking about it. Everybody. Because everyone would be like, oh my god, was it the Legion? Was it the NCR? Who did this? How are we going to get to this place? What are we going to do about, the border for California to get to here now? What are we going to do? It would be such a big thing. In fact, we kind of get that if you choose to blow up the either the Legion or the 188 or the NCR. You kind of get that because people will comment on that.
Not just that, but even for smaller actions you do in the world. I know Bethesda has the option to do this because it's what they do in Skyrim, but they do it really poorly there with the whole, oh, you have 30 in healing, oh, you've got the hands of a healer type thing. But if you kill Caesar, there'll be some NPCs who will mention it at random when you pass them, and they're generic barks that happen when you go by. And some of them have somewhat unique dialogue for it too. The Ultralux, the NPCs in there that work there, they'll have a line that no one else will say about you having killed Caesar. I think they ask oh, is it true that he was bald or something like that?
Yeah.
But point is, they acknowledge actions that happen in the world. It feels way more connected than anything in Fallout 3 does.
Yeah, a lot of the NCR and people who are cited against the Legion, if you kill Caesar and you walk past them, they will straight up say oh man, I wish I could have been there to see him die, or I wish I could have been there with you to help kill him. I wish I could have got the killing blow and shit like that. They reference it constantly that he's dead.
Yeah, as they should. And that's how that system should work, by the way, not how they do it in fucking Skyrim. Because again, Skyrim is the most shallow way to handle it, and also creates issues. When you pass the guard, he's like, hey, I know who you are. Hail Sithis. It's oh. So, this guard is a member of the Dark Brotherhood then? Or at least worships their god? No, he's just a fucking Randy spouting a line.
Yeah. Because keep in mind, he can say that, but if you then perform a Dark Brotherhood assassination and he sees it, he's still going to arrest you and he's still going to be just like every other guard.
Yeah, because there is no actual meaning behind the line. It's just like the bare minimum acknowledgement that you're in a faction, which is dumb.
Yeah, and even when that person is not a part of said faction, it's just so weird. Because, if I shoot a Legion guy in front of an NCR guy who just said, like, oh, yeah, fuck I wish I could have seen Caesar die, and you shoot a Legion dude next to him, he's not going to fucking care. He's not going to come arrest you because you shot a Legion member in the head in front of him. He doesn't give a shit.
Now, something interesting could be done with that if you had a selection of guards. Maybe not in every town, but in, 2 or 3 towns who are, worshippers of Sithis, or even, very, very low-level members of the Dark Brotherhood, where, let's say you have a mission in that town to kill someone, you can ask them to, hey, can you guard this location where I'm about to fucking slit someone's throat? Because that would be an interesting implementation of that, where you can actually take advantage of it.
Yeah, that would be cool if you could be like, hey, don't let anyone pass this spot, and then, from there on, behind them, you don't have to worry about NPCs walking up on you during your assassination now. And
to just add that little bit of extra detail to it, you could have the guard, stop someone, hey, don't pass here, there's an investigation going, or something, whatever excuse.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just something would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
$5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Portugal used to be an empire. Now it is comparable to my state in economics, military, and relevance, and their legacy is Brazil and Angola. Damn.
Jesus.
$2
I think it's comparable when we mention the sister fucker capital of the fucking hemisphere. Sorry, but Portugal doesn't come up on that list.
Yeah.
But in every other way, Alabama blows it out of the water. I agree. $2 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you very much. I'm late. What's on the menu today, Foreheads? Really cope video about the 5 copes for Fallout 3.
Yeah, it's been hard to get through because we've been tangenting a lot. And someone keeps using a soundboard. God damn it, you did it before I could.
Yeah, it's you! It's you!
I didn't even use it that time! I was about to,
You were going to! You even admitted it! We have the tape!
Out of the stuff, you a lot of secrets that tie together and hold the world together, or even things like when you go to Minefield and there's just a random sniper there, and then you can read his journal and see, kind of what's going on with him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they provided a bare minimum amount of lore to a fucking Randy. This is such a great, well-written world.
Yeah, holy shit. There's a slavery. Paradise Falls exists, but who the fuck is Paradise Falls' customers?
Well, no, you see, there's one single customer added in a DLC who buys slaves from them. It totally makes sense. Even though this customer has only been around for 20 years at most, and Paradise Falls has been active for at least 100.
Yeah.
I like how there's 2 guys, but one of them just nods and being a yes man. Yeah.
I like how the guy on the left is frozen while the main guy is actually moving, talking.
That's how dialogue works in Fallout 3 and Oblivion. And New Vegas, actually.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's just stupid to look.
Yeah.
It is a weird thing. I will personally take that as originally a limitation of the engine, but they do figure that shit out later.
Yes, that is one genuine positive you can give the Skyrim, is that they figured out the fucking having NPCs move in the background when you're talking to someone. Yeah. The entire world doesn't freeze.
Yeah, and Fallout 4 fucked the dialogue system completely, just fucking ruined it, but at least characters move in the background while you talk to people.
Yeah, and I like that you can just look away to...
Sorry.
I like that you can just look away mid-conversation to leave a conversation at any time.
Yeah, I like that too. The fact that you can just like walk away from the middle of the conversation. I like that.
See, we're not
because that comes in handy.
See, we're not entirely negative about Skyrim and Fallout 4.
Yes, you can leave conversations in an RPG more efficiently.
Yeah.
Fair.
I can't tell you how much of an aneurysm I almost fucking had yesterday when Emil was talking about, in that stupid TED Talk, about how keeping the players in mind and trying to make better interactivity in the games while talking about the fucking dialogue system for Fallout 4.
Yeah.
There was a lot of little things. There's characters established in the world already, and they just think you're some asshole who comes along and, like, you know, it disrupts their...
Oh my god, the world feels like there are characters that have lived outside of you, and, well, first off, I have to ask who, honestly, but Jesus Christ, this is like some big amazing thing that Fallout 3 did right?
This is one of the things...
That's the bare fucking minimum!
It is the bare fucking minimum. This is one of the things I put into the script yesterday, actually, for part 2 of the Fallout 4 analysis, is that in Fallout 3 and 4, it feels like the entire world is designed around you personally existing. Whereas New Vegas, it feels like the world exists and you're in it.
Yeah. It's the same problem Skyrim has. Skyrim is notorious for... The world is completely on pause or repeat until you personally are there. Like, it's an entire play.
Oblivion has this problem, too. And there was actually a comment I received a while back that highlighted something to me that I never noticed. And this is a good thing for world building for anyone writing a story to take note of and not fuck up like Bethesda did. In Oblivion and a lot of these games they make, you're very rarely, if ever, going to find services that exist within the world that the player will never need. There are no carpenters in Skyrim. There's, I'm pretty sure, no butchers in Skyrim. For the most part,
There's no Coopers in Skyrim. Coopers are barrel makers.
Okay, yeah. I was about to ask. The only services that tend to exist are either ones that you directly take advantage of or are going to need, like, you know, a blacksmith or an armorer or an alchemist.
Weirdly enough, even keeping in that consideration, the services you'll need, there are no Fletchers, for example, that would give you your arrows. There are no arbalists that would give you your crossbows or anything.
Yeah.
They're all just generified down to, oh, well, he works with therefore he does everything the sword makers, the spear makers, the blacksmiths, the armor smiths, and everything would do all at once.
I do understand, to a degree, reducing that down to, like, a few characters in one building rather than having, like, half a dozen buildings you have to enter to properly arm and armor yourself. But at least have them separated out at different counters where, you know, they're all in the same building, but this is the Fletcher who makes arrows. This is the guy who makes crossbows and stuff like that. There's a butcher in Markarth and Whiterun. There's a Fletcher in Solitude. The crossbows are a lost technology. They're not a lost technology. They existed in Morrowind.
Crossbow is not lost tech. Yeah. That is not lost tech. That is utterly stupid. But it's like saying the spear is lost technology.
And sure, there might be a butcher in Markarth and Whiterun. Now that you mention, I do think they might be there. Why do only 2 cities in the entire game have butchers? Why is there only one Fletcher in all of Oblivion? And wait, no, Solitude is fucking Skyrim again. I was thinking Skingrad. Why is there only one Fletcher in all of Skyrim?
Yeah. Yeah, and I gotta agree with Lantern's Glow, and yet ESO corrects on this a tiny bit. There are clothiers, leatherworkers, blacksmiths, armorers, grocers, woodworkers, and bartenders, and general merchants. Yeah, they're all different kinds. And they fit within their fucking profession, what they would have.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, sure, the woodworker is a bit vague, because, you know, it not only does it have your traditional stuff, but it would have bows and they have furniture and everything like that. They're very broad, but even so, that's much better than Skyrim. It's just, ugh. It's just utterly, it's insanity. Like, these worlds don't feel real or well thought out.
Yeah. And to point out, too, I can't remember off the top of my head seeing a carpenter in Morrowind either. Morrowind isn't perfect, but it does have a lot of businesses that exist that the player might not necessarily need. For example, most of the cities do have clothiers, and you can buy clothes from... you can wear clothes instead of just armor. You can wear armor and clothes. Most people aren't going to need a lot of the, like, plain clothes that are in the game. So, it's not the top priority to have a clothier in every city, but most of them do have one. At least the bigger cities. I know Alderune, Balmora, and Vivek all have one. I think, yeah, Satrath Mora has one too, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's because nobody, no player needs barrels, you're not going to have the Coopers. You're not going to have any barrel makers. Because no player needs... What's another good example? Knives. Because you're not going to need, utensils for eating or anything like that. You're not going to have the Knife Makers Guild or anything. Because it's nothing that the player actually needs.
In Fallout 4, it kind of felt like everybody yielded to you as if you were the main character.
Right.
How do they not do that in 3?
Yeah, 3 is literally just...
Like, holy shit.
The world revolves around you until, like, you get to the part where you were supposed to go fight the Enclave to get to the Project Period. Then, at that point, you literally just become, like, a camera that follows Sarah Lyon around.
Yeah, to watch the actual people fight the actual battle.
Yeah, the actual heroes of the game.
Yeah.
And even when he's talking about right here, not everyone will yield to you and stop fighting. That is very rare. It's also rare in Fallout 4. I had an issue the other day where I was trying to complete a quest to get footage, and it was actually the fucking ghoul parents for Kid in a Fridge who wouldn't yield to me, because one of them got a little bit damaged by my gun that fires explosive bullets. So I left the area, came back, and they immediately turned hostile again, so I had to reload and redo that section of the quest where you fight off the gunners again. I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone outright actually yield to me in either of these two games. But, with the footage he's got on screen, these Talon Company bounty hunters, they only ever come after you. Why is there no one else in this world who has to really run and hide from a bounty hunter? And I'm not talking about the Replicated Man either. That's a fucking stupid quest. In this world, bounty hunter should be one of the most lucrative professions.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There's no reason at all that you should walk into Megaton or Tenpenny Tower or Rivet City or even Paradise Falls and not have a small selection of bounty hunters there who are either off the job because they're between contracts or they're actively looking for information on someone.
Yeah.
Honestly,
like there's a reason why I almost always roleplay as a bounty hunter in Fallout.
Yeah, honestly, adventuring groups would be a major thing in the Fallout universe. Because, hey, we've heard rumors of this and that. We'll pay you a commission to come bring us back whatever technology you find there, or this specific technology, you keep whatever else is there. Like, adventuring groups would be big bucks in a Fallout universe, in Fallout setting. People that are brave enough to go into really dangerous situations where who knows what kind of hostile environments go in, or you might get radiation poisoning, or you might get attacked by cazadors, like hostile wildlife. There might be bandits there. No, they don't know.
What if you're scavenging, or in New Vegas terms, prospecting for old technology or useful or valuable things in an old ruin, but that ruin is infested by ghouls, or old security bots are still active, or fucking something.
Yeah.
Right.
Fallout 3. It kind of felt like a lot of characters were like, you're just some jerk. Like, I don't need to deal with you.
It felt like you against everyone else.
Yeah, it really did.
Like you were one of the members of that world, and everyone's trying.
No, it didn't.
No, it did not.
You literally are the only thing that's progressing anything in this world. That's the thing that's the most annoying about it.
Yeah,
It doesn't
like
feel
time,
like anything's going anywhere.
Without you.
Yeah, time has just stood still until you get somewhere, and then things happen. It never feels like the world is doing stuff without your input.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we're all dying. We don't have water. What will we do? Just sit around. The main character's over there playing VR chat. Shit, bunker.
You would probably also see massive Sorry, were you... Did you still have more? Because I thought you were finished. No. Sorry.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. You would probably also see massive caravans just for traveling from settlement to settlement. Depending on how dangerous the region is, yeah. For a region it's supposedly as dangerous as the Capital Wasteland is supposed to be, it makes sense that if someone in Megaton wanted to visit Tenpenny Tower or Rivet City or Big Town or whatever, that they wouldn't just go walk. Well, they don't go walking on their own in the first place because people don't travel in this world aside from the like 3 or 4 caravans in the game. But if an NPC from that settlement wanted to travel, it would make sense that they would either ask you to escort them, or they would wait until like 3 or 4 or 5 people all want to travel to the same place so they'll have the strength in numbers, when you could run into at any time Deathclaws or super mutants or raiders or slavers.
Yep.
It's like...
I am getting a call. I'll be right back.
Do you want us to continue?
People who defend Fallout 3 are fucking shocking. Cause you could point to the good stuff. You could point to the good sections of the game. You could point to Oasis. You could point. What is it with Bethesda fanboys where they take the worst aspects of the game and then they make up shit about it? Oh, the world is so alive, and then the world just doesn't exist if you don't do anything.
Yeah.
It's like they always pick the stuff that cannot be defended or can barely be defended, and completely ignore the good stuff.
Yeah, that's what annoys me the most, is like they never try to like build up the good aspects. You know, it's always they take the bad aspects and then try to write them off as actually being good when they're not. And then they completely ignore what few good aspects there are in the game. Yeah, it's so weird.
The fucking boat DLC. Sorry, I'm tired. Remind me again. The boat DLC.
Point Lookout.
Point Lookout, right. The Fallout 3 is dead, right? It's dead. It's all the same shit. You go to Point Lookout and it's something different. There's this cool place to explore. You actually see devastation. The world is properly built. Like, it doesn't feel like it was tacked on there for tourism. It's actually really cool. And you could say, oh look, this goes to show that life can still function elsewhere, but that there are still difficulties of the fucking apocalypse. They could say that. They could say, yeah, there's a world outside of this dead barren wasteland. No. It's actually instead they just go for, no. Washington, D.C., floating buildings, yeah, best place, literally realistic. So much fun. Like, what the fuck? Did I make any sense, or am I just rambling?
You're kind of just rambling, but I kind of got the gist of what you were saying.
Point Lookout is cool, okay? But no. They defend fucking VR. The simulation.
Tranquility Lane.
Yeah, Tranquility Lane. I am so tired.
God, I hate when there's a meme that I specifically want to find, and I just, for the life of me, can't find it, even though I just saw it the other day. I fucking hate that shit. Oh,
People like Vincent Martin exist. Let that sink in. Oh, that sink has entered my room hours ago, fella.
God, that I still just find that amusing as fuck. It's dorky, it's goofy, but the fact that he did it in the first place, just carried a sink into the building of Twitter, is just funny as fuck. Let that sink in.
Literally.
Again, it's totally fucking goofy, but whatever. It was amusing.
Far Harbor is just trying to be Point Lookout. Yeah, but it's in Fallout 4. And everything Fallout 4 does is bad. Except being able to walk away from conversations. I really like that, and I shouldn't say that in an RPG.
Oh shit, Pagan, I clicked on that.
That's great.
Yeah, so Pagan sent a video that was 9/11 if the planes missed the towers, and it's the episode 1. What's that? It's blowing up from the inside.
Yeah, we didn't do that.
I'm back. What did I miss?
You missed me rambling and the Twin Towers exploding by themselves, even though.
Well, I clearly caught that. I was laughing at it.
Yeah.
And I would try to. I was talking about how I hate when there's a meme that you literally just saw the other day and you cannot find it.
Oh yeah.
Again, I hate that shit because while we were talking about like being able to leave dialogue, I was looking for an image I saw the other day of like an image of SpongeBob talking to somebody, but his eyes go way off to the side, like looking at something behind the person, and it's literally just like when you're talking to an NPC and you see a Deathclaw in the background. It's like, yeah.
There was the one where it's a GIF of a guy talking to the cult in Fallout 4, and he's sitting there and they're doing their little like introduction thing, and he's going through like the speech and stuff, and then all of a sudden, as he's talking, a Deathclaw comes in the fucking back door and just kills the guy he's talking to, and then his character is trying to stand up and he gets slapped and killed right after.
That just gives me magically appearing Psyduck vibes, honestly.
It's a shame that they nerfed the fucking Deathclaw so much in Fallout 4 because I really like the new designs. Like they are like the canon design to me. I love the design.
Yeah.
For the Fallout 4 Deathclaws, and I love some of the situations that they cause and stuff where they could just seem to show up sometimes. I love that.
Yeah.
So it's really a shame that they like fucking declawed them so much, but man, it is so fucking funny. It's just like a fucking Deathclaw like just comes around the corner while you're talking to somebody, and they like look through the doorway, and it's like, oh fuck, and it just like starts like crawling through the doorway to get in. It starts killing people, and you're just like, run.
Save yourself.
Did we grab these two super chats or not?
For nothing.
No, we didn't.
Okay, because I do want to get through this relatively quickly at this point. It is very warm in here. I want to turn on my air conditioner. I want to get back to work on stuff, and we've barely made it several minutes. We're barely at the halfway point for a video we're in the second part of covering.
Yeah.
$5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Alabama isn't even high on any list about family intimacy. In fact, Indiana is higher on those. I have no idea where the stereotype even came from. Probably a lot of memes. They're like just shit on the South.
Well,
it's literally the meme, the Sweet Home Alabama meme. That's literally what it's from.
I'm talking more about media stuff though, shitting on the South.
Yeah, and a lot of it too is stuff like Florida. People think people in Florida are crazy.
Yeah,
actually,
because of
Florida's
Florida
well
Man.
more adjusted. Yeah, and it's because of Florida Man. Because Florida has very, very clear sunshine laws. And by that I mean they basically aren't allowed to seal anything. If it's been in court, it has to be made available to the public. So that's Florida for you. Because of that, it means every single court case is open, so you get to see all the weird, nonsense, insane shit the Floridians do that every other state does as well. But here it's in the open.
Yeah.
$5 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you. It's always bugged me just a bit seeing Orc and Imperial armor being sold in Windhelm. I'd enjoy it if location determined what supplies can be gotten. Yes, absolutely. Because,
I am okay. Oh, go ahead.
Because it makes more sense if you're in an area. Let's take Windhelm and Whiterun for example, where Windhelm is a lot more snowy and like implied to be colder than Whiterun is, even though they're both like very far north and there shouldn't be that big of a difference, whatever. Yeah. There should be less alchemical ingredients in terms of plants for sale in Windhelm.
Or make it more expensive.
Or make it more expensive, either or, because sure, they would still have those ingredients if they're being shipped in, which makes sense if you have an alchemist there, which you almost certainly would. So the world should account for things like that, where prices vary from location to location, and quantity of items in stock vary as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I would be okay.
Back. Go ahead and continue without me, but I'll be right back.
All right.
I'd be okay with Imperial armor being sold in Windhelm, specifically if it was made clear that it was trophy armor or like, you know, battlefield conquest armor. Like, hey, we killed some Imperials, we're stripping them down, we're going to sell off the armor, stuff like that. Like, show that maybe the Imperial insignia has been, like, defaced or something like that on the armor. To make it clear that, hey, we've got this armor, we're going to sell it for money for the war effort, but, you know, obviously this is battlefield salvage. This is battlefield trophy armor. I think that would be more interesting. Like, again, and that would set up a little bit of a flavor to the world, right?
Yeah.
So clearly battles are going on because you're getting this, like, the victor are taking the spoils.
Yeah.
Trying to fend for themselves.
Whereas in, like, I think Fallout 4 and especially 76, a lot of people you come across, when you do come across people are like, oh, you're the savior of us. Right. Whoa, you know.
Yeah, 76 is really bad with that. Because, again, 76 has to be that way, because there's no... Even the NPCs they did add it's fucking nonsense. But, yeah, because the world was designed from the ground up for you to be, like, the only thing in existence in that world. It's incredibly stupid.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what he means, though. I'm trying to figure out what he means. Like, I hate that I have to defend Fallout 4, but here I go. I've never run into a settlement or, like, characters in Fallout 4 where they go like, oh, you're my savior, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree with El Descarado. Video says, salvaged armor, did somebody say New Vegas? Yeah. New Vegas does it all the time. The NCR especially. They salvage armor and reuse it, repurpose it for themselves constantly. They'll just repaint it and stuff like that. It's what the fucking NCR power armor is. It's just Brotherhood of Steel armors they got from the Brotherhood NCR war, and they just repainted.
Oh yeah, I fucking love that. So one, you got the NCR power armor, which isn't even actual power armor because it's not powered. It's literally just meant to be like heavy armor.
Yeah.
Without the perks that the regular power armor has. And then you have like the Legion, the Centurions, who literally take like parts of their foes that they've killed and they put it on their armor. So you'll see like NCR Ranger stuff like mixed into their Legion armor. I really like that.
Mm.
Yeah, and again, it's not something that needs to be stated in words or anything like that. It's just a nice little thing that would happen in a constant warfare situation. You're going to salvage useful stuff from your enemies. Because remember, I was gonna say, think about how much of this happened, especially after World War II. How many trophy Lugers and Kar 88s and some very rare Sturmgewehr 44s got sent out. Like, holy shit! Fucking trophy rights is just a fantastic little bit of world building to add into any setting you have.
I'm gonna grab a comment quickly, then we're gonna move on. How much would it take for y'all four to play 76 on stream? So I can't speak for these three. They're probably all going to say no. I will be willing to accept money to play the game at a rate of no less than 30 USD per hour.
I'm out for more than that. First, you have to buy me the game. Second of all, you'd have to pay me per hour to play that shit, because I refuse.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah,
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah,
Like,
especially
I want
now
to
that I've
monetize my
seen.
channel, like, so I'll at least get a reward for playing shit fucking games.
Yeah, now that I've seen how bad it really is. Yeah, no, you'd have to buy me the game, and then I'd probably ask for like $60 to $70 an hour to play the game.
All right, maybe I should bump my price up a bit then. 45 per hour.
You'd get that easily. You get that per hour anyway with these fucking donations.
No, I don't.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, not at all.
Well, you know what I mean.
Hang on, here. Somebody posted this. We don't need to discuss it, but somebody posted an exact thing like I was talking about. Not the exact, but a situation just like.
Deathclaw, what's...
Yeah.
This was a little more Last of Us, where you're kind of playing,
What?
and you're like, who's
What?
actually right here? I mean, I came into this area.
I don't know how you see Fallout 3 and The Last of Us and connect them together.
Like, at all. Like, even in terms thematically or anything. Like, holy shit.
I guess they're both a post-apocalypse, so that means they're the same.
Guys, it's an apocalypse, so basically the same game. Fallout 3 is just like Metro Exodus.
Oh,
Like, what?
have you guys seen the EFAP from like a week or two ago where they covered a video about Andor?
I have not. I have been too busy.
The guy they were covering was talking about how Andor isn't Star Wars because it doesn't have the Force in it. And he started listing off a bunch of other like sci-fi properties and saying that's what Star Wars is, or that's what Star Wars is without the Force. Star Wars without the Force is The Expanse, Star Trek, Stargate, what's the other one? Battlestar Galactica. And like these are wildly different properties. The Force isn't what separates Star Wars out from them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, Star Trek literally becomes Star Wars if you had a zoom lightsaber to it.
That's pretty much what the guy was arguing. It's insane. I'm pretty sure Mueller lost his shit when he heard that.
Yeah, that's a completely insane take. What the fuck?
It is. It's absurd.
Alright.
Why is my thing constantly acting like I'm talking? What the fuck?
Because it's picking up your background noise now, like your fan or whatever.
Oh, fuck. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm killing these people, but did they really deserve that or not? Or even like the Paradise Falls.
What the
What are you talking about?
Fallout 3 is pretty fucking clear on, like, people deserving to die or not. If anyone attacks you, they're almost guaranteed to be evil.
Yeah, and even on that, it doesn't matter if they're not evil. They attacked you. It's now self-defense.
Yeah. But, like, the few times where good people do attack you, it's if you're outright evil. Like the Megaton refugees encounter, or the regulators coming after you.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna bring up, was the refugees, where it's like, yeah, you can get good people to shoot at you, but you have to be completely evil. Like, you blew up fucking Megaton.
Yeah. Also, Regs covered another video on Andor on dog bites. I started watching that yesterday or the day before while I was eating, and couldn't really do editing without ignoring my food.
Is the best way to just murdering everyone? Would there have been a better way to deal with this? Well, this is the way I have. You know.
There isn't a way to
There
deal
is
with a
no
lot of
other
these.
way.
Especially with the footage you're showing here, the talent company Mercs. Like, every dialogue option ends with them saying, yeah, we're gonna kill you. Even the one where you're like, can we talk this out? He's like, ha ha ha, no.
Yeah, again, there is no choice whatsoever. You think there is, but it's clear you haven't played the game enough and realized that there is literally no option.
My favorite part of Fallout 3 is when Autumn beat your father's head in with a golf club, and you're forced to play as him for the rest of the game.
You know, I wonder if that would unironically be a better game.
Honestly, as far as Fallout 3 goes, yes. I'm not talking about Abby either. I'm talking about, like, actually playing as Colonel Autumn.
Yeah.
there's a lot of things you do that tie into that bleak world that I think really set this game apart.
Such as?
Yeah.
Can you name a single one?
Cites fucking nothing, just mentions things, and... Man, this feels like peak delusional.
Yeah.
Source? I made it the fuck off.
I wish I could have played the game they're talking about, because it sure as fuck isn't Fallout 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I like how we're just now getting to 2.
We started on 3.
Yeah. Just got to 2. Oh my god.
Well, that's what happens when everyone tangents and fucking duck noises all the time.
Yeah, see, that's you. That's your...
Numero dos.
The fourth thing we wanted to talk about was actually player-owned housing. Now...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is the thing I remember now. Fucking... so, remember how I gave the list of, like, the topics? And this is the one where I was like, who the fuck cares? Yeah, it's like, it's literally just, he's just talking about player-owned housing as one of the big good things about fucking Fallout 3.
I'm just gonna come out and say it. Player-owned housing is fucking pointless unless it's completely customizable. And I don't mean buying shit for your house that ends up in the same layout every single fucking time, like in Oblivion or Skyrim. I'm talking about actual customization.
Yeah. That's the only time it's even worth mentioning. Like, even New Vegas, it's not worth mentioning. It's just a safe house for you to store your shit and go play the game.
Yeah.
And they even mention in New Vegas, it's like, yeah, this isn't like, you don't own this. Like the Lucky 38, you don't own the Lucky 38. It's just there for you. It's been offered for you.
Yeah.
The only point of player-owned housing in games like Oblivion and Fallout 3 and Skyrim is literally just to store all your shit. Everything else is fucking pointless.
Yep. The only Fallout game that can even, like, remotely, you know, like, have some semblance of, like, caring about your player home is Fallout 4, and it's specifically because of their settlement system thing where you can build basically your own house and how you want it to look.
Well,
it is the only Fallout game.
You do the same 76, so we have to give 76 that.
No, we don't.
No, I don't want to.
No, I know.
It's kind of one of its only selling.
Shit posting when I said that.
Technically, yes, although, let's be honest, Fallout 76 is basically just a fucking DLC for Fallout 4 without actually being DLC for Fallout 4.
Yeah.
Exactly. Fallout 3 is not fucking Sims. Of all things to point out about in fucking Fallout 3, not Point Lookout, not fucking no. Player-owned housing. Which one of you in chat, raise your fucking hands digitally if you ever gave a single fuck or even knew there was player-owned housing in Fallout 3. You might have known. Did you ever use it? Did you ever get it right? Yeah? No? Huh?
So,
like, what the fuck is this point?
I did. I will say that I did buy the themes for my Megaton house.
I did with Tenpenny Tower to see what they looked like. It's just, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, that's there. Okay.
Yeah, it never went beyond that. I literally would buy, like, you know, the pre-war theme or something, whichever one I liked, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is good enough, and then I, like, would never care again after that.
Number 15. Player-owned housing.
I can't believe this is on a 5 things Fallout 3 did right, and one of them is fucking player housing.
I didn't even know Fallout 3 did it. Like, what the
Well, at least we should be able to get through this one pretty quick, because, I mean, what is there to say about fucking Fallout 3 player-owned housing?
Yeah, I can't imagine there'll be any wild shit takes in this.
I do want to grab a comment here. You know, it would be still be worthwhile if it would have the displays for unique items that every single goddamn Player House mod going back to Morrowind has had. It is kind of shocking, like, just how little they can do the display. So, like, even Oblivion, some houses do give you the display cases. They're fucking broken as shit. You put something in there and close it, and half the times your items will, like, get pushed through because of the collision. And the other half of the time when you do get something in there, the next time you enter your house, it'll just clip through the bottom and fall onto the fucking floor.
Yep.
I actually threw my headset, like, when I fucking heard that. Of all things.
I heard it.
Did the fucking... What was his name? The retard. Oh, which one of them, actually? Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no idea what these guys are called.
The fucking, Did the fucking Fallout 3 is better than you think? What was his name?
Many a True Nerd.
Many a True Nerd. Did Many a True Nerd even come up with this stupid shit?
Kind of, but not like this. When talking about how Power of the Atom is actually a really great quest, and how there's choices with consequences in the game, he says that you can lose the Megaton home if you decide to nuke the town.
But even he doesn't mention it as a, like, as a thing.
Yeah, he doesn't come out and say, "Oh, Fallout 3 is great because it has player-owned housing where it's your own house within the game world." He doesn't do that.
Yeah, I think these might be the...
like a fucking cowboy with a lasso or some shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, I think this is the only person we've ever covered who has ever said anything about, like, the player-owned housing in Fallout 3 as a positive.
If you blow up your house with a nuclear bomb, you'll lose your house. Well, the only 2 player-owned houses in Fallout 3 you can only get by completing Power of the Atom. So you can't even own the Megaton house before you blow it up.
If you're comparing Fallout New Vegas 4 and 76, to be honest with you, this is probably the worst in terms of player-owned housing and stuff you can do.
Wait. So how is this one of the 5 things Fallout 3 did right?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I can only assume if Pagan hasn't watched this full section that they're doing a swerve here where our first point was going to be this, but we realized that that's actually bullshit, so we changed it. It's too bad you couldn't realize the other points were fucking bullshit too.
Yeah. Alright, well, I mean, let's
I don't
fucking
know.
see.
I feel like they're gonna fucking try to pull some shit of like, but we still feel that it deserves mentioning of how great this is, even though it's not as good.
Because, maybe, you know what? Maybe they'll be stupid enough to say that this is what set it for the genre or whatever, player-owned housing.
Oh my god!
Which would be just like, no!
If Fallout 3 didn't walk with player housing, then Fallout 4 couldn't run with it.
Yeah, Fallout 76 could be entirely based around it.
Oh, by the way...
Yeah, here we go.
By the way, Starfield is going to have settlement building, too.
Yeah. Oh my god, everything more I hear about Starfield just makes it sound more and more like a disaster.
Well, it's being written by Emil, so
Doesn't the game look like it's not even running at 60?
Yes, it looks.
Did you guys notice the trailer? Doesn't it look
yeah,
wrong?
it does. It does not look like it's running very well. Also, the more I see of that game, the more it literally just looks like a reskin of Fallout 4, which is basically all of their games now is a reskin of Fallout 4.
In the houses and that. But one thing that we really liked about it was that it upgraded from Fallout 1 and 2 a lot.
Yeah.
That's it?
Oh my god, this is more pathetic than I thought it could be. You don't need a house in Fallout 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I mean, you barely need one in Fallout 3, just to store stuff you might not want to get rid of right away. But, like... I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you, as somebody who played a lot of Fallout 3, because I was so annoyed and I needed to make sure I had my fucking sources right about what was wrong with it. I never once used a player house in the entire time I ever played Fallout 3.
I've used it a bunch, but just to store shit. Like, I like this weapon, but I can't really use... Like the Fat Man, for example. but I don't have any ammo for it, so I'm going to leave it here and forget about it and never use it again.
Yep, that's what I would do. I would just put weapons that were unique that I didn't have ammo for, put in my house, never touch it again, and occasionally I would go back to my house to either drop stuff off, because I have too much weight on me, or I would get the infirmary thing so I could specifically remove all my radiation, fix all my bones, and get all my health back without having to pay a doctor. And that's it. That's the only time I would use the player housing.
The game Fallout 3 was a huge improvement over these 90s games when it came to player housing, guys. 10 out of 10.
Fucking insanity.
Yeah, it's completely crazy.
Actually, so there's only really 2 houses you can really have in Fallout 3. And depending on what your actions are, I mean, you only get 1, but depending on what your actions are, you get to pick which one you want.
And then there's some more stuff with the DLC.
Yeah,
like,
with the
for
DLC,
example, Mothership Zeta and stuff.
Right.
But the base game really only had those 2 houses.
Hey, you know what's amazing about Mothership Zeta? Once you fucking finish a DLC, you can have the alien ship, the entire alien mothership as your home. Isn't that cool?
So stupid.
Samurai.
I find it funny.
I'm gonna put a fucking gun sound effect on the soundboard so I could just... in times like that, I could just go...
So one thing I find funny is that these idiots who are fucking trying to defend this shit don't even... Like, they're not even making the argument of, well, actually, you could turn places that you've cleared out into your player home. Because I've done that. I like the Robco building. When you deal with the Mechanist.
Yeah, because he has that cool door.
Yeah, because he has the cool door. I always made that place my player home.
See, this was a thing back in Morrowind because player homes weren't a thing back then, but a lot of players like to collect cool-looking items that they couldn't always carry around. So they would, go into a house where they either killed someone as part of a quest, or they would just kill the owner of the home and just dump all their stuff there. Like, a classic one was... I think it was Nirano Manor in Balmora, where there's a guy on the first floor who is fucking dead. And the only other NPC in this entire house is like a servant in our quarters, which is just a very small room. So you close the door, and you could just... The rest of the house is yours to just store stuff. In fact, because this guy's corpse was part of a quest, it would never despawn, and you could never get rid of it. So people would use him as an infinite container to store their stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of all the places I've used as a safe house in Fallout 3. There's the Mechanist Lair. I've used the shit, I don't know what it's called. It's the shack way off to the I think it's to the east side of the map, where it's where you get the victory rifle in the locker, and when you come out there's like an enclave vertibird that lands nearby and you can shoot it from your porch. I don't remember what it's called, but that was one of the places I would turn into a player home. And the what was it? The satellite dishes. You know what I'm talking about? Where there's the raiders in that one place near where the Brotherhood outcasts are, and you could clear that place out, and I would turn that into a player house.
Yeah. There's several places in Balmora and Morrowind that are good places. Once you get far enough in the main story, Caius Cosades, or however you pronounce his name, he leaves the game, and the house becomes yours, essentially. It's a small little place. There's a Fighters Guild quest to kill an orc outlaw who is living in a tower along the wall where... it's the same wall where the Silt Strider is, but on the opposite side of the river. And that's the coolest fucking tower, from the outside in the entire town. I've used that as a player house. And, yeah, there's just a bunch of cool places where you could just take over and use as a house.
Yeah. I just find it funny that in a section specifically talking about player homes, they're like, yeah, you only get one, really. And it's just these two. And it's like, you could turn other places into player housing, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you don't get the same options. Oh, you don't get the same options as those two. Like, you can't, like, you know, buy things that gives it a theme or, like, buy machines and stuff that help you do stuff, but you could still turn it into a player home.
Yeah. And
so it's funny that they're not even going to mention that, I don't think.
And as Exhumed League says in chat, player homes were sort of a thing in Morrowind. If you join one of the houses, you got your own personal stronghold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, the Halalu stronghold is the best of all three of them. Just fucking outright. It's close to a big town. It's in an area that looks nice and is in a fucking dusty wasteland.
Yeah, the victory rifle is next to some dumping ground crater. When you walk out of the door of the shack and look down, you can look down into the middle of that crater with all of the barrels and stuff around it and the super mutants down there. But I just liked it because it was way up on this like really tall cliff where if the moment you walk out of the door, you can look down, and so you're far enough away that things won't come up to you. But you could shoot down on them and kill them, and I thought that was interesting. The only problem with that place is it's a spawning point for Talon Company mercs. So when you walk out of your front door, they will spawn on you and try to kill you.
The Halalu stronghold also looks the best on IMO. I agree. I do like the Telvanni towers, but I just don't like the overall design and layout of Urvarith's grave. It just doesn't work for me. And the Redoran one is just kind of It's
There's
fine.
Still time left in this fucking video.
Yes, there is.
But that's the previous games didn't have player-owned housing. They just had, you could wipe out people in a building, and then if you wanted to for role-playing or whatever you want to do because you're playing the game, you could kind of set up shop there.
Mm-hmm.
But that didn't really do anything for you.
No.
Neither does the player-owned housing.
Yeah, he did at least mention what we were talking about. I'm surprised that they even mentioned that, but at the same time, yeah, it's literally the only difference is these other two you can buy themes and like medical equipment and shit for your house. That's it. The other ones, it's literally just a place where you store your shit and you can put stuff in the place to decorate it yourself. That's it. That's the only difference.
In this game, they actually give you like a bed. They give you tables and drawers and everything like that. You can store your items in.
Wow, you mean like every other player house in every other fucking game ever? Wow, amazing!
It's shocking.
Bed and table. Wow, Game of the Year edition.
It's shocking that they're talking about this like it's some kind of fucking like innovative, amazing fucking thing that no one has done before when Oblivion did this too. And like,
yeah,
it's not even that amazing of a thing. Oh, you have an area with a container in it that you can put stuff into. Cool.
Yeah, and Morrowind did this. But Morrowind did even better, where you can actually hand place your items and make really fucking cool looking places.
Yeah. That is one of the biggest upsides to Morrowind is items didn't have collision or physics added onto them, so you could like display all your items perfectly the way you want. It was one of the things I like to do, where I would take over a house that has a set of shelves in it, and I would collect all the different helmets and display them on the shelf.
Yeah. God, this is so pathetic. And it's funny because every single mod that adds a player house completely outshines anything you can get in the base game of any of these games, really.
Yeah.
Like any of the Bethesda like open world games where you get player housing, the mods outshine them every single time. They look way better. There's way more fucking stuff to do in them. Some of them are like dynamic, so like as you complete certain quests, you'll get like items that will fill up, it'll decorate itself as you get like further into the game. Certain items that are like that correspond with certain missions and stuff. You know, like things that you've seen in the missions will fill up your house.
This actually reminds me that for Oblivion, Bethesda has like 6 DLCs or something for player-owned houses, and all of them kind of suck. It's like they looked at the idea behind mods that are player-owned houses and just didn't fully grasp the point.
Yeah.
Like there's a Wizard's Tower, there's the Vile Lair, which was like the Dark Brotherhood one. There was the Pirate's Cove, which was the Thieves. Like, I remember doing all these back in the day. The Pirate's Cove is the only one I haven't done again, because that one was actually a bit of a fucking slog to get through. There was Battlehorn Castle, where you have to kill like 3 or 4 mercenaries that are trying to take over the castle. And the guy who owned it is dead and left it to you for some reason.
Yeah. Also, yeah. Well, actually, it's a super chat, so we'll need to read it. But I got something I don't want to say about that.
All right, $5 from the Wayfarer. Thank you. You know what's better player housing? How about the Think Tank Tower in Old World Blues? Or how about the Ultra Lux Casino?
Yeah, so, again, New Vegas, it's not, the point is not the player homes. You know, they're nothing spectacular. But I do find it funny that this guy is like, oh yeah, when you complete Mothership Zeta, you know, you get the whole ship. It's like, okay, but when you complete, even before you complete Old World Blues, you get the tower. And it has way more stuff, way more stuff to do. Like, there are so many different things that help you.
It's all about the sync base.
Yeah, the sync is one of the best player homes in the entire game. In New Vegas.
Getting into wars between all the different appliances is funny.
Yeah, and you can also get, like, you know, if you like the what is it, the presidential suite in the Tops Casino, when you like deal with Benny, you get to keep that. You can make that your player home.
Oh,
yeah. There's a lot of places in New Vegas like that where you just get to keep places as player homes. But yeah, just the mods always outshine all of them. One of my favorites is the one turns the Good Springs water tower into a player home.
Oh.
And it has quite a bit of like stuff to it. There's a couple of things I don't like that it adds, which is why I don't use it. I don't like that it adds like a modern Humvee for you to travel around in. That's weird. I don't know why they did that. I think if they cut that, it'd be fine. But yeah, if they cut that, there's like a little like shower thing at the bottom where you pull on like a pipe and it opens the pipe and you could take a shower with it. You could go inside and there's like a thing on the bottom that separates your house from the water inside, and on the top there's like a little garden, and there's also a little like shooting range thing. Like there's a rifle you can use, and there's like little what are they, mannequins set up on the ridges around Good Springs, and you could shoot them from the tower as like target practice, and it makes like a sound when you hit them. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good mod.
Yeah, for the Enclave mod, Creetosis, which I suggested to you almost 2 years ago, that mod, other than giving you like a story, like a main story to deal with the Enclave and all that, it gives you an entire bunker as your home and lets you develop it. So if you want to add more people to it, you can. And,
interesting.
Omega, I don't think it was. Yeah, Omega Prime actually makes an interesting point. Says, he says, "Bruh, you get locked out of the whole mothership in the DLC and are just left with a small area."
Yeah, I was going to grab that comment. I completely forgot about that because I didn't even test to see if I could go back through the rest of the ship. So yeah, I completely forgot about that. It's just that one small little area, which is retarded.
Yep. You don't even get to go to the rest of the areas anymore. You're just stuck in the fucking, like, captain's quarters.
Yeah, and the bridge. Another comment I want to grab quickly before getting back to the video. Bethesda are the modding equivalent to skinwalkers. They can mimic the sounds, but they don't know what they mean. Reskinwalkers.
Oh my god, you just made me think of that fucking video. Me and Cree watched it. It was on Nexpo, and it's about like I don't remember what it was exactly, but there's like this footage of a guy just standing in a field, and basically, yeah, it's like Skinwalker sort of thing where it mimics a person, but it's not actually a person, and it's just a dude standing in the field going like, "Help! Help me!" And if you get close, he just like snaps, like turns his head and looks at you.
Jesus.
And goes completely quiet, and it's like, yeah, fuck that.
I forgot about that.
Oh.
You can even items in your house, which I thought was actually really interesting. Obviously, New Vegas and 4 and 76 did it better, but this game introduced all that, and it was really cool.
No, it didn't!
No, it didn't!
You could do that in fucking Morrowind. You could do it in a... What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you're just straight up wrong. You're either lying or stupid at this point. What the fuck?
I'd say probably stupid on that point, because they probably don't realize all this other stuff came before it.
Yeah, they probably haven't even played these other games.
Yeah, but I mean, you need to understand the level of insanity. This would be like saying, like, you could shoot guns in Fallout 3, and no game has ever done that before.
Yeah, it is ridiculous that you would assume that that Fallout 3 did it first. Like, what the fuck? It's the only game I played, so therefore...
Let's be super Steel Man-y here and assume they only met in the Fallout universe, right? But even then, you could get housing in Fallout 2. Like, at least I remember you could get a place that you could call your own to do all of your storage and everything like that, so you could have like a base of operation.
I would assume so. I would be very surprised to learn that you can't store anything in Fallout 2.
Well, even if we are... It's hard to limit this just to Fallout, because this is a Bethesda game, and this is something you could do in Morrowind and Oblivion. So it's not, again, it's not groundbreaking just because it's the first game in this series to do it, when it's just Bethesda doing the thing they've done for the previous 2 games.
Yeah.
Only worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't want to be a negative Nancy. Oh, sorry, you go.
There isn't one in Fallout 2, so I guess that was just me naturally taking over areas to just be...
Really? There isn't one in Fallout 2? I'm surprised that there isn't a place in Fallout 2.
Yeah, apparently there is not.
Wow. Okay.
I went to double check, so I guess I just naturally would take over an area and then like store my stuff there as like a base. But so yeah, so if we super, like, again, to steel man the shit out of this argument, just the Fallout series, and only the Fallout series, completely isolated from everything else, including other Bethesda titles that came before Fallout 3 and did it better than Fallout 3.
Even then, though, I don't like steel manning it to that degree, because you can't take Fallout 3 in a vacuum. Oblivion exists, and we cannot ignore that.
Yeah, especially when you consider Fallout 3 is basically just Oblivion with guns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, I hate to be a negative Nancy, but remember when we said we didn't have much to talk about in this section?
I was just gonna bring that up. I was just gonna mention the fact that I said that there would be almost nothing to talk about, and then here we are, like going on tangents.
We're getting through it. We're getting through it.
We can do it.
Now, in this game, I think in New Vegas, it was insanely glitchy. Yeah. Like, it was just impossible to move stuff around, and you always have, like, the problem of it phasing through the ground or something like that, which was really annoying.
When you look at PC...
That undermines the point, then. Does it matter if they did it first if it's completely fucking garbage?
This is supposed to be a positive. This is supposed to be one of the things that, like, the top 5 things Fallout 3 did best. And the best thing you can do for this section is talking about player housing in Megaton. Well, specifically Megaton. They haven't even mentioned Tempe Tower. And you literally can't even decorate the fucking place.
This would be like saying the Virtual Boy is great because it, like, pioneered the way for fucking VR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even get why you would try to decorate the place yourself with how buggy it is. Just buy one of the fucking themes and, like, just call it there.
Also,
like, it decorates it for you.
You mentioned the themes a couple times, so I have to say this now because it's been bugging me since I thought about it. One of the themes is a raider theme, and I don't know about the Megaton house because I never use it. But in the Tenpenny Tower house, it causes like body parts and a corpse to be hung from the ceiling.
Yep, does that Megaton too. Yep, there's a fucking, you literally string a corpse up with chains above like where you sleep.
Which, if you want to design your house that way in your post-apocalypse, fine, that's cool, do that. It's kind of insane that you can buy that from a merchant.
Yeah, in a town that not only isn't raiders, but actively fights against raiders, like, in the lore, according to them. Like, they get raiders that come up to their gates all the time, and Jericho has to shoot them. So it's weird that they would just have a theme where you could just buy a dead person and string them up in your fucking house. Like, what the fuck?
It's great.
Hey, kid, want to buy a dead body? Yeah.
Guys, remember the point of him saying that Fallout 3 introduced player housing?
Yeah.
Fallout 1 had player housing.
Did it?
It was temporary, because you could rent it for a day or a week at a time. But it had player housing.
Couldn't you get like didn't you have a room? Yeah, there's the crash house. Didn't you have a room with the Brotherhood of Steel?
Fuck.
That you could put your stuff in? Like, it's just a room, but it's still technically a player house.
It's great. Hella glitchy and practically impossible to use properly, but it's great, guys. Please like it. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember, 5 things Fallout 3 did right.
Also, Rex says that you can get that room for free if you do the quest. If you do a quest for the crash house.
And there is room in the Brotherhood.
Okay, and
so
there is a room in the
Brotherhood. 2 player
Brotherhood.
houses in Fallout 1 then. Good. Wonderful.
Okay, so then, so then they are wrong. This wasn't, even within, if we're just talking about the Fallout franchise, he's wrong.
Even if we steelman the shit out of it, it's still wrong.
Steelman it to a ludicrous degree.
Yes, we steelman it to a ludicrous degree, and it's still wrong.
For this game,
yeah,
and I can be like, PC better, but when you look at PC for the Bethesda games, you can really see how much more could have been done.
Yeah,
because people have just straight up built you entire player-owned houses in the PC version that you can put your stuff on weapon racks and everything.
Also, here, this shit like this annoys the piss out of me. The fucking books, like magazines and stuff that are just like frozen. They're hard locked to be bent in a specific way. Even though it's a fucking magazine.
Yeah,
why
that's
wouldn't
really
it
weird.
Like, sure, I can understand like some creases and shit like that, and maybe like the edges are rolled, but Jesus Christ, it would lay fucking flat. It wouldn't be an arc.
Well, Seth, you see, they were originally owned by a Coomer, so they're stuck that way.
They're like cum-stuck. That's what I called it, the cum-stuck.
Yeah, they were owned by a
where
Coomer.
Somebody got a little too antsy back in the old days when we had porno magazines and not just everything on the internet. People would get a little too into it and then have to stash it because they made noises or whatever. And then you come back to it later and it's fucking stuck.
A particularly erotic edition of Grognak.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Skyrim. This, though, for the Bethesda games to actually implement player-owned housing, I think is what we're talking about.
The Bethesda games? No, it's not. No, because you had that in Morrowind and Oblivion before that. Now you're just fucking it more.
Yeah. God, every time he opens his mouth, he just gets more and more wrong.
I am suddenly in favor of advocating genocide.
I'm suddenly in favor of service guaranteed citizenship. People like this should not be allowed to vote without having to serve the community first.
No, such, because then you just clean bathrooms like a Mexican and get fucking...
Real talk, the shows that I love watching on YouTube, the like Good Logic and Lawful God damn it, what's his name?
Lawful
I think
Masses.
I know where you're going with this.
No, not Lawful Masses. Lawful Masses. Leonard French is an idiot. Holy shit.
Oh.
Leonard French has Trump derangement syndrome at the fucking ass.
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
It's the guy from Korea. But he brings on a guy who's literally called Mexican Iron Man, and he's like, "What are you gonna do?" And he goes, "How many lawns have you mowed today?" And he's like, "Oh, so many lawns, senor." It's just so good. He's like, "The suit was very hot, senor, but it's all part of the brand."
I just remember the fucking
Legal mindset. That's it. Legal mindset. I watched
just
Legal Mindset
remember
as well, though.
the girl, the woman they had. I think it was on The View, and she was talking about like Trump and shit like that, and the fucking the whole
Who's
build a
gonna clean
wall
your
thing.
bathroom, Donald Trump?
Yeah, and she was like, "Well,
Yeah.
who's gonna clean your bathrooms and stuff like that?" And all the other hosts were like, "Oh my god, what the fuck?" Like,
Yeah, they realized
she's like,
how racist that was.
yeah, and she tries to save it, but she can't. That was so fucking funny.
Oh, it wouldn't be legal. It wouldn't be Legal Eagle. Legal Eagle's a fucking retard.
Yeah, definitely not him.
Yeah. I do want to try and stay more and more on focus now, because we've been going for over 4.5 hours, and it's been hot all that time. I need to put my air conditioner on at some point.
Okay.
It's not the best, and yeah, sure, Oblivion did it too. I get it. But
And Morrowind.
I think that it does add to the world of Fallout, and that's kind of it was the stepping stone for modders to come.
No,
in.
No, it wasn't.
That's not how that works, you fucking plank!
Mods were already being made before this game was fucking released. They were doing this in Morrowind and Oblivion, you fucking idiots.
Not just
they
that,
did player
Fallout 1 and
housing and
2
Fallout
have mods.
2. Yeah, with mods. That's what I'm
saying. That's what I'm saying. They literally were already making these type of mods in those games before this.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. How can you be so fucking wrong?
Also, your setup on your desk is shit. Fuck off.
How are we getting such monumental shit takes from a fucking section about player housing? Oh my god!
We are almost there. We are kind of almost there.
Better, and then for New Vegas to come in and make it better, and then Fallout 4 to have settlement building, and then 76 to have microtransactions.
Settlement building was there because they were chasing a fucking trend.
Yeah. They wanted to get it on the fucking Minecraft money.
Yeah, because, like, so many games now have craftingtism fucking put into it that people love, that it's an easy win with a lot of people.
Yeah.
And actually, Bethesda is really fucking lucky they did that, because Fallout 4 would not have the legs it does without settlement building. It's like one of the very few things about that game people even care about anymore.
And it's done really, really badly.
Oh,
like,
it
to
is
the point,
dog shit.
You can map out the fucking spawn points and just gate them in the fucking gay baby jails all over the place.
Settlement building, which is frustrating. This is something that I think the idea of it being implemented here.
Oh, just look at those hollow tags. That's supposed to be a fucking chain. Just look at them.
And then Fallout 4 to have settlement building, and then 76 to have microtransactions.
Look at this
building,
fucking clunky ass bullshit.
This is something that I think the idea of it being implemented here.
I know why it's like that, but that looks so fucking bad.
Yeah,
it does. It looks
again,
so shit.
It makes sense from just a practical sense. But you know what you could do? Having it be in a fucking clear plastic case or something like that. Like, just do it like your character put it in there to show some kind of respect for the fact it's a dog tag. Like, oh my god.
Or, alternatively, if you're taking them as trophies of the people you've killed, you should be able to...
chain.
Huh?
I was gonna say, get rid of the fucking chain.
Well, I was going to say you should have an object in your house that you can hang them off of, the way you can put up your bobbleheads. So it's just like a wall of dog tags.
Yeah.
Or hollow tags.
Or, you could wrap them around your fist and turn them into a weapon like you can in New Vegas.
Guys, El Descarriado in chat actually renamed this section. video to something more honest and appropriate. Number 2, Fallout 3 invented guns and ammo in gaming. Source, I made it the fuck.
Yeah.
It's like, what is this? How the fuck has this guy been talking more than 3-4 minutes? It's like, about fucking player housing, when it's literally just a room with a bed and some shit like you have in every other room.
Bro, because he's making shit up and getting it wrong. That's how.
Fucking, you know that Alex Jones meme is where he's like, get ready to get shot, but first you're gonna be raped. Like, that's how I feel seeing this video still not over.
You're the one who decided to join in.
Yeah.
You guys are fun. This video is not.
Adds to the world a lot, but you would not survive this world just wandering around forever.
No.
Like, you need somewhere.
Yeah, you would, because the AI is absolutely retarded, no problem.
I know what the argument he's making here is, and it's fucking stupid. You would need somewhere to, like, lay low to be your home or whatever. You don't need anywhere like that in these games. It's not a necessary part of survival in these games. Maybe a bit more realistically, yeah, you would need somewhere to fucking live. But... And also, if you do need somewhere to live, you could just, like, camp out in an abandoned store or house or fucking whatever.
Yeah. Just go to an abandoned house, go upstairs, lock the room. Good night.
Where
In
consistent.
It also gave you something to call your own.
Yes.
Which I know sounds kind of stupid, but like...
Yeah, because it does sound fucking stupid.
Wandering around the wilderness, yeah, you're picking up a lot of items, you're picking up a lot of stuff, you're whatever. And it was just nice to be able to come back to a place that was yours and save the stuff you wanted, whether you wanted to put a bunch of your clothes in a drawer or something like that, or if you wanted to display, like, the Lincoln's repeater, you know,
I've seen people talk up stupid bullshit before, but this is kind of another level.
You go to hell before you die.
I was considering re-including that in the remake of Part 1, but I ended up cutting it. It was in the original video when talking about Mama Murphy.
Oh, what the you go to hell before you die?
Yeah. Remember, kids, if you do drugs, you go to hell before you die.
Remember, kids, if you do drugs, you're a... I'm not gonna finish that, I just realized this is my channel.
Yeah.
And put that on your desk. It was cool to take that and be able to come back to a place and actually display it on your desk. Instead of just having it sit in your pocket or, you know, sitting in some dumb chest or something like that and you never get to see it.
It's just placing an item on the world.
Oh, thank God.
Absolute spurg nugget.
And Morrowind did it so much better because everything wasn't a fucking physics object. It would spaz out. So you could make some really intricate displays because of it.
In Morrowind, I could be confident when I put an item down, it wouldn't move. If I put an item down in Oblivion or Fallout 3... I risk entering that building and it fucking launching itself across the room or clipping through the floor and disappearing.
My favorite thing of all time is you put an item down in one of these buggy-ass physics objects. Like one of these games that allows you to do that, and they're physics-based. You leave, shit, I forgot something. You come back in, and that object gets launched into your forehead and kills you instantly.
I've never been killed by an item, but I have had them launch across the room.
I have been killed by items like that 3 times, and I have had multiple, God knows how many instances of it where it'll, like, chunk huge chunks of health off, and I'm just like, ow, fucking ow!
Also, I love how we just went through that entire section about player housing, and he didn't once mention the themes or any of the additional stuff you can buy for your fucking... player homes to make them more functional for like gameplay reasons. Doesn't even bring any of that up.
There was a point to make with the fucking chem set or even the robot giving you bottles of water.
Yeah.
And he didn't. He completely missed it.
Yeah, it doesn't mention the infirmary or anything. Just nothing. Not the decorations you can buy, the themes, the fucking any of the utility items that help you with just general stuff. Doesn't mention any of that stuff, even though that is specifically player housing mechanics. What the fuck?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's another funny thing in Skyrim. The random bones and you kill skeletons, you walk on them and they launch you a little bit and you just shave some health off. It's like, what the fuck?
Not just when you kill skeletons, but the physics objects in general. You can find, like, non-skeleton enemy bones, and if you walk into... bones. And if you walk into them, they'll cause damage.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
But yeah.
Senator Abby Strong just told us to prepare for pain.
Oh no.
Oh, I think I know which one this is, if I remember correctly.
No spoilers.
But yeah, how the fuck do you die to a prop? Well, it's easy. It's because it's physics based, and the game engine doesn't take into account what the physics object was. It just takes into account that a physics object impacted you going at whatever velocity your units that the engine says, and it kills you. It's how a lot of people die in like Half-Life 2, especially, which is funny as fuck.
Shopping carts in Fallout are death sentences. There was something about the way that they open up and like they clip into you and get stuck if you walk into it, and it just like vibrates inside of you and just drains all of your health instantly.
There's my favorite one, and again, this even goes back to old like Gold Source engine. In Half-Life 1, you could there was a specific door where the door, because you would be stuck there permanently and there was no way to get out of it, but it wouldn't crush you. So what they did was they programmed in a thing to give you negative health. Unfortunately, the programming is wrong in the coding. So if you manage to get yourself stuck in the security door in Half-Life 1, it's how speedrunners do the trick. You'll get negative health, and then it'll go down to 0, and then it'll spiral back to the other way, and then the other way, and the other way, and the other way. And they do that until they have millions upon millions of HP for the rest of the speedrun.
Damn.
It's a fantastic thing.
Can just tank all the damage and proceed.
Yes, and it also allows them to do tricks like satchel jumping and stuff like that. Stuff that would kill you normally by any other method, but in the speedrun you can do satchel jumps. You can do rocket jumps to your feet and everything.
Oh god, I'll be right back. And also, yeah, that's fucking annoying.
Yeah. Alright. Do you want us to continue? Alright, we'll continue. We'll continue when you get through. Yep.
Splat.
I think one of the biggest things that Fallout 3 did really well was its implementation of VAT.
No,
that's
it's
the
literally
thing that it did well.
It's one of the things people complain about. It's one of the things people don't like. I mean, the only reason it's good in Fallout 3 is because the shooting is so terrible. You have to rely on VATS. You don't have a choice.
Oh god.
Also, all the bugs associated with VATS. Getting stuck in VATS, not
I cannot
shooting.
tell you how many times I have gotten stuck in VATS. Oh my god. In fact, I stopped getting the fucking perk where the mysterious stranger shows up and helps you, specifically because every time he would appear, the game would just like, he just wouldn't shoot, and it would just be stuck on his turn forever.
Guys, VATS game. VATS game. First person shooter VATS game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, that was more accurate than we fucking thought, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought he was just realizing he was spiraling and like no, every other game does that. Every other game does that. Every other game. That's game. That's something that only the Fallout games do.
It's hardly a game though, because you have to.
It's not. It's not a genre. It's not a game style.
It's also not the. It's not the only game that does like this type of gameplay. XCOM is literally like this.
Yeah. Yeah. Oof.
That's in this Vegas, probably my favorite in the series. I like it more actually than Fallout 1 and 2, which was
What?
The only way of combat.
You can only play that way. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's
Sorry,
you
I
can't
just
walk
realized it's
around
the same
freely.
thing. Holy shit.
Yeah, you can't shoot and walk at the same time. It's not a first-person shooter. It's
It's an
isometric.
RPG. It's an isometric RPG based off
Yeah.
of a tabletop system. Holy fuck!
Ah.
No, Freeman. That is literally the translation of how the old games used to work into 3D, which they implemented because the shooting is ass. Now, that might work. Like it technically it exists. It existed all the time, but VATS in Fallout 3 is so fucked. You could almost say it's an OnlyFans camera model, because here's the thing. When the shooting doesn't function in the game, you can't zoom in, and even shooting at close range is shite. You have to rely on the VATS. The problem is Fallout 3 is such a non-functioning game, in other words, a Bethesda premium title, that even using VATS is suicide. So you have to resort to either risking using VATS and getting stuck, or getting something that's automatic, like, I don't know, a fucking machine gun or an SMG or whatever, an assault rifle, and just spraying and praying. Meaning that VATS fucked the combat in the game entirely.
Are you telling me the final point is fucking VATS?
Yes, it is. Yes.
He's talking about VATS, and he's already gotten shit wrong.
He said the VATS system is way better than it was in 1 and 2, and it's like, but 1 and 2 you could only play it as a turn-based isometric RPG based off of a tabletop system. What the fuck?
Hold on.
It also, I just generally think it was better in those games anyway, assuming if we were to go off of his, like, assumption that it's the same thing, which technically it's not, but the animations that would play when you killed stuff in the original games was way better than the shitty ragdolls. Yeah.
They were literally just low poly circles that were textured to look like insert enemy here and then just tossed all over the place.
Hold on, I'm gonna play something for chat so they can get my proper reaction to this news.
Mm.
There we go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Again, like, it's just crazy. The combat system in 1 and 2 were great. The combat system in 3 is awful.
Yeah, it's really fucking
like,
bad.
The VATS is basically a crutch for just how terrible the shooting is.
God, yeah. Like I said before, you know, VATS isn't good. It's not even a good thing in this game. The only reason why it's even remotely tolerated is because the base shooting mechanics are so fucking bad. You have to rely on VATS. You have to. You don't have a choice.
Which was very much just you pull up the
base
thing.
Level.
Yeah, you'd pull up the thing, you'd click on it, it would have a little percentage, and that'd be it. With Fallout.
No.
What? That's not how 1 and 2 worked at all. What the fuck are you talking about? Hold on. The fuck on.
I'm doubting they even played Fallout 1 and 2 at this point.
I don't think they know anything about Fallout 1 and 2. Fallout 1 and 2 was so specific, you could shoot people in the dick or in the eyes. Holy fuck.
I like it more, actually, than Fallout 1 and 2, which was very much just, you know, you pull up the
base
thing.
Level.
Yeah, you'd pull up the thing, you'd click on it, it would have a little percentage.
Well, no.
You could go super specific with where you wanted to target, and there was specific animations for everything that you would do, especially like the death animations were so well done. Yeah. In comparison to fucking Fallout, like the new games with Bethesda and whatnot. Oh, they look so bad when stuff dies, especially when they like stretch out and start flipping around into the air and fly off into space. Like, my planet needs me.
I was trying to find the actual, like, UI image that shows where you can actually select the eyeballs and things like that.
Yeah.
Because you do targeted shot and then or I think it's targeted shot in sequel, and then aim shot I think is in the original. But yeah, you do that and then you pick the fucking like limb or the eyes and shit like that to just blow their fucking brains out. And especially if you hit them in the eyes, it does massive crit damage.
Both. I think the old Fallout animations with or without Bloody Mess were better than the stuff we get now. Like, sure, you can give people in the new games, but I still think it was done better then than it is now. Plus, I just don't really find the giving stuff that entertaining. I would much rather just have good death animations.
There's also the fact that certain characters in Fallout 4 are completely protected from getting gibbed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bloody Mess had a downside to it, where if you took the Bloody Mess thing, you wouldn't get their armors and shit like that, because you blew them to pieces.
Yeah.
But there, see, like that. Like, if you can target the head, the eyes, the right arm, the right leg, the left arm, the groin, the torso. Again, you can shoot people in the fucking dick.
I'm
gonna tell you right now,
Fallout 3.
Playing the Fallout 2 online game mode, I'm gonna tell you, I constantly shot people in the dick. Because it was funny.
Oh, yeah, the Flamer death animation. Yeah, that one was good. Oh. God, there were so many good animations.
The machine gun animation. If you got a crit hit with a machine gun, you blew off chunks of them. Like, you see an arm go flying off of their hand, they're trying to grab at their, like, injury, like, they're still getting like, ripped through with bullets. Or just riddled, parts of the jacket are getting torn apart and everything. It's like, holy shit.
Yep. And then, of course, there was, like, the missile launchers that would just blow everybody apart. Ah, there was so much good stuff. And if you had the Bloody Mess perk, and you killed the Overseer at the end of the game, he gets ripped in fucking half, and then he crawls on the ground before dying.
Yep.
I also liked using the rocket launcher or the missile launcher in Fallout 1 and 2, because if there's a cluster of enemies together, you'd literally separate them with the explosion.
Yeah.
$8 from Dileocon. Thank you. Hey, Stag. Which company or studio, besides Obsidian, should make Fallout 5? I don't care. Just one who cares about... No. One who cares about making a good Fallout game.
Yeah. Oh, and
why
Frank
not you?
Horrigan.
Because you make it shitposty.
No. Yeah, Frank Horrigan went out like a boss. He
blew
the way
he dies
off, and he's like, no, fuck this. I'm gonna keep fighting.
Yeah, stands up on his fucking hands after his legs are gone, and then his head explodes.
I'm gonna tell you right now, every time I've ever done...
head explodes, my honest reaction to that information vibes.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you, every time I've ever fought Frank Horrigan, I have always convinced the Enclave members to kill that muty piece of shit, and also turn on the turrets.
Yeah.
And then I just sit back going... It gets blown to pieces.
Setch just doing the Peter Griffin laugh as he watches the best Enclave soldier get ripped to pieces.
No, we need to do the meme. The weakest Enclave soldier.
Hey, Lois. I just tried to save from you.
Peter, the mutie is here.
Peter, there's a mutant in here.
Wow, thanks for ruining my joke.
Alright.
And that'd be it. With Fallout 3 and New Vegas, it is the same, but because you're looking at it from a first-person perspective, and you're actually seeing where they're at, and you're seeing things going on, like, for example, if someone's throwing a grenade, you could target the grenade in the air, or you could target it on their belt. Things like that, I thought really added to that.
Yeah, but you can't reverse pickpocket somebody, which is the funniest fucking thing to do. Like, that's one of my all-time favorite things to do in Fallout 1 and 2. If I need to kill somebody, I will sneak up behind them. I will reverse pickpocket a fucking satchel charge on their ass, and I'll just leave and just like wave outside as I push the button and they detonate. It's fucking great. Reverse pickpocketing is a fantastic feature. Like, having the ability to first do the pickpocket check, but then do a check to make sure the item you put on them can actually be hidden on the person and they don't notice is just amazing. I love that shit.
You can reverse pickpocket in Fallout 3, apparently.
Can you?
Yeah, I think... Yeah. I think I have seen videos of that.
Alright,
yeah,
fair,
you can. I've done it. Well, there's even a thing, like, on the radio station, where they talk,
if you
like...
get it high enough, they said you can, okay.
Yeah, Daring Dashwood, there's the whole thing where, in the radio show, fucking Argyle puts a grenade in a super mutant's pocket or whatever, and it kills it, and he's like, yeah, I call it the Shady Sand Shuffle.
Am I the only one who never listened to Daring Dashwood's fucking adventures?
I did back when I first got the game because I was just listening to the radio.
Anytime they came on, I would turn them off because they I'll be honest, they sounded gay as fuck.
They were pretty lame, but I just would listen to them. I don't know. It wasn't great, but they do reference it both in lore and in gameplay in Fallout 3, so yeah.
Dashwood is cool. Yes, he's a very good character for Bethesda writing in Fallout 3. It's a shame he gets fucking murdered by, Roy... I'm forgetting his last name. The stupid
Roy Phillips.
Ghoul, Roy Phillips, the ghoul dipshit.
Yep.
And which the previous games did, but later games for some reason don't do, which I, again, don't understand why you'd move away from this. It's fine in Fallout 4, but in 76 it's pretty bad.
Well, 76 can't slow down time or stop time when you're playing with other people. Like, fucking
like,
making
what, is
me
the entire
defend.
server supposed to stop?
Making me
because
defend Fallout 76. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Why would Fallout
Also, look how
76
stupid
do
this is. Again, look how stupid this is. The fact that everything stops and he's just shooting this over and over again.
3 in New Vegas, it is the same.
It just looks
but
so
because
dumb.
You're looking at it from a first-person perspective, and you're actually seeing where they're at, and you're seeing things going on. Like, for example, if someone's throwing a grenade, you could target
there when he shoots her right there.
Target it on their belt. Things like that, I thought really added to VATS and stopping time,
it's just
which
so fucking,
the previous
like,
games
it just
did,
doesn't
but
look
later
good
games,
either.
For some reason, don't do, which I, again, don't understand why you'd move.
I'm not sure the stopping time thing is a problem. It's how the game reacts to it.
Yeah, this thing right here this isn't the problem. It's once he actually initiates the attack, and then everything still seems frozen. It's so fucking dumb.
Kind of. For like a second or two, it is very...
Yeah, and then it picks back up to speed, even to the point where it can be a detriment to you. Like, you'll get punched around, but your character model doesn't take damage, because you're in VATS. But another enemy can hit you and push you into an area where you're just trapped, because you're stuck in VATS pose.
Yeah.
Move away from this. It's 4, but in 76 it's pretty bad. VATS kind of sucks.
Look at that.
With this game, though, I thought VATS was something that really sets the gameplay apart. The shooting in this game is not the best. It never will be.
No,
you don't say.
Well, it's not the best movie. Yeah, but do you think it's good?
Yeah. It's literally that. Oh my god, the combat in Fallout 3 is so fucking shit. It's so bad. It's one of the worst examples of combat for like first person shooting I have ever seen. It is so fucking bad.
Yeah.
And it never was. But it actually stood apart from other shooters and other RPG open world games because of VATS. It was such a...
Okay, let me tell you something. A game standing apart from other games is not necessarily a good thing. Ride the Hell Retribution stands apart from other games because it's a massive piece of dog shit. Doesn't make it good.
Yeah. Also, I hate how bullet spongy these fucking enemies are, and his character is too. Like, I know it's a difficulty setting thing, but God, it just annoys the fuck out of me when everything is bullet spongy. I can't stand it.
It's because in Fallout 3 they didn't have the damage resistance and armor threshold systems or anything in place, so it's just they just gave them artificially way more health.
Yeah.
The Lord of Ring Golem stands apart from other games.
Yeah, by being a game released in 2023 that has Sega Genesis graphics.
Yeah, you saw Az's video, I guess?
Yeah, it's like, that is not clickbait at all. He is 1000% correct.
So, slight tangent, I won't go on too long for it. I saw a clip from Mauler's streams of it earlier where he's looking over the bridge with the fucking shitty pixel sprites that are moving at like 3 frames a second and are glitching off the bridge and everything. And I saw that Az had finished Golem. I can't wait until I'm done editing these videos so I can go and watch that. Oh my god.
Yeah, I watched the highlights video of that, and my god, what an awful game. Oh my god.
Let's see. Danger Dave with $2. Thank you very much. Would Fallout 3 have been good without Emil P?
There's so many factors that go into it that it's impossible to tell. There's definitely decisions he made, or changes he pushed for that affect Fallout 3 that made it the piece of shit we all know and hate today.
Yeah, like being in Washington, D.C. to begin with. That was Emil. That was all Emil.
But if we were to do a Thanos snap 20 years ago and prevent him from ever working at Bethesda, that's still not a guarantee that Fallout 3 would have been good. Believe it or not, it could have actually turned out worse than what we got, but it also could have turned out really fucking good too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just
I would have
don't
just
know.
preferred that. Yeah, I would have just preferred that Bethesda not have acquired it and it would have went to Troika instead.
Yes. It could have been the game that saved Troika, because that would have been fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Troika going out on Vampire the Masquerade, which is a cult classic for a reason, is a just tragedy. All of Troika's games are fucking fantastic and are actually really innovative and well written. And then they are the company that dies while shitty companies like Bethesda still exist.
Yeah.
There's no fucking justice in the world.
It's so unfair. God, I'm still seeing fucking comments to this day of people saying the dumb shit of, oh, well, if Bethesda hadn't made Fallout 3, stupid fanboys would have never gotten New Vegas and shit.
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up. One, that's not true. And secondly, it could have gone to fucking Troika. We could have gotten a Troika Fallout game, you fucking idiots.
Not only could we have gotten a Troika Fallout game, we could have gotten the Van Buren.
Yes.
Yeah, we could have gotten Van Buren and a Troika Fallout game.
The whole point of Az and Mauler finishing that game is to make Gary of Nerdrotic play it. Oh god, I hope so much. I would love to see Boomer Gaming Gary Nerdrotic play fucking Golem.
Yeah.
I've heard them joking about that on their real BBC streams, that they're going to get him to play it, or people sending in super chats for him to play it. I hope to god he does. Oh my god.
Oh my god, Denard. Yeah, Denard brings it up again. It's completely true, though. It's completely fucking true. That feeling when a brony fan fiction has better writing than your video game. Yeah, it's hilarious. The fucking thing of it, Fallout Equestria, genuinely better writing than Fallout 3.
Gary actually agreed.
Fucking funny.
Oh, I missed that. That's going to be amazing.
Oh,
and yeah, I have heard... Well, you've told me a bunch of things about that fan fiction. It just sounds fucking better than Fallout 3.
Yep. It's just genuinely better, in every category.
Not a difficult hurdle to jump, that's for sure.
We laid the bar on the ground. You have to get over it. Okay.
No, shut the fuck up.
Then they all look at you like, oh my god, when you step over it easily and without breaking stride.
You know how to push my buttons. I fucking hate you sometimes. Project Horizons was absolute fire. Fuck no, it wasn't. That was a god-awful shitstorm.
Stop him!
Unique that I don't really see many games do, and there have been
for good reason. That's is awful.
Yeah, it's fucking dog shit. People hate it.
See what mini games do. It's because it's bad.
It failed. It was not something people liked. The only reason people even engaged with it at all was because they were forced to. Everyone agreed if they had just made the fucking combat better, that would have been way better.
Yeah. A different combat system would have been preferable.
Especially when you consider the fact that one of the draws of this game is that it's not a turn-based shooter. That's one of the things people were drawn to about it, was that it's not turn-based. So when you force people to engage in basically pseudo turn-based mechanics in a game where that's not meant to be the point of the game, it kind of pisses people off.
Yeah,
it just drags everything down.
Only kinda.
Oh.
Get that in a soundboard.
And games like XCOM, similar things, especially on PC. But Fallout was one of the first ones, I think, to make this sort of combat really popular and mainstream.
Yeah, the VAT system really revolutionized the combat, and I thought it was pretty cool.
Really revolutionized the combat. Oh my god, no.
Guys, being able to shoot like a turn-based game, basically revolutionary.
Revolutionized the combat in a third-person action-adventure game.
Yeah, they revolutionized it so much that they actually moved away from it more and more in each subsequent game that came after.
Yeah,
that's how much it revolutionized it.
It's so popular in mainstream that this is the only series that ever did it.
Yeah, like New Vegas just carried it over. The very next Fallout game Bethesda made, they abandoned Fallout 3's version of VATS.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's something that most people don't even need to engage with at all and rarely do, because Fallout 4's combat is just so much better than 3's that there's just no reason to use VATS. And then Fallout 76 only continued that trend more, where VATS is actually worse than the normal gameplay, so there's no point in using it.
This video's off.
Yes, it is.
In Fallout 76 so bad is because if me and you were like facing each other online or something, I wouldn't be able to pause your game. So like they randomly have everyone move in like real time, which defeats the purpose of VATS.
Yeah.
Like the purpose of VATS is like being able
The purpose of VATS is to compensate for the shitty combat
hold
system.
up, motherfucker. He just explained why you couldn't do it online. So why the fuck were you saying you don't understand why future games moved away from it? You absolute troglodyte. You Neanderthalian fucking... No less than 2 minutes ago, you said, I don't understand why other games, like 76, didn't moved away from it. And here you are explaining why 76 moved away from it.
No, shut up. It makes total sense. Don't think about it, forehead.
You shut the fuck up. These guys have been smoking some Walmart paint.
Yeah.
I like how you specified Walmart paint as if that's a lesser brand of paint to fucking smoke.
specifically choose and your route and target what you want to target, and you can't really do that if you have like a Deathclaw charging at you in real time.
But it sort of mixes...
I mean, you kind of can if you're like a quick draw on it.
Yeah, and it depends on each individual person's skill is going to vary. Like, you can absolutely target if you're fast enough. What's your reaction time? That comes down to the individual. There are people that can fucking quick swap entire armor sets in Elden Ring with a single parry, okay?
Yeah, I
fucking
don't know how
as shit.
I don't know how people could do that shit. I've tried to learn to like quick swap and stuff. I can't do it.
The most impressive one I've seen was a guy got 3 parries, and he's quick swapped between 3 different armor sets. 4 technically, because he started with 1, right? Yeah. And it was like, Jesus Christ! Holy
God,
shit.
I've seen ones where they've swapped like right as they come out of like a combo with one weapon to go straight into another one that they quick swap to, that it was so fast that it just literally looks like their sword turned into a different sword.
Yeah,
and they just like multi-comboed them with like 4 or 5 different weapons.
Yeah, because they understood that, hey, I'm locked in this thrust animation for a second and a half, so I have a second and a half to open up the menu, go into the inventory, swap out that weapon with this weapon, and go immediately into an attack that'll put me at this rate, then swap out that weapon to this one. And so they get all the benefits of all these different movesets and styles without actually having to carry it all around or swap to the weapon itself. So, they don't get the slowdown at all for their character.
Yeah, or when they do something insane,
really
like
fucking impressed.
Yeah, or when they would fucking take one weapon and they would do its like special move or whatever like move it could do, and then they would quick swap to a really big weapon that does way more damage, but it would do the animation of whatever that other one was because they quick swapped so fast that it carried over. So they basically just did like 1,000,000 damage in one move.
God damn. 3 Malaysian ringgits from Pendekar Mando. Thank you. Morning, Stag. Have you guys seen a new Spider-Verse movie? Watched it with my kid brother a few days ago and really enjoyed it. No, I haven't.
Have that.
I haven't really had the time to, like, go to the theaters and stuff because I've just been working real hard on this fucking video.
I have not watched any kind of, like, superhero movie since, Infinity War.
That's a lie, because the Super Mario Brothers movie, and they pretended to have capes on for their commercial.
Okay.
You're not missing out. You're not really missing out. The only thing that might have partially been worth watching was No Way Home. And that has a lot of tism in it. You kind of have to... I'm not going to say ignore, but you're going to have to compartmentalize it away just for the good bits.
Oof.
Yeah. Because the movie turns Doctor Strange into a complete fucking retard for no reason. And, like, it is stunning how bad... I really don't want to get into a tangent about it, but...
Yeah.
Just quickly, Peter wants everyone to forget that he's Spider-Man. So, Doctor Strange is like, okay, I'll cast a spell for that. And then Peter's like, wait, I don't want this person to forget. I don't want that person to forget. And he does this because Doctor Strange is about to he starts casting the spell, and he's like, well, it was nice knowing you, Peter. And Peter's like, what, you're going to forget who I am? And he tells Doctor Strange to, that he wants several people to remember him. And because Doctor Strange continues the spell on the fly trying to make these changes, that fucks everything up and causes the whole, like, villains from other timelines to come through, as well as the other two.
Fucking...
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
what?
pretty dumb.
Yeah,
that
Doctor
is
Strange,
retarded as fuck.
He's still not as retarded as in Multiverse of Madness, but it's still really fucking bad.
Yeah, from the way you're describing it, it literally just sounds like, oh, hey, Peter, how's it going? I just wish people didn't know who I was. Like, I wish not everyone knew who I was. Oh, okay, I'll just fix that for you right now. Wait, no.
It's not quite that bad. Peter does go to him in the first place to see if anything can be done about it. And Doctor Strange says, yes, there's a spell. And then it just kind of cuts to them in the basement and Doctor Strange starting to do that spell. There's just no explanation to Peter of, like, what the depths of this are.
Yeah, that's retarded as fuck. Why would you not explain that, like, everyone's gonna forget? Because that would cause so many issues with, like, other superheroes and stuff as well.
Especially when you consider that, sure, Iron Man is dead at this point, but Peter still has the connection through Happy to, like, the Avengers and all that sort of thing. And that's someone who's going to forget about him too if he just erases everything.
Yeah, that's extremely stupid. Holy shit.
Yeah. And believe it or not, that's the least stupid thing to happen since Infinity War.
I mean, that I can believe. I've seen some of the stuff that's come out since then, and like in reviews, and yeah, I can believe that.
Have you watched Mahler's Multiverse of Madness video?
Not yet, no.
Do it. Oh, they were covering Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins yesterday. Another tangent very quickly. And they're when I tuned in just randomly to check it out for a minute or two while I was doing something that wasn't editing. Oh no, I finished recording, I think. Or scripted. Either way, point is, I tuned in for like a minute or two, and they heard a really dumb take from Cinema Wins, and Mahler was just like, "Why do you kill the only part of your brain that works?" or something like that. I just lost my shit laughing at it. Oh, I can't wait to listen to this at work tomorrow.
Final Fantasy turn-based style combat in with a shooter, and that sounds like it wouldn't work, but it works
doesn't
really well.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does not. It does not work.
Myself mainly using VATS for combat in this game.
Yeah.
Oh,
You have to.
It's
Because the shooting sucks.
I wonder fucking why. Look at his gameplay as he's saying it. Let's just go back just a few seconds.
Just
a few
It
seconds.
does.
And I found myself mainly using VATS
look.
for combat in this game.
Yeah, in Fallout 3
Wow, amazing shooting. Why would he use that?
I mean, I've done a lot of Fallout 3 for the sake of doing all these shitty videos. I tend to not use VATS just because I find it more irritating than anything.
Yeah, no, I prefer to just never use it at all. That's why I mod it out. I mod all of the combat to be better, and I just use better combat instead of VATS, because why the fuck would you want to use VATS?
Yeah, I'll usually do the realistic weapons mod, realistic weapon balance mod. So basically, if you get shot in the head, if you're not wearing specific armors, you're dead. So I just don't use VATS at all.
Yeah, I use a general like damage buff on everything. Headshots are realistic. Weapon inertia, animations, all that stuff, like the whole shebang.
New Vegas, I definitely did. When you use it, it actually just gives you time to think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look how awful his aiming is. Hold on. What level of sensitivity are you fucking working at? Watch him run up there to the one on the dock.
He's playing with controller.
For combat in this
yeah, in Fallout 3 and New Vegas, I definitely did. So
that badly
though, it actually just gives you time to think.
Oh my god!
Jeez.
0 cents.
This is why you don't play with controller, people. Controller sucks in most cases. There's few instances where it's required, but man, keyboard is just generally better. Mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, the only time I prefer like controller is when it's like fighting games or stuff like Souls games.
Yeah,
those are the only times I prefer them.
The entire reason I have a controller is for Souls games because I couldn't play it without them, without one.
Yeah.
And luckily for me, I had that when I started playing a totally legit copy of Saints Row 1 and 2 on PC.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't be able to play them without it. Though I wish I could. Because, man, that would have made shooting many parts of that game a lot easier.
Yeah.
It gives you time to breathe, assess the situation. It gives you time to actually move around and see all the enemies that are in the area, so you know how many you even have. If I drop into like a big crew of Caesar's Legion, I know that's from New Vegas, but Caesar's Legion crew, and let's say there's like 20 of them around, in something like 76 and Fallout 4, it's very overwhelming.
That's why you stake them out before that. You don't just fucking blindly run in before you know how many there are. You're supposed to stake these things out and look beforehand.
Well, someone outed themselves as not a true gamer. You're supposed to run in dick first every time without thinking.
Yeah, you're supposed to jump over the wall and then hit VATS in midair and then count the number of enemies and positioning. Duh.
Yeah, duh. That's how you're supposed to play games, like a fucking retard.
Duh.
Overwhelming.
Yeah.
Because you drop in, it's like, okay, there's everyone everywhere and I can't do anything.
Right.
In 3 in New
keep
Vegas,
rushing
you actually
into
get to
the
stop
ship.
time and you get to look around and see.
What? Look at that aim. Look at
6
that.
and Fallout 4.
Look at his sensitivity, chat. Chat. Come back, chat. Look at the screen. Just look at his fucking sensitivity in his aim.
Or it's very overwhelming.
Look at this.
Because you drop in, it's like, okay, there's everyone everywhere and I can't do anything.
Right.
In 3 in New Vegas, you actually get to stop time and you get to look around and see, oh, okay, well, there's 20 people here.
And I'm not trying to be hard on 4. I'm just saying that I think improving the gun mechanics, which is something we'll talk about, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Because you improve the gun mechanics, and it certainly does make the FPS aspect more fun, but it also did take away a little bit from the role-playing aspect of, oh, I need VATS, and one of the reasons you have VATS, and that you are more powerful than a lot of people out there, is the Pip-Boy.
Yes.
That's what it ties into, and
What? You lose part of the RPG aspect by removing VATS?
No, I think by using VATS. I thought that's what he said. Wait, what? Oh, no, yeah, I need to go back and hear that again.
I'll be honest, I zoned out for a bit because this video is fucking inane and stupid.
I think I might have zoned out for a second. Hold on.
Mechanics, and it certainly does make the FPS aspect more fun, but it also did take away a little bit from the role-playing aspect of, oh, I need...
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, so it's right there. It's right there. That's the thing I'm missing.
Talk about. It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Because you improve the gun mechanics, and it certainly does make the FPS aspect more fun, but it also did take away a little bit from the role-playing aspect.
Ow! Yeah, sorry, he was saying that VATS improves roleplay. Fucking how?
No, he says it takes away from roleplay and improves...
No, he doesn't. No.
Improves FPS.
He specifically says that if you improve the gunplay, yeah, it improves the FPS, but then you don't use VATS, so you lose out on a bit of the roleplay.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Yeah, guys, it wouldn't be a role-playing game if I wasn't able to freeze time and use percentages to shoot.
Oh my god.
What? What?
I mean, improving the car's gas efficiency is kind of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, your car goes further, but on the other hand, it doesn't fly as well.
I advocate for thermonuclear annihilation. Also, I made a palate cleanser for after this video.
I'm turning my air conditioner. As soon as this video is over, we are shilling, then ending the stream so I can turn my fucking air conditioner on.
Yeah.
Aspect of, oh, and one of the reasons you have VATS, and that you are more powerful than a lot of people out there, is the Pip-Boy.
Yes.
That's what it ties into, and actually when you look at it, there are...
But the Pip-Boy doesn't... Like, VATS doesn't make you more powerful, though.
It doesn't at all. Like, that's just fucking insanity.
And the Pip-Boy is just a menu. The Pip-Boy is just a fucking menu.
Well, he's talking about because you get VATS through the Pip-Boy.
Yeah, but you're using an item. It's the item that makes you more powerful. Not the Pip-Boy.
Characters in Fallout want your Pip-Boy. In Fallout 3 and...
What?
What?
Name a single character that's after your Pip-Boy.
Go to a Canadian hospital. Oh, I know which one. The fucking from the DLC where you go to the Brotherhood Exiles.
Pip-Boy.
Yes.
That's what it ties into, and actually when you look at it, there are characters in Fallout who really want your Pip-Boy. In Fallout 3 and New Vegas. And they're like, oh, Pip-Boy, I'm gonna take that when I kill you.
In New Vegas, who?
No, they don't.
0 people in New Vegas and a whole one wants it in Fallout 3, and that's in a DLC where the Pip-Boy is the entire point.
And they don't even like want to take it. They're just like, "Oh, hey, you have one of those. Can you help us with this? Since you have that."
Yeah.
That's it. And in New Vegas, the only time it ever gets brought up is when you go to do the DLC, Honest Hearts, and you're with the caravan, and you're like, well, it's not even yours. The only reason they're bringing that idiot Ricky along is because they can use the maps on his Pip-Boy, but his Pip-Boy doesn't work. But they don't know that. It's not even your Pip-Boy, and they don't want his. They just want him to use the map.
You know, like, they actually even reference that sometimes. And then in things
No.
like 4 and
No, they don't.
76, because everybody is, you know, pretty much John Wayne of the Wild Wild West, like gunslinger, who's like the best shooter ever, it makes that element, I think, of the Pip-Boy mattering and of VATS.
The Pip-Boy doesn't matter. I'm sorry. You're delusional. It doesn't matter in Fallout 3. It doesn't matter in New Vegas. Holy shit. It didn't even really matter in Fallout 1 and 2. Good God, man.
What the fuck does he mean everyone is like an epic gunslinger in Fallout 4?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Even 76 too. Like everyone has a Pip-Boy, but I've never seen, in what little I've played of it, admittedly, like people being epic gunslingers. It's just a fucking normal FPS at that point.
Yeah, I have no clue what he's referencing.
That's mattering. Also adds to fun with shooting.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'm just saying it's a mixed bag. 76, there's not a lot of excuses for.
No.
That one doesn't
just
really...
bad.
That
You're making me defend Fallout 76 again as the best excuse. It's a multiplayer game, so you can't do time slowdown or time stoppage with VATS. Because if you could stop time or slow down time with VATS, and it would affect the entire world, because that's the only way to make time stop in a game, the people would use that for the sake of trolling. You would have people who would log in, find something to target in VATS, and then target it, slow down time or stop time for the entire world, and then walk away from their fucking computer.
Yeah. It also just shouldn't be a thing to begin with. VATS is pointless. Just make a good combat system. That's it. That's all Fallout needs. That's what people want. A good combat system in their 3D Fallouts. They don't want VATS.
doesn't get a pass from me. Anyways, let us know what you think in the comments down below. Did you enjoy this video? Did
No.
you not?
No.
No, we fucking hated it.
You're an idiot. Don't know what you're talking about. Completely delusional. And this is pure, like, 5 copes about Fallout 3 did right.
Go to a Canadian hospital. Kill yourself. This was terrible.
That was absolutely awful.
Alright, video over.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
$10 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you. Got off work 5 hours ago. Check YouTube cause bored. Creetosis live. Guess my phone didn't refresh. Click video. Still live. Interesting. Glory to Sleepy Joe. He who will unite the Americas through open borders.
No, don't you know? The Democrats are swearing the border isn't open. Totally.
Enclave Emily, shill your shit.
I am Enclave Emily, Portuguese YouTuber. I do a variety of videos, from reviews to commentaries to actual critiques of insert thing here. And I also make memes, so if you're interested in any of that or hearing me suicidally angry, by all means go to my channel, youtube.com/c/Enclave Emily. Click the like button, subscribe, and donate cigarettes to your mommy.
All I heard was oui bonjour, ha ha ha.
Yeah. Who are the Chiggies, and why are they so poor?
I just heard.
Yeah, but I need to know, who are the Chiggies and why are they so poor?
Pagan, chill.
Because you
Yeah,
said
chill
poor
out,
Chiggies. You said poor
Yeah.
Chiggies because the way you emphasized it. Poor Chiggies.
Yeah, Portuguese.
Poor Chiggies, and why are they poor?
I'm Portuguese.
Pagan, chill.
Portuguese.
I have a YouTube channel. It is currently paused on uploading anything right now until we get our models done. But once those are done and finished, I will be doing streams again, such as gameplay and possibly reviews. So yeah, keep an eye out for that one.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Get around to it.
Yeah, I want to see who we can get and what their rates are and everything like that are going to be. It'll be
Yeah.
fantastic.
Setch, show your shit.
Hey, it's me, the based one. The one that's gonna get the channel fucking nuked at some point, sadly.
No, you're fucking not.
I don't mean to, but it seems like that's the way we're going.
Then chill out.
But yeah, you can find me over on Rumble, Such Dresscar. I'm over there as well. And I have a YouTube channel that is not much use for it yet. Or still working on the Reach video. It's going to be a while. But yeah, so feel free to come over to Rumble. It's been a fantastic time over there. I like a lot of their systems. It's got some jank to it, though, for sure. It's got some growing pains for not being it's not a YouTube size company or anything. So, it's got growing pains for sure.
I'm going to have to get you to teach me how to use it properly, because as you found out, my stuff is apparently completely fucked.
Yeah, it's because you've got your user profile and then your channel. So you have a user...
We'll deal with that another time. I'm just saying, you're going to have to show me.
And guys, don't forget, like Snowfrost said in chat, don't forget to sue women who won't go on dates with you. That is the message of the day.
Anything else, Such?
This weekend, I will be... this Saturday, my community will be watching Phone Booth. A very, very fantastic movie. Highly, highly recommend being there for that. Trust me. It is peak example of what you can do and how well of a story you can tell with just basically a single location. Because the 95% of that movie takes place in a phone booth. Trust me, it is a fantastic film. Yeah.
I am working on stuff. Part 1 of the Fallout 4 analysis is complete, aside from a line I'm considering adding. I've currently started censoring that for YouTube, because it hasn't been demonetized yet for the unlisted uploaded version right now. I expect that to be demonetized like 5 minutes after I make it go live, so I am censoring it for YouTube, which is bullshit, but that's the way it works. Part 3 is also done. Part 2... has very significant progress. I expect to finish that within a week or two at this point. And part 4 is completely scripted aside from some bits or bobs, and that'll take a bit of time, but I think I'll be able to get that done for my schedule. So yes, part 1 will be releasing June 16th on Friday. Part 2 will be releasing June 30th, which is also a Friday. And for those of you interested in these videos, check it out.
Can we play the palate cleanser, please?
No.
Okay.
Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out. It's very much appreciated.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Click the like button.